Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to your TWitWoW Year-End Awards 2022. It is finally time to talk about the year in retrospective. We have got so much to talk about today. We have got a grand total of, I believe it is 58 or 57 awards to hand out. I think it's 57. Yeah, it's 57 because we used to do a guest commentator of the year and that's defunct now. But 57 awards to hand out. And of course, if you're familiar with TwitWoW, you know that specifically our first, let's see here, 12, our first dozen awards are all negative. We get the negativity out of the way first, just like in our regular reviews. Heat of the night opens the show so we can get that shit out of the way and move into the good stuff. We're doing the same thing for awards. Like always, we've done this every year since, John, how long have we been doing year-end awards?
Oh, God. 5 years, maybe more? It feels like it's been several years at this point. I want to say 5, but it might
It's
even be
got to be
longer
more
than
than
that.
5. We did one in
Hmm.
2016. Okay,
Yeah,
yeah,
there
they
you
go all
go.
the way back to 2013, so it's a decade
Damn.
almost at this point.
Wow, that's insane.
This is, I believe that would make this our 10th year-end awards then, right? Because 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Yeah, this is our 10th ever year-end awards as wrestling, as a, a podcast.
That's wild, y'all. Thank you all for, joining us for these 10 years. I mean, Chiefin straight up said in the chat, and by the way, welcome everybody that's in the chat right now and is to come, that this is his favorite video that we do all year. I know this is your favorite commentary that we do all year. I've been saying, guys, I feel so good about mine this year for once. I was really attentive this year, which there's almost a poetry this particular year, right? Because I know you and I emotionally have been really checked out of like a lot of wrestling. But even with that wrestling, I'll give it credit. We kept our finger on the pulse enough that when a good thing happened, we really took note of it. So it's been an interesting year for TwitWoW for sure, and just our relationship to pro wrestling.
Yeah.
But in a way, I would say this is the best award sheet I've personally ever had. So I'm really excited to share it with you and our audience here tonight.
Yeah, I will say I have a lot of award categories with honorable mentions, but not all of them. Not, I would say maybe 3/4, but that other quarter is just bare. It's just the one thing, and that's all I either could or wanted to recognize in that category, and that's it.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I know you guys can expect from me, there are some categories where I just didn't have any honorable mentions, whether it's because of lack of thought on my part or because the winner was just so strong that honorable mentions felt kind of, tedious in a way.
Yeah.
But there are categories, like I said on Twitter, spot of the year and match of the year have the most honorable mentions I've probably ever given any category.
Jesus.
And I was even surprised going through this with Ashton because him and I had a bit of a preamble. As you guys know, we got on a bit later than we thought we would for this. Revelation of the year got a lot of honorable mentions from me,
That's really
which
cool.
surprised me.
Yeah, I love that for
So,
you.
yeah, I'm excited, man. I'm ready to get into this whenever you are.
All right. Excellent. Let's just fucking do it then, man, because at the end of the day, I'm supposed to be opening this one. I'm supposed to be going first here, so let me do that. Worst match of the year. We're starting with the big one, and I get to go first. And my honorable mentions for worst match of the year are the Women's Royal Rumble match and David Finlay versus Juice Robinson from the G1 Day 6. But my actual award goes to Anarchy in the Arena from AEW Double or Nothing.
Ooh, I love that choice. God, that match was all over the place, and I'll actually be talking about that later.
And the finish was even worse than the rest of the match.
Yes, yes. I love that pick, dude. Again, I'll be talking about Anarchy in the Arena later, but in a context that might surprise some people. Don't get me wrong, it's not getting any credit. I just want to put everybody at ease because yeah, I agree with you. That match was a clusterfuck. It was awful. For me, now I'll admit, recency bias got me at the last possible fucking second. I think you guys already know what's coming. But honorable mentions. Rich Holland and Sheamus versus New Day, because obviously that was a tag match where the unfortunate thing with Big E happened. Actually, no, I don't even think so. I think this might have been the Mania match where they pretty much squashed him after Big E's neck injury. I was just so fucking enraged. So yeah,
You
that
said this
got
was
an
it was
honorable mention.
Ridge and Sheamus versus New Day,
Yeah, Rich and Sheamus versus New Day. That's correct.
and that was at WrestleMania.
I want to say Mania. Yeah.
Okay, Mania 37, right?
Yes.
And that's an honorable mention.
Yes, honorable mention. And I can't believe this promotion's getting an honorable mention in this category, but Cosmic Rules match, Stardom Showcase. Did not care for it at all.
That was the first one, right?
That's the first one. That's correct.
Okay.
I'm just pausing because I'm imagining you're recording these, so I want to go
Yep.
at your pace.
I always record everything if I can.
Yep. Oh, Mark said it was Mania 38. Mania 38 for the...
Jesus, it's going too fast, man. All right. I've got your first 2 honorable mentions marked down. Any other honorable mentions in worst match of the year?
Just one more, and
Okay.
I agreed with you. Juice Robinson, David Finlay, G1 Climax.
All right. And your actual award goes to...
Charlotte Flair versus Ronda Rousey, SmackDown Women's Championship, SmackDown December 30th, 2022. I fucking hated this. I hated everything about it. And really, it's bad enough because of the women that were involved. Everybody that knows us knows we're not fans of either Charlotte or Ronda. But again, I even said there was no coherence to this. You said it more succinctly than I ever could. You just said the writing was awful in this, plain and simple. You could have done this with Bayley and Sasha, 2 women that I absolutely adore. Of course, Sasha's now looking at better things, and Bayley, I want to be looking at better things, but I don't even fucking know anymore. But you could have done it with them, with Sasha in the Charlotte role, and I still would have utterly hated this. It didn't make any sense for the characters. The alignments to me were all over the place. And then I'm going to be honest, even the extracurricular stuff and how your tweet about it was received made me think like, oh God, people are doing apologia for this. Absolutely fuck this match.
Yeah.
Just out the ass. Fuck this match. I hated it. I hated it. I think it was an insult like to just writing a division. It's an insult to that entire division. It's bad enough that Ronda had kind of a chokehold on the title because she's Ronda. And I was really hoping that Shayna would just be the one to beat her for it. But now, not only has Charlotte won it for the 14th time, now, dude, I'm honestly hearing a lot of people, which is making me take it a bit more seriously. Oh, they're going to unify the title, Charlotte versus Bianca at Mania. And I cannot tell you, dude, how my body viscerally rejects that shit.
Interesting.
I am like, please.
Because I've been seeing
fucking
reports just literally since last night that the planned Mania match is Bianca versus Ronda at Mania.
Oh, God. God. How do we go from the dream of Bianca Rhea to like Bianca either versus Charlotte, which again seems to be more fan conjecture, and then you telling me about
No. Actually,
Bianca
I fucked up. I misspoke. It would be Ronda versus Rhea. That's what the rumors are now. Ronda versus Rhea.
I still don't. God. Oh God. I really, you know what, dude? Because this is the worst section, I know my pessimism is safe here. I really fear that result last night and what we're talking about now, it's a harbinger of worse things to come for just women's wrestling in general in WWE. And that's a fucking shame. Like, God damn.
Apparently
but yeah,
the original plan was to do Becky Ronda, but people close to Becky feel like the match has lost its luster. And it should have been one-on-one at WrestleMania 35 when Ronda was at her apex.
I agree. There was no reason to get Charlotte involved. None. Oh, God. Well, yeah, I don't want to rant too much about this. You guys were all there for our live reactions literally just last night. Again, I really tried to avoid recency bias for the most part. I would say there's only one other award that to me really capitulates to recency bias, but I really don't even care because I just had a great time with the fucking show.
Right.
This, though, God, it broke my brain, honestly. It broke my brain more than any of the honorable mentions, and so I had to give it here. But let's move on to our next award. Worst feud of the year. What do you got, bud? Any honorable mentions?
Oh, remember we snake, so you get to go now.
Oh, I get to go now. Well, I can say that for worst feud of the year, I don't have any honorable mentions, but my award winner is Jungle Boy versus Christian and Luchasaurus. Did not care for this feud. I feel like it did nothing for Jungle Boy. In fact, if anything, it made Jungle Boy worse because they put a mic in front of him, and I realized
like him less.
Exactly. He can't talk, which, that's really going to hamper him. The steel cage match that they did went on way too long, and I hated that Jungle Boy fucking won, because I think as I'm getting older, I'm starting to get annoyed with like gross mismatches now. Whereas like when I was younger, I could buy into it a bit easier. Literally the only good part about this was Christian, and he even got injured at one point. So I just feel like this feud did nothing for anyone really.
Right.
And it's a shame, because when I look at Luchasaurus specifically, again, I still look at a guy that's like late 90s Kane that should just be terrorizing everybody and should be a threat to the world champion at all times. And he loses to this fucking dude. So yeah, I hated this feud. That's all I'm going to say about it. What was your worst feud of the year? You got any honorable mentions?
No, I don't have any honorable mentions, same as you, but I do have a different award recipient for my worst feud of the year than you, and it's the same company, BCC versus JAS.
Beautiful. Love it. Great choice.
This put so many people back. Like, it set so many people back, in my opinion. It basically stalled, if not outright killed, the momentum of Wheeler Yuta specifically, but also arguably even Bryan Danielson and Claudio Castagnoli.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I would agree with that 100%.
Getting involved with the JA, like literally, Claudio would have been so much better off if he had just never dropped the title to Jericho and we had just skipped those months right to now where he's the champion still, as opposed to he drops the title to Jericho, feuds with him for a few months, and then wins it back. He is worse off now than he was before he dropped the title to Jericho.
Yeah,
Wheeler Yuta.
Agree.
Wheeler Yuta is worse off now than he was before he dropped the pure title to Daniel Garcia.
Yes.
And Danielson is worse off now than he was before this whole rigmarole started.
Absolutely. 100%.
So yeah, worst feud of the year in my opinion by, I won't say by a country mile, because yours, I actually wanted to add yours to my honorable mention because of how salient it was that you just brought that up, and I almost forgot about it, but you're 100% right. That was a horrible, horrible feud, and I'm really hoping it's over, and it seems like it is. And if it is, I'm really glad it's over, and I wish it never happened. So
yeah, absolutely. Worst storyline of the year. What do you got, bud?
Dude, literally just piggybacking off of my worst feud of the year. My worst storyline of the year is Daniel Garcia almost, but not actually leaving the Jericho Appreciation Society for the BCC.
Yeah, you know what? I should have had that for an honorable mention.
Oh, you know what? I will say, I forgot to mention, my honorable mention is Regal betraying Moxley and BCC for MJF.
Oh, yeah, we'll get to that. Don't worry. But yeah, the Garcia thing, I should have had that as an honorable mention.
Yep.
For sure.
And yeah, we should be calling these dishonorable mentions because these are bad awards.
Yeah, exactly. You're absolutely right. This should have been a dishonorable mention for me. My worst storyline of the year, just to piggyback off of literally what you just said, MJF is going to earn it. MJF's road to the world title. God, when the best part of something is when MJF said, I wanted to kill myself, and Regal smirks about it. That really doesn't bode well for the storyline, does it? Yeah, it was so lazy because they tried to do the fake out shit again with MJF. Like, maybe I am going to change.
Dude,
maybe
tell me this doesn't literally just give Alexa Bliss vibes.
Dude, totally.
Like
100%.
Fucking Alexa Bliss when she would be like, thank you all so much for supporting me. And then 30 seconds later, she's cutting a heel promo calling them all idiots and fools and hell yeah, that shit.
Yeah. This was absolutely awful. The Regal betrayal. They tried to contrive reasons after, and then he gets the heat back by punching him, and then Regal does like, oh, I'm Blackpool Combat Club for life, like in his go away promo. Like, it was a mess. It was an absolute fucking mess. And that's a word I'm using a lot with like the worst of AEW. You guys need some fucking coherence in here, and you need to know what the fuck's going on. Like, what the fuck even was this? I feel like it was such a convoluted way to put the title on MJF when really, like, I honestly, dude, you could have just made it so much simpler. You could have just had him be an insecure little bitch, because he is as a character.
He sure is.
Beat the crap out of Regal. Moxley gets enraged about it. MJF, you know what? I would still not even mind if he beat Moxley with the brass knucks, if he said arrogantly, like, oh, I'm not even going to need my diamond ring to beat you, but like in a heelish way, and then use the brass knucks as kind of a middle finger, like, oh, well, you're sitting at home because I put you there, and now I beat your boy with your signature weapon. It would have been so simple because you would have kept him heel. We all would have expected it. And to be honest, I would have vibed with it so much harder. You know I would have. You know I would have. But here, I couldn't even enjoy it because it's like, oh, you did the convoluted bullshit. And like, I know Javaris is having a field day with it after because it's like, are you okay, John? Do you still believe, John? And I'm sure he was sincere, but I'm like, man, you guys are really enjoying giving it to me because, yeah, they really didn't have to complicate it this much. This was for the stakes and everything, and for the guy you were doing it for, who was always going to be a top guy in AEW. It was just a matter of when. You really fumbled the ball here. So yeah, easy pick for worst storyline for me.
All right, and now we move on to worst pay-per-view of the year. John, you get to go first on this one, my friend.
I actually do have one honorable mention for this, and man,
also do.
God, it's not it's not a good harbinger, hopefully, because a few days. But Wrestle Kingdom Night 1 was an honorable
we have
mention
the
for me.
same honorable mention.
And my award winner is Royal Rumble 2022,
shit,
which
we're
also
twinsies.
Oh, same thing.
We have the same
dude,
honorable mention, and we have the same actual award recipient. That's crazy.
Dude, that can't be a first, but it's always amazing to me when that happens. Yeah, I mean, Wrestle Kingdom Night 1 sucked, especially by Wrestle Kingdom standards. I could not stand it. And I'm hoping again that this year is better. But man, Royal Rumble this year, I did not care for it. I mean, you had Brock Lesnar fucking win the men's. You had Ronda fucking win the women's. And it would have been either her or Charlotte, by the way. So women's was just fucked regardless. You had Rollins beat Reigns by a disqualification. And given how infrequently Reigns is defending the title, I personally don't really fucking do DQ finishes. Becky Lynch defeated Doudrop in an okay matchup, but it's Becky, and Doudrop has never really been there for me. And Brock was only in the Rumble because earlier in the night, Bobby Lashley defeated Brock Lesnar for the WWE title, which Paul Heyman cost him because, Roman Reigns is in the ring, did a beatdown, and then I think Heyman slid the title in to Reigns. So again, a little bit of like, okay, we're really doing this. And then Edge and Beth Phoenix defeated Miz and Reigns, which honestly might have been the best match on this show. But yeah, when I remember the booking decisions on this, Royal Rumble sucked this year. But since we share the same award, I'll pass the baton to you. What do you want to say about it?
No, I mean, pretty much the same thing, man. It's one of those things where the choices for the actual Rumble winners just sucked ass. They literally went with the worst possible options. I had so much passion for possibility this year, and yet, if I remember correctly, I think I actually chose the right winners. I think if I pull up our 2022 Royal Rumble predictions, because we do actually do a spreadsheet for that every year. I think I actually did correctly predict Ronda and Brock to win the Rumbles. Let me see here. Oh shit! Did we not fill that out this year? I thought we did.
I feel like we do it every year. Huh.
What the hell? Rumble predictions template? No.
I'm just going to be reading chat while you're going through that.
Rumble 22 predictions. There we go. Yeah. I literally predicted Brock and Ronda both to win the Rumble. So yeah, I fucking nailed that. I actually had a perfect prediction card for the Rumble this year. I had Edge and Beth winning. I had Becky retaining. I had Bobby beating Brock. I had Roman retaining. I had Brock and Ronda winning the Rumble. So I perfectly predicted Brock and Ronda and really the whole card on the Royal Rumble this year, and yet it still sucked ass.
Bro, it's gotta be agonizing being you sometimes, because I've seen you be right about shit that's just awful, and I know you hate being right about the awful shit. Like, fuck, man. I am so sorry. God damn. It's kind of like The Giver. You have to bear all this shit so that society can function, but it fucking
Do you remember
sucks.
who Sasha Banks got eliminated in the Royal Rumble this year? Who she got eliminated by?
Oh God, do I even want to remember? Did I repress this? Because I don't.
Queen Zelina.
Oh my God. I like Zelina too, so I'm not gonna hate too hard, but come on, power levels should matter.
She got
Fuck.
eliminated third.
Oh God. All right.
Yeah, well, anyway.
Overutilized talent. These are always fun ones, these next
Oh,
two,
yeah.
because it's overutilized and then overrated. So who do you got?
I'm sure there were plenty of other people that I could have put down for overutilized talent of the year, but the person I gave the award to just took it so fucking decisively that I feel like honorable mentions would have merely muddied the water, and I feel like it was so unnecessary. The most overutilized talent of 2022 is far and away MJF to me. Nobody was more over pushed relative to their talent level than this motherfucker was.
I always love when you go for those picks every year. Because it just and that's why I get excited for these, even though it's not my favorite commentary, because you really are. You're willing to be like, look, I know this person's a main event talent. I know this person's got the world title and all this. But if that's not overutilized, I don't know what the fuck is. So I always love, when you go that route. And you know what? Honestly, given the latter half of this year, I'm more sympathetic to this pick than I've been to prior picks, probably, because I'm like, yeah, I could definitely see where you're coming from.
He's just
I'm sorry,
on
just
TV constantly. He gets more TV time than anyone. I think Tony's convinced that he's a ratings draw, but there is no actual evidence of that. There might have been some evidence to that prior to the Punk feud, but I feel like his momentum has died down so much since the Punk feud that it's just gone now. He's like, the flash in the pan has died, the lightning in the bottle has been let go. It's just not there anymore, and he's still getting this incessant. I'm like, that Tony is starting to have that like old school ROH problem where someone gets hot at the right time, but they refuse to pull the trigger on them at that time, and then by the time they finally do pull the trigger on them, they're not hot anymore, and no one gives a fuck.
yeah, exactly. Um, I guess for me, I have one honorable mention for this, and it was Mai Sakurai at the time because I just feel like she's still
No,
getting
dude, I
spots in
agree. I
DDM.
agree.
Yeah, but I'll actually concede. I think you have the better pick this year, but I'm still happy with mine. And Mark actually already got it. I think I share one with Mark. Austin Theory was my overutilized.
That's
I
fair.
really, I was. I remember when I was so excited about this guy, like before he came in, because I remember
Before he
even
got signed to
Javaris.
WWE, yeah, when he was in
Yeah,
fucking Progress, yeah, I know.
yeah, because like I remember, and I'm not trying to call you out, Javaris. It's just it's how it happened. I remember Javaris was excited, and the word prodigy was getting thrown around a lot. And I remember I did listen to one promo, and I'm like, it's not a bad promo, and he's young. I tend to be like a lot easier on young men and women in the business because I'm like, you've got time, to really develop
Yeah.
and stuff like that. And now when I really look at this dude, I'm like, and it's not even about the accusations or anything like that, honestly. It really is like I don't see what he brings to the table that you couldn't have somebody else bring into the table if they brought the innate talent and they had the writing behind them. And yeah, a Money in the Bank was a huge fucking mistake with this dude. And the words of fucking Trevor Lee, aka Cameron Grimes, we will get back to that. We will get back to that. But yeah, Money in the Bank was a waste. U.S. title. Like I feel like it was hotter on Seth, and I really don't have high expectations for this reign because I do expect him to beat Seth. In fact, I think he already might have, right? Or is that next Monday? I don't know what the fuck's happening with that. But yeah, I don't really have big expectations for him. And I just think he's just kind of a dud in the water, to be quite honest. So yeah, overutilized talent, Austin Theory, honorable
Yeah.
mention, Mai Sakurai.
Believe it or not, I actually considered at least making Austin Theory an honorable mention for most improved this year because I do think that his promos towards the end of the year, like the last month or two, have been significantly better than his promos have ever been before in WWE.
Interesting. I may have to go back and watch some stuff. Because again, your opinion does hold weight with me. So when you say that, it does make me want to give pause. But yeah, I figured he wasn't a bad choice for me for overutilized, just given the
Basically,
whole year.
his promos since winning the United States Championship after failing to cash in.
Yeah.
Like once he failed to cash in and then won the U.S. title in like the triple threat, I think it was anyway. His promos since then, I feel like, have actually been pretty fucking good.
Nice. All right. We've got our overrated talent of the year, and I do go first on this one.
Yes, you do.
I do have an honorable mention. See, and this is how you know I was paying attention this year, because I don't know if you've had this happen to you with some people, but like, because I tried to remember things as early as possible, because I really didn't want this to be 90% recency bias. Like, you could record things, but then you could forget those names that you put in. And that's what happened with me here. I actually have as honorable mention Jonathan Gresham for this.
Oh, that's beautiful.
But yeah, I don't get it. I've never gotten it, and I never will get it. And it's a shame because I actually like the octopus as an animal, the best cephalopod by far. But yeah, Gresham just kind of gives him a bad name. But my overrated talent of the year.
Wait a minute. You rank octopus over squid?
Yeah, problem.
You rank octopus over cuttlefish.
We could take this outside, bro.
Dude, I would love to go outside right now. It's so nice out. Oh my god.
Actually, yeah, it is still a bit warmer here. I mean, you know,
Dude,
climate change.
It's like 49 and drizzling. It's the perfect weather to me.
Bro, I'm about to write a book called The Safe Side of Climate Change. Be like, look, we're all fucked, but I am enjoying the warmer winter. But no, in all seriousness, to get back on track, overrated talent of the year. I know he's been out a while, but still, like, just what he managed to do in that time. Cody Rhodes to me.
Yeah.
Cody Rhodes to me. Yeah. I just, fuck.
Dude, it is
the
so
idea that
fucking hilarious to me how quickly all of the little WWE bots jumped on his dick when he showed up.
Dude. And the fact that people seem to be excited about him, like, winning the Rumble and the idea of him versus Roman at Mania, I'm like, do you not see it? I don't know, man. I don't know. I know we're very respectful of other opinions here, and I've even, like, taken stock of my own behavior, because sometimes people are like, oh, I don't want to make you angry, or, like, they preface their remarks, and I'm like, we're not bad people. I don't think we are anyway. I don't need this complex right now. But, yeah, I just don't get it with Cody. If you're a Cody fan, look, that's cool, obviously. I used to be one. Until he exposed himself, going to PWG, going to New Japan. If he would have never left WWE, I probably would be so happy for him right now. Well, you know, besides the injury, because, you know, it really seems like he's going to get that main event rub. But, man, he had to go out, expose himself, be like, he only knows one style. And now that he's back in WWE where you think that style would fit, it's like, well, it's already tainted for me. You know what I mean? It's like you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. Now that I know, it's like I can't unsee it. And yeah, like, guys, if you ever called me out for an award, it would be fair to call me out for this one because he has been out for a good bit because of the injury. But even when you think about the last thing he did for the injury,
May, right?
Yeah, he's been out since like May. So, you know, I would get if people would be like, but even when you think about what he did before he left, and that's have that fucking match, which, you know, again, we will come back to that. And then everybody just fawning and like, oh, he's so great and he's amazing. And it's like, I don't get it. I don't get it. I've never gotten it. And honestly, I think the only reason I stuck by it is when you look at this category,
it was actually
about
June. Hell in a Cell was June 5th. So, dude, you got almost 6 whole months out of this motherfucker.
Yeah, and that's another thing. When you look at a category like overrated, it's got to be a strong feeling that like you see around you and that you feel within you that like, no, this is wrong. And I'm sorry, for me, like, Cody was just it. So again, if anybody wants to call me out, like, I think you'd be well within your right if I'm being humble enough and open enough. But no, this dude got so much fanfare the first 6 months.
I have a story to tell for mine.
Oh, I'm gonna get cozy. Okay.
24 hours ago, Cody Rhodes was my overrated talent of the year as well.
Holy shit! Well, I feel seen. That's good.
In the last 24 hours, not only have I added an honorable mention due to Twitter shenanigans, but while I was researching overrated and underrated and match of the year and stuff like that on Cage Match, I've discovered who the true overrated talent of the year 2022 is.
Oh, I'm so excited to hear who you picked.
So my honorable mentions now are Cody Rhodes, who was originally my actual pick, and Charlotte Flair, who I've added in the last 24 hours thanks to Twitter.
Oh, excellent. Excellent.
The overrated talent of 2022, though, is FTR.
Ooh, ooh, oh, I felt that. Oh, hey, go off, man. I'm excited to hear like how you came to this and like how you feel about picking this, because I know we used to love the Revival when they were, well, the
You know
Revival
what?
on
We
NXT.
already did
Yeah,
story time. Let's do a fun little activity now, okay? I want
sure.
everyone to go to cagematch.net. I want you to hover over the matches tab, and I want you to go down to top lists and click on top lists.
I'm
Then,
literally doing that right now. I'm playing
good. I
along.
want everyone to do this. I want everyone to join me here. I want you to go to matches, and then I want you to go to top lists. And once you have the little top list thing pulled up, I want you to see where it says category, and I want you to pull down the little drop down menu and go down to top 100 2020s, and then hit submit.
Okay, I'm literally doing this right now, guys.
Now,
So yeah.
look at how many fucking matches in the top 100 of the 2020s Cash Wheeler and Dax Harwood are listed under.
Yeah, they first come in at number 6, I'm seeing, unless I'm reading too
They're at
fast.
number 6. They're at number 8, which is a 2022 match. They're at number 17, which is a 2022 match. They're at number 26, which is a 2022 match. And they're at number 84. But mostly, they have 3 matches listed in the top 26. All of which happened this
Damn,
year.
that's wild.
So you're telling me that 3 of the 26 best matches that have happened in the last 3 fucking years were FTR matches.
Yeah.
2 of which were versus fucking the Briscoes.
Ooh, yeah.
I'm sorry, but I don't even need to watch those matches to tell you that these motherfuckers are overrated.
Damn. I love the pick. I love the pick. Again, that's why I always love it. I always love
And by
seeing
the
what you come
way,
out of
to
the box
back
with.
my shit up, check out the star ratings. All 4 of those matches were a minimum of 5 stars from Meltzer. The 12-10-2022, the final battle match against the Briscoes, the double dog collar match, was 5.5 stars. Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah. Jesus Christ. Wow. Wow. Good shit, man. Good shit.
And
Worst.
like,
Yeah.
not
Oh yeah.
only are they just overrated in general, but these motherfuckers get singles matches and they get featured as singles guys on Dynamite. You know who doesn't get featured on Dynamite, John?
Oh God. That's, we're gonna have to really make that more specific to narrow it down, because there are so many. But who'd you have in mind?
Athena.
Yeah.
Would you like to know how many singles matches Athena has wrestled on Dynamite in her AEW career, John?
5.
Oh, I wish, honey, please. It's 0. It's 0.
Oh God. Oh God. Oh God, I overshot it. I'm so sorry, everyone.
Would you
Oh
like to
God.
know how many singles matches Dax Harwood has wrestled on Dynamite this year alone?
Oh, bro, I've known of a handful of them. I'm willing to guess double digits. I'll go high end and say 10.
I don't think it's going to be that high, honestly. I haven't actually done the research on this. I'm looking it up real quick.
But they've done a lot of singles matches with them, dude. Like, that's the only reason I went
Dax
high end.
Harwood
Like,
on Dynamite this year alone has wrestled 6 singles matches.
well, over half of my
Listen
number.
to
That's
this,
insane.
though. Listen to this fucking roster of dudes that they've put him up against. One of them was against his own tag partner, Cash Wheeler. Fine, whatever. It was the first round of the Owen Hart tournament. Whatever, fine. Listen to these other 5 fucking names. Are you ready for this shit? This is actually unbelievable. Dax Harwood has had singles matches in 2022 against CM Punk, Adam Cole, Will Ospreay, Jay Lethal, and Bryan Danielson.
Dude, the first time they did singles matches with FTR, and again, emphasis on Dax because he's had more than Cash, like, I immediately was like, okay, because, like, I just always associate them as a tag team. But when they kept doing it, I'm like, why? Like, was it Hangman Adam Page? Or I think it was Hangman Adam Page, I think, that said, like, what, just a masturbatory, like, Bret Hart kind of tribute match. And, like, yeah, that's all it fucking is. With it, like, it's, oh, God. God, Jesus. So, yeah, I really like that you picked that. That's a great pick.
You know what? Javaris brought up Keith Lee. That's a great one, Javaris. Let me actually see if I can get an answer for you on Keith Lee. Keith Lee, oh my God. Keith Lee has wrestled one singles match on Dynamite in his AEW career.
That's it?
One.
Oh my God, dude, that's hideous. That's hideous.
Would you
I'm
like
sorry.
to know who it was against and how long it lasted?
I feel like I almost remember this, but who was it against?
It was his fucking debut match against Isaiah Cassidy to qualify for the Face of the Revolution ladder match. It went 4.5 minutes.
Oh my God. I mean, at least he was dominant in it, but like, Jesus Christ.
John.
Javaris is popping off in chat right now. Holy shit.
John, Dax Harwood's shortest singles match on Dynamite this year, his shortest one, the shortest singles match that Dax Harwood has had on Dynamite this year was 12:51. And he had that timestamp length against both CM Punk and Jay Lethal. All of his other matches have gone longer. His longest match was against Adam Cole.
Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I don't really know what else to say to that. The stats literally speak for themselves. So, yeah, there you go. Can we move on to worst superstar of the year, and who do you got?
DBK wants to know how many singles matches Miro has had on Dynamite this year. I know it's not many.
Oh, Javaris is getting his tank. It's been a while since I've heard that.
Oh, it's 2.
Damn.
It's 2. Miro has had 2 Dynamite singles matches this year against Ethan Page and Johnny Elite.
Oh, wow.
And the longest of those, the Ethan Page match was 9:31. The Johnny Elite match was 6:07.
All right.
So let's move on to worst superstar of the year. This is much less rage-filled. My honorable mention is actually David Finlay.
Oh, nice.
Because he's just awful. But at least as far as we know, he's not a terrible human being, which is what my actual worst superstar of the year is, and that's Ronda fucking Rousey.
Oh, I'm so glad you didn't take mine because we can do double bodying and everybody can enjoy the feast. I will say Ronda was an honorable mention for me.
Nice. Who else were honorable mentions for you?
Oh, you don't want to talk about Ronda at length? Because I know I want to talk about mine at length.
Well, let's see. For once, for fucking once, I see someone as terrible at everything, and the internet actually seems to agree with me for once. Although the difference is, I've seen Ronda as horrible forever. Like, literally since the day that she showed up. She's always sucked at talking. She's always sucked at selling. She's good at looking like she's in pain, but she's bad at, remembering to stay that way. She's always been just bad at ring psychology, and she still is. Her promos have gotten worse somehow. Her ring psychology has gotten worse somehow. Her matches are always just about how her opponent can survive her because she's such a fucking narcissist that everything has to be about her. I just can't stand the woman. I really hope that she ends up not in the business anymore as soon as possible. And at the end of the day, when you can say that about anyone that's in the business, I think that they're at least qualified for this award, right?
Oh, absolutely. It's an amazing choice. Again, so much so it was an honorable mention for me. So honorable mention, CM Punk and Ronda Rousey.
Oh, nice.
But my winner,
CM Punk pick.
Oh, well, I hope you love this pick. Let's all join in together, people. And I'm glad Javaris is already kind of revved up from the past award, because I do wish, though, because, he's a great dude, love him, and he supported us last night. I wish he was here, Sean Carpenter, because my worst superstar of the year is Sammy Guevara. Fuck this dude. Fuck this dude. Overrated fucking spot monkey who apparently recently got stripped along with Ty Conti of the AAA mixed tag titles because they were difficult to work with. That's a report that I read. Got in fights with Eddie Kingston and fucking Andrade and didn't get sent home either time. Eddie Kingston was big enough to apologize and be the veteran. I didn't see an apology from Sammy anywhere. Always drags the drama out on Twitter, trying to big league everybody. And again, if we want to focus on the in-ring, I don't really see him sell that well. I think his heat is now officially go away heat because he couldn't help but make the backstage stuff public, which is another reason why he got this. If he at least would have kept it private, well, I probably wouldn't have been privy to it, right? So, no problem. But you feel the need to tweet about it, thus damaging the reputation of your company, which is why Punk was an honorable mention for that media scrum. Anybody that goes out of their way to tank their own fucking company, like, fuck you. You're endangering the pay and the livelihood of the people around you. A lot of them are probably decent people. At least I would fucking hope. Mark just said, and they recently no-showed show recently. Chief and chiming in. Also, Sammy got Andrade suspended. This dude, like, to be honest, another honorable mention that I probably should have had on here is Matt Riddle. If we're just talking about people that are sunken cost fallacies to me, or they're looking like they're going to be one, this dude to me exemplifies the sunken cost fallacy. We've given him a lot of TV time. We've given him the TNT Championship. We've given him JAS. Like, he's got to work out, and we've named him a pillar. If this is a fucking pillar for your company, it's uneven. It's askew. All right. And it's probably going to crumble within like a fucking decade. Probably not. I could see it going Impact and just living forever. But the point being, this is not a guy that makes a company. This is not a guy I want to see in the main event. I don't see what value he brings or what he does differently. Like, NXT recently got Dragon Lee, right? Dragon Lee, I think, is 10 times the fucking wrestler Sammy Guevara is. And that might even be understating it. Absolutely fucking awful. And he's just an immature little boy, trying to be in an industry and being groomed potentially in the future for a top spot where you've got to be mature and you've got to be responsible. And he's so lacking in those areas to me. This was such an easy choice for me. Fuck Sammy Guevara. So,
God, I love so much that we covered all the bases together.
I know, dude, when you said Ronda, I was so relieved because I thought you would like this pick of mine of Sammy. I'm surprised he wasn't an honorable mention for you because I know we both hated the shit he got up to this year.
You nailed it. Low key, you bringing up Sammy made me remember that I should have fucking included Darby Allin in my honorable mentions too.
Yeah, fuck him too, honestly. Yeah, it's bad, dude. It's bad.
And fucking Jungle Boy.
Yeah, and Javara is saying, and don't forget that Sammy dropped Ruby on her head, so also unsafe and injured Ruby and took time off of her fucking career. Unless like, what upside does this dude fucking have? I don't get it. Man. I don't get it. Somebody joked that he must have something on fucking Tony Khan, and I'd fucking believe it. But I guess I also continue. Worst promo of the... Oh, wait, I'm sorry. What'd you say?
I just said, yes, sir.
Yeah. Worst promo of the year. Now, shockingly, even to myself, I don't have any honorable mentions for this, and you'd think I would. Mainly because even from some things that I heard last night. And see, I bet you, dude, this isn't even trying to take the piss. Okay, well, it kind of is. But, like, if you and I were more attentive to Raw and SmackDown, I probably would have had honorable mentions because you know how I cringed hearing an apparent promo from Ronda that had the line, call the China shop, tell them the bull's coming. Oh, God, again, I still haven't gotten over it. But this one just made me rage because I'm like, this is everything you once said you hated, and I never thought your character would do a fucking promo like this. Worst promo of the year, CM Punk, We Are Chicago, AEW Dynamite, August 31st.
Oh, God, that was after he got squashed by Moxley. Holy shit, I remember that. Yes.
Dude, I told you I was proud of my awards this year because there isn't a lot of recency bias here. Dude, the moment this promo finished, I rushed to my spreadsheet.
What was the date? 8/31?
8/31, yeah.
Whoo! That is fire, dude. That is fucking fire. I can't believe I forgot about that promo. Holy shit.
Dude, the pandering.
Yes.
The pandering, dude.
And the thing is, it's not even the good kind of pandering where you're trying to appeal to the entire audience. He's just pandering to one little tiny little fucking shitty little city in Illinois. Who cares? Fuck off.
Yeah. Dude, that
is like my number one pet peeve in AEW, I think, is how fucking obsessed with whatever local town they're running they are. It's obnoxious. I hate it.
Dude, now chat can correct me if I'm wrong, and it seems like I've got chat's support for this pick right now. this dude felt like he was in a fucking Rocky movie. Like he was like, we're gonna do it. It's not how many times you hit, it's how many times you can get it and keep moving. Like, I really expected him to just drop that fucking line. And it's like, Jesus Christ, dude, get over yourself. You got fucking big like, I would have even understood legitimately if, like, he'd say in an alternate universe, we had the Moxley Punk match a year ago in Chicago, and it wasn't a big leaking thing, but it was really competitive, but he still lost, and it was bloody and it was messy, whatever. I could even understand then to be like, last year I got my SB, whatever, but there wasn't any kind of story or well, there was, but it was just so weird and so what the fuck. And then you go and you try and puff your chest out and be like, no, I'm not going to quit. I'm not going to quit Chicago because that's not the Chicago way. It's like, who fucking cares? Like, just, oh, fuck. Dude, it was bad. And honestly, this was when I still had faith in CM Punk, and I was still happy for the dude that he was going on this big run, and I thought he still had value in the company, and he was proving it monetarily. But I'm like, Punk, this is everything you used to claim that you hated. Like, John Cena has never done a pandering promo this bad. Like, I've seen every John Cena promo. I came up during that era in my teenage years, into my adult years. To me, he never did it this bad because he always did the more universal kind of pandering. He never said like, oh, well, this city exemplifies this and we're here tonight, so I'm going to, like, no, he never did that shit. Yeah. Punk somehow was even worse than all the pandering Cena's done for like most of his career in this one promo. I hated it, but I'm curious ultimately who your award winner was and what honorable mentions you have, if any.
Oh God, I do have honorable mentions actually. So I don't actually have like quotes from these honorable mentions, so I unfortunately don't remember exactly what was said that made them honorable mentions. But I guess I'll go backwards chronologically. My most recent honorable mention was Zoe Stark's promo on NXT November 15th. I told you about that actually. It was one of our first weekend reviews. And then my next the only other honorable mention I had in this category was Dominic Mysterio's promo from Raw on September 12th.
Nice.
Let me see if I can find that. September 12th. Raw. Let's see here. It was the promo where he officially joined the Judgment Day, I guess.
Oh, okay. Nice.
God, I wish I had an actual like quote here that I could give you. Oh, here we go. He's only been known as the son of the legendary Rey Mysterio. That all changed at Clash of the Castle because for the first time ever he felt alive. He became his own person. He was done taking the disrespect and just bottling it up inside. Edge got exactly what he deserved. He will finish what he started that night. As for his father, he knows that he's disappointed in him, but that's too bad. This is his life, not Rey's. And instead of being upset with him, Rey should look in the mirror and ask why he never bothered to get to know him. Why instead of trying to teach him, he didn't ask what he wanted for his career. For such a tiny man, Rey casts a large shadow, and Dominic is done living under it.
You know what? +5 at least for bringing up the hype, because I feel like it's been a personal arc for me over here. But yeah, goddamn.
Oh, and then the other one was actually, those are my only two honorable mentions. My actual award, though, goes, of course, to Ronda Rousey from Monday Night Raw on January 31st.
Ooh, I love it.
So she said, I'm going to just read the promo because I don't actually remember, exactly what she said. So I'm just going to read it. I found a Raw recap from that night. She said that she's been debating since Saturday about whose title she wants to take. Should it be Charlotte's or Rebecca's? She could choose Rebecca, but her attention is a compliment that she doesn't deserve. The biggest fight with any woman at any time is always with her. Rebecca's stagnating title reign isn't her problem. She could choose Charlotte just to prove that even as a contender, not even a champion yet, that Rebecca is still on her undercard. Dude, I'm sorry, I can't even finish. This is already so fucking bad. She keeps using these names. It's like, dude, learn to use a fucking pronoun. Oh, wait, it's Ronda. She probably hates pronouns.
Yeah. Oh, God, that was delayed impact because it hit me just funny on its own. And then when you realize the deeper implications, it's like, no.
But yeah, there you go. I'm not even going to finish it because it's already so bad that it's already re-earned my award all over again.
Dude, excellent choice. Excellent fucking choice.
Holy
I love it.
shit, with the Rebecca shit. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, well, there you go. There's my worst promo of the year.
Okay, well, you continue, my friend, because now we're on to worst heel of the year.
Yes, yes. My honorable mentions for worst heel of the year. Really, worst heel of the year at this point might as well just be an AEW exclusive award, because the AEW is the company with the most prominent supposed to be heels that just pander all the fucking time.
Yeah.
My honorable mentions are Chris Jericho and MJF, and my actual award recipient is Britt Baker.
Dude, can I just say something? I love your picks, but I'm actually amazed MJF didn't win and that he was just an honorable mention. So I'm curious what made Britt Baker worse.
I literally had MJF as my winner until his actual heel turn at Full Gear.
Right.
Because it was like he was a fake heel, and then Full Gear hits, and it's like, oh, okay, so he's a real heel now. He was just faking the whole time, and he's been getting mostly booed since then. So MJF is actually at the bottom of my honorable mentions. I even have Chris Jericho ranked above him because he has really like doubled down on being a heel now. He's like, I am a fucking heel. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
So, yeah, Jericho is my top honorable mention because the fucking song still, I swear to God, it's never going to change. But Britt gets the top spot because she really went out of her way to try and damper Saraya's big fucking triumphant return.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Because of that promo she did, right?
Yeah.
I remember you got angry about a promo in that program.
Yeah, she went full-blown babyface, garnering sympathy, talking about how, oh, I've been here from the beginning. I love this business bullshit. And it's like, bitch, you are supposed to be trying to get the crowd to cheer your opponent, and you go and do this shit. How narcissistic are you?
Yeah. Okay, for me, I only had one honorable mention, Juice Robinson. Heel turn just hasn't been working for me. I think he's a much better babyface. I think Bullet Club really has become that faction to me low key where it's like just throw that guy a shirt. And Juice,
Sad.
I love Juice so much as a performer, but and I'm not even saying he's like a bad heel in general. It's just this particular heel gimmick. I just don't, and booking just is not working for him. There might be a great heel in there somewhere, but this ain't it. My actual winner, and I must have recorded this hella early. This is another early one. I did put the Jericho Appreciation Society, but I did put in parentheses to be a bit more fair because it's, worst heel, meaning somewhat singular. Emphasis on Anna Jay. Anna Jay is fucking awful. Like, her only heel heat seems to be, and I'm going to choke you out, and I'm going to choke you, and it's like, there's no personality. To be honest, you're not even threatening. Like honestly, Ronda's terrible, but at least she's got the legit credibility of UFC and stuff like that. Shayna Baszler is the best of the fucking bunch. Like, Anna Jay can scream all she wants. She's going to choke people out. Shayna can do it, and she'll laugh at you when she's done. Like, she doesn't need to puff her chest out because she's just that good. And that's the thing. Like, it comes off so try-hard, so fake, and just cringe, really cringe. And when you said about heel of the year being like AEW like exclusive because of the pandering and stuff, that's why I put JAS as a whole. But I did want to zone in on Anna Jay because you're right about the theme song. Jericho still likes to come up with like catchphrases for himself, which he knows are going to get over with the crowd, like a little bit of the bubbly and I'm a wizard and like all this shit. Hager's kind of become a meme with the fucking hat. Like, oh, I love this hat. And it's like, these are goofy fucking heels
Dude,
that don't even really want to get heat.
is there
They just want a good time.
anything worse though than a forced meme? Like, I'm gonna make this meme happen type meme. Like, that's not a real fucking meme. That's fucking manufactured.
Look, I'm not going to say I'm the most well put together person. I have my cringe moments as well as anybody else. So it really says a lot that I can be that self aware and still say with full confidence that I have secondhand embarrassment for the entire JAS. Like, Garcia, you almost left this. How are you still back in it? Fuck. So yeah, JAS were my worst heel of the year. But again, emphasis on Anna J specifically if you want to keep it to a singular entity because she is by far the worst fucking one. She has got nothing going on there. Jesus Christ. So yeah. Oh, and then we get to continue with worst face of the year with me. Honorable mention CM Punk, mainly because he's just a fucking dick. And worst face of the year, kind of piggyback off of an earlier award, Jungle Boy. Because to me, if you're gonna be a good baby face, you need, to me at least, one of two things. And honestly, it's better if you have both. But you need to have an in-ring quality where it's like you're vulnerable but spirited. Or if you don't really have it in the ring, be able to talk. I feel like AEW's got an ROH problem in a lot of ways, but where they do the spots and the kickouts. So like Jungle Boy to me doesn't even really seem to be vulnerable because I've seen him eat shit that should be a 3 count and it's only a 2 count. And the worst part is he cannot fucking talk. And
so
his
is
insults.
Jungle Boy an honorable mention, or is he your award recipient?
Oh, he's my award winner.
Did you
CM
have
Punk
any
was my honorable mention.
Oh, Punk. Okay.
Yeah, CM Punk was my dishonorable mention. If we're gonna start calling him that, yeah, like he just,
Okay.
fuck CM Punk.
Yeah.
But yeah, Jungle Boy was my winner. Just because, yeah, he can't talk. His insults to Christian were cringe. The whole thing about Luchasaurus and that betrayal, I didn't like the fire he brought to that either. He needs to sit down with fucking Danielson, and Danielson needs to teach him how to cut a babyface promo. Because Danielson's just a great promo, period. Because he's cut classic promos as a heel and face. That's a testament to his mic work. But he knows how to get sincerity, how to get fire, how to get passion across. And if Jungle Boy had those qualities, he would earn his pillar status, like far and away, because I think he's got a great look and he's not bad in the ring. Again, I think all those problems, the kickouts and stuff, it's less him and more just the booking.
Yeah.
And again, that's why I say that AEW is kind of an ROH problem.
Yeah.
Again, in multiple ways, because you mentioned one earlier that's also valid.
Yeah.
But dude, he can't talk for shit. And if you can't talk for shit, it's like I'm never going to get behind you. I'm never going to believe in you. So, yeah, this is an easy pick for me for worst face. I'm not going to belabor the point, though. We're moving right along. We've only got a few. Actually, we've got two categories left that are kind of in the worst category, and then we get on to the good news. So let's do this. Worst finish of the year, my guy. Do you got any honorable mentions?
Did I ever give my worst face of the year?
Oh, no, you didn't. I'm jumping the gun now. Who is your worst face and who are your honorable mentions for that? I'm sorry.
Well, my honorable mentions for worst face of the year are David Finlay and Jungle Boy. So I did agree with you on Jungle Boy for sure.
Excellent. Now, who was your winner?
Nanae Takahashi.
Ooh, I like that. I haven't seen her as a face at all, but it's clear the audience and she herself does. So that's a great pick.
She is very clearly booked as a face, portrayed as a face. She is one of the worst people ever to be employed by Stardom. Like, there's Tessa Blanchard, and then there's Nanae Takahashi.
Yeah. Oh, man. Fuck.
And we're supposed to believe her as a face. No. Fuck that. Fuck her. I hate her. The sooner this little agreement between her and Rossi ends, the better.
Yeah, dude, and we're even deeper in it now because she's a champion now. And it's like, fuck.
I don't want to acknowledge it.
I know.
You are right.
All right, well, you still get the baton, my friend, because even though I jumped the gun, I wasn't wrong about you going first on this. Worst finish of the year. What do you got?
Oh, this was just the easiest award of the year for me. And funny enough, my honorable mention and my actual award come from the same fucking show.
Interesting.
My honorable mention is Jungle Boy submitting Luchasaurus in the steel cage at AEW Full Gear.
Excellent.
And my actual award is the entire finish of Jon Moxley versus MJF from AEW Full Gear.
Oh, I really like that. I really like that.
I
It's a
can't
great
believe
choice.
that wasn't yours, honestly. I can't believe this isn't one that we're sharing with fucking Regal.
No, we're not sharing it. We didn't even share honorable mentions, oddly enough.
Wow.
Even though you made amazing choices, and again, it kind of reminds me like, oh, why didn't I record that? So again, for this still, I feel like was the best year that I've had making awards, but it still shows that I had some gaps in mine as well, and that's why I'm glad that you're here. Because if anything, it's like, oh yeah, I should have been angry about that, especially because I was at the time. So for me, worst finish of the year, honorable mentions. David Finlay beating Juice Robinson in the G1 Climax, just because I fucking hated that. And Jericho beating Eddie Kingston in the Barbed Wire Massacre match. Did not like that either, especially because it got a little bit overbooked. My actual worst finish of the year, though, and again, it was a bit of an early one. Austin Theory winning Money in the Bank. Because the moment he was announced, it like killed the whole match for me. And then they put the icing on it by actually giving him the briefcase, which to me didn't age very well at all. So Austin Theory winning Money in the Bank was my worst finish of the year. We then go to overrated match of the year, and I will start this one off.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. This one,
I
dude, every year I feel like I have one of those big controversial takes where people are going to want to chew me out, and then I'm going to maybe even catch a little shit from you. That's this for me this year.
Interesting. Then I know we don't share this then because I went with the easy slam dunk. I went with the low hanging fruit. I don't have any honorable mentions. Again, a bit surprising to me.
Oh, I do.
Probably because this one was so in my face. Cody Rhodes versus Seth Rollins, Hell in a Cell.
Yeah.
Easy. It legitimately hurt the business that this match happened.
That is my one honorable mention, believe it or not. That is, I literally have one honorable mention, and that's it.
Yeah, I fucking hated this. I think it genuinely hurt the business because they were valorizing Cody when he should have like stayed home because now it set a dangerous precedent. Maybe less so now that Triple H is in charge, but still, like I didn't like it. And I think at the time, especially with Vince in charge, it was like, what the fuck are you doing? Do you know who this man is? He's absolutely going to abuse this. Also, that you could posture as a tough guy. Also, that you can prove that you deserve to carry around some prop when really the whole point of a championship is being good enough that you can elevate it. And maybe he felt like he made that point, but I didn't. I didn't at all. And Seth actually put this motherfucker over. They couldn't even, the one time you could have had Seth win and have it be totally believable, and Cody still fucking wins. So, like, not only are you worsening the business, how do you even create suspension of disbelief with that bullshit? It was awful. And the idea and why it's overrated again, because we have to understand that overrated is by the fans, utilized is by the company. That's a distinction we've always made. The idea that so many fans were like, oh, Cody showed such heart. He's such a warrior. Meltzer practically said the same thing. They did a great like, no, stop platforming this. Stop celebrating this. This is so bad. This is so bad on so many levels. So yeah, this was a slam dunk for me this year. But time for the controversial every year.
Well, no, dude,
every year. So
here's the thing. I just want to say,
yeah,
realistically, I think you're probably more right than I am. But I'm too in the weeds.
Hey, we like being in the weeds. That's why we're fucking
So,
here. What did you pick?
My honorable mention is still Cody versus Seth, and Cody versus Seth was my pick until about 2 days ago.
Oh wow. So what? Wait, 2 days ago. Okay, so what is it now? Because is this a Stardom match?
Do me a favor, John. Do you still have that cage match tab opened up from earlier?
No, I don't. I could very easily go back to it though, if you'd like.
Yeah. Go back to that top lists page on Cage Match.
Yeah, I'm really curious. Okay, top lists.
Yeah.
Okay, bud. Now what?
Now go to the top 1,000 with at least 25 votes and hit submit.
And then hit submit. Okay, it's loading for me. I have slow internet, everyone.
That's fine.
Now what number do you want me to look at?
Well, just as a preface, look at number 80 to get an idea. Makes sense to me, right? That tracks.
Yeah. Okay. Shirley versus Utami.
Yeah. Now look at 116, bro.
Julia versus oh wait, was this oh my god, you picked Julia versus Shuri from Dream
Dream
Queendom.
Queendom. Yep.
Damn.
This dude, it was a fucking consensus in chat that night that that match wasn't even the best match on that show. That match got sloppy towards the end. That match was good but not great. That those two have had a better match this fucking year. And
Yeah.
Cage Match is making it the second highest rated match in Stardom history?
Yeah. Ooh. Ooh, when you put it like that, fuck.
It's not even like I don't even know if I would No, I'm gonna say it. That's not even the second best Julia versus Shuri match in history. They've had two better matches than that before. The match they
Yeah, because
had
I feel like
earlier
even the
this year
yeah.
when Julia lost, and their Wonder versus SWA title come match that went to a draw. Both those matches were better.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah. As much as I really do genuinely believe that Cody versus Seth is more overrated by the grand, wrestling universe because of the fact that I saw this the other day, a couple days ago, I just can't let this go. Julia versus Shuri from Dream Queendom was a good match, but I don't want this match to be considered like representative of Stardom.
No. No.
Like you look at the top rated Stardom matches at all time right now. Number one is Shuri Utami, the 30-minute TLD that got extra time and stayed a draw. That I think there's a genuine argument that that's the best Stardom match of all time. I can definitely see it. I get it. But
Yeah.
number two is this? Really?
Yeah.
I just don't get it. I just don't get it. There were like two or three better matches on the same fucking show. These two women have had two better matches against each other already. I don't see what made this match of all matches the one that Cage Match decided, oh my god, this was the greatest match I've ever seen. 9.5, 10 out of 10.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely, when you give that context, it makes a lot more sense to me, for sure. Because I don't think it was a bad match either, even with the stuff at the end. And in fact, I do give this match a positive nod later on in the awards, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
You know what, dude?
But
It harkens back to the year that I gave Kenny Omega my overrated wrestler of the year. It wasn't because Kenny Omega was bad or I thought Kenny Omega was a bad wrestler. I just thought that him being in that conversation of best in the world was excessive. And like this match being in the conversation at best match of the year or arguably at this point even best match in the history of Stardom. What?
Yeah. Yeah. That's a lot, dude. That's a lot. I completely understand where you're coming from here.
I think I don't even know if I would rank this match in my top 20 matches in Stardom this year. I don't think I would, honestly. I really don't.
I don't think I would either.
I
Yeah.
think Saya Kamitani by herself had like 6 matches that I would rank above this match.
And I'm even trying to think about my girl Utami. I feel like
Yeah.
when she had big matches, she always
had at
delivered
least
this
like
year.
2 or 3 that I would rank above it too, including her probably matches against both Julia and Shuri individually.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I love that you picked this.
I love Julia and I love that she won the world title, and that's a wonderful, beautiful crowning moment for her. And there's still like an ounce of me that's feeling a little bit of the glow from that match and that win. But the match itself was not that incredible at all.
Yeah, no, I agree. I love that you picked this.
It's funny. I saw on TikTok the other day, Javaris responded to a woman who was like, oh, can we stop pretending that this was a good movie now that you get to watch it without all the hullabaloo of the theater and all the hype? Can you realize that this movie sucked? Talking about Spider-Man No Way Home, and I'm just like, wow, this woman's actually just fucking crazy. But realistically, if you watch Julia versus Shuri in a vacuum without all the hype of, oh my god, it's finally Julia's time, it's her coronation, it's like, I mean, if we're going by star rating, it's like four stars maybe, which isn't bad. That's still really good. It's a good match. Fucking Meltzer even gave it 4 3/4 stars, and I'm like, what?
Yeah. Yeah. Again, there is like some positive praise, like in the context of our awards that I do give this match, but it's very specific.
Yeah.
Because the match as a whole, like, I agree with you. Like, I feel like Shooty got concussed. In fact, has anybody heard anything about Shooty since that match? Because,
I
like,
mean, I'm sure we'll hear something in a couple days when, you know, the Stardom runs a show on the 3rd, so whether she's there or not.
yeah, because, like, I would be shocked if she's there and she competes, but then again, I don't know if that would make me sus on, like, medical practices within Stardom or what, because I was convinced she had a concussion or something.
Yeah.
And, you know, it just, yeah, that the last, like, 10 or so minutes, 5 or so minutes, just really a bit rough. Not completely awful, but definitely a bit rough. And yeah, again, when you put it in the context of Stardom history,
Yeah.
like, yeah, dude, that alone, honestly sealed it for me. Like, I already wasn't like angry or whatever because I could understand just from immediate Twitter feedback why you pick this. But then when you get that context along with it, it's like, no, you're justified. I think I'm actually more understanding of this than whatever you picked last year, because I feel like whatever you picked last year, I might have had more of like a, are you sure kind of thing. But no, but hey, man. You got to talk about overrated, but now you continue with underrated. What are your honorable mentions? And what was your winner?
We've been drowning in the deep end, and now we get to take a nice little dip into the jacuzzi of positivity.
Yes, guys, we're now on the positive side of awards. I can't fucking wait, and I love that I get to start us off on match of the year, but I'm not going to rush it. We're on underrated match right now.
Oh boy! All right. Let's do this. My underrated match of the year. Honorable mentions. Okada versus Jay White at Dominion.
Nice.
Saya Kamitani versus Utami for the World of Stardom Championship. Wait, it would have had to be Wonder. It would have been Wonder of Stardom Championship from Stardom World Climax Day 1.
Nice.
The Queen's Quest 5-Way to determine the leader of the faction. Stardom 515 Korakuen Show.
Nice.
And finally, my final honorable mention, Mina Shirakawa versus Himeka, Stardom Fight in the Top.
Ooh, was that the one where she was really vicious with the leg and Himeka like still pulled it?
Sure
that was love that. What was your winner?
Saya Kamitani versus Suzu Suzuki, 5-star Grand Prix Day 13.
Beautiful. I love it.
Suzu, man, did you ever end up finding that match and watching it? It's on Stardom World.
I don't think I ever did go back and watch, like, because I got the second half. I never went back and watched the first half to see it in completion. But even the second half was so good.
You gotta watch the match. Come on.
Yeah, man. I know you were raving about it.
Are you still there?
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, no, I'm still there. I didn't know if you had more to say. Like, I didn't want to, cut you off. But
it was just an amazing match. It was very intense. They used the ring apron beautifully. They used, it was intense as hell. They were trying to kill each other. It was awesome. I loved it. And low key, I wish I would have had more time to be able to go back and rewatch some of these matches, but I didn't. So let's get into the next. Let's find out what your underrated match of the year honorable mentions were.
Bro, no shame, because I'm not packing as much heat as I would like. But that's why I'm happy that I'm starting match of the year, because that's when I'm really packing heat. But we'll get to that in a few moments. Honorable mentions for underrated match of the year. I only have 3. Konosuke Takeshita versus Claudio Castagnoli for the ROH World Title, Battle of the Belts 3. Thought that was a fantastic match. Jay White versus Ishii, G1 Climax 32. And Jay White versus
Takeshita versus Castagnoli, Battle of the Belts 3. What was the second one?
Jay White versus Ishii from G1 Climax.
Ishii. Do you remember what day?
No.
Okay, and the third one?
And Jay White versus Great O'Khan, G1 Climax.
All right.
And my award winner, Starlight Kid versus Natsupoi High Speed Championship from February 1st of this year.
Was that the TLD?
Yes. Yes. It was a fantastic match. I think a high point for Starlight Kid's title reign. I low-key am here for her and Poi's rivalry, even though I know Kid's signature rivalry is with Azumi. Um, yeah, I think these two just have fantastic chemistry, and I really appreciated this match, especially given that this was, of course, after Starlight Kid beat Natsupoi to win the title to begin with. Them going to a TLD, I think, was huge for the high-speed division, and they really left it all out there. So great stuff from them. And now we get to match of the year, and I'm so happy I get to open with this, and I'm so happy that Javoris specifically is here, but I'll give context for that in a moment. I have got a lot of honorable mentions for these, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go nice and slow, and then you tell me when I can continue with my next honorable mention so you can get all these, okay? So are you ready?
Honorable mentions, match of the year. Let's fucking go.
Go Shiozaki versus Katsuhiko Nakajima from the new year.
Yep.
Ospreay versus Okada, IWGP Heavyweight Championship, Wrestle Kingdom 16, Night 2.
That was Ospreay versus Okada, you said, right?
That's correct.
Kazuchika, Okada, WK, was it 16, right? Night 2?
Yes.
Okay.
Natsupoi versus Saya Kamitani, Wonder of Stardom Championship, February 23rd, 2022, Cinderella Journey in Nagaoka.
Okay.
Adam Cole versus Adam Page, AEW Revolution 2022.
Okay.
Kairi and Mayu versus Tam and Unagi, Stardom World Climax Day 1.
Beautiful. Nice.
Um,
Kirby Freeman would be so proud that Unagi made one of your match of the year honorable mentions. Holy shit.
Kamitani versus Utami, Wonder of Stardom Championship, Stardom World Climax 22, Day 1.
Stardom World Climax Day 2, right?
Yes. Or no, Day 1. Day 1.
Wait, what? What was the name of the show again?
Stardom World Climax Day 1, because I feel like Tam happened on Day 2. Kamitani versus Tam was day 2 of that event.
Okay, right, gotcha. Damn, I think I know what your pay-per-view of the year was. Shit.
Yeah. Let me see. Okay, I just want to make sure that I'm going. Shuri versus Julia, Stardom World Climax Day 1.
Holy shit. Okay.
Kairi versus SLK, Stardom World Climax Day 2.
Okay.
Saya Kamitani versus Tam Nakano, World Climax Day 2.
Jesus Christ, how many more do you have?
A lot. I told you, dude. I put my
Holy
back into this one
fuck.
this year.
I feel
Yeah.
like you could have split some of these over into underrated, honestly. God damn.
I was low-key thinking the same thing, but I'm like, how do I want to do that? Dude, it's a lot more. That's why I said I'm going nice and slow for you.
Oh my god. Okay, I'm ready.
FTR versus Young Bucks, AEW Dynamite, April 6, 2022.
All right.
Micah versus Kamitani, Golden Week, Day 3.
Golden Week Day 3, ready?
Okay, oh wait, hold on. Okay, no, I'm still looking at it. House of Black versus Death Triangle, AEW Double or Nothing, 2022.
Beautiful. Got it.
Jay White versus Okada, Dominion, 2022.
Got it.
Mina versus Himeka, Fighting in the Top.
Yep.
Miyu Yamashita versus Miyu Watanabe, Tokyo Princess Cup semifinal.
Got it.
Mirai versus Suzu Suzuki, 5-star Grand Prix.
Got it.
Will Ospreay versus Naito, G1 Climax 32 semifinal.
G1 Climax 32 semifinal. Got it.
Daniel Garcia versus Bryan Danielson, 2 out of 3 falls, Dynamite, August 17th, 2022.
August 17th, 2022. Okay, got it.
Oh my god, I really did have a lot of these this year. This is the most honorable mentions I've had, like,
This
of all of our
is
awards combined, I feel
this
like.
is like you should have trimmed this down by quite a bit because these definitely don't all need to be on this list. Goddamn.
Himeka versus Kamitani, Wonder of Stardom Championship, Stardom X Stardom.
Wonder of Stardom Championship. I don't need to know that it's for that. I'm just gonna put Stardom X Stardom.
Eddie Kingston versus Ishii, AEW All Out 0 Hour.
All Out 0 Hour. Okay.
I think we're almost done, mercifully. Mayu Iwatani versus Starlight Kid, 5-star Grand Prix, final day.
Okay.
Artist of Stardom Championship, Oedo Tai versus QQ, October 9th, 2022.
Okay.
Saya Kamitani versus Mina Shirakawa, November 3rd in Stardom.
Okay.
Saya Kamitani versus Kairi, Stardom Gold Rush.
Okay.
Death Triangle versus the Elite, Full Gear.
Oh, what did I just do? Give me a minute. I messed up a little bit. Okay, AEW Full Gear. Okay.
And now finally for my match of the fucking year, which shows how loaded of a year it was for me.
Good lord.
And I'm really excited again that we're all here for this. Utami versus Mayu, IWGP Championship semifinals.
We have the same match of the year, baby.
that is even more perfect because I'll tell you why I hinted that. Yeah, and Javaris even knew it. This match meant a lot to me. One, because it was a brilliant fucking match. And honestly, I think it was the best match I've ever seen Utami have. And she lost this one. And she wasn't even the world champion. But why I love this and why this holds a special place for me is I really felt like it was TWitWoW at its absolute best because you, me, and Javaris collectively, I feel like we're bonding over this match and losing our fucking minds. Like, I feel like I became a bigger fan of Mayu after this. Javaris, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I'm willing to bet based on your reactions, you became a bigger fan of Utami after this fucking shit. And it was just brilliant. I loved that we all shared that. I loved, because, you know, Javaris, I know he's thanked me for, like, helping get him into Stardom. And I always want all of you guys to join us for the stuff that we love. And I love spreading the love around. So the idea that we all got to really share in that match together and see it and how competitive it was and the spots and how Mayu was putting over Utami with some of her like reaction shots when Utami would kick out or get back up and she's like, fuck. And like you could see like she's like, what the hell? Like what the hell is happening here? It was a brilliant fucking match that I got to share with my friends.
It's like,
and you know,
Mayu was given the vibe of like, damn, these bitches built different these days. Shit.
You know, dude, like this match to me, and like this is where I feel like Utami became Johnny Mundo territory for me because she lost, but I'm like, no, she has to be world champion again. And I'll never forget when I think about the bonding between Yumi and Javaris, how we're all losing our minds over this match. When I said jokingly, like, oh, imagine anybody watching this saying that Mayu or Utami sucks, and he immediately followed that up with, like, no, anybody that says either of them suck can get hands. Because, like, that's disrespectful. He explicitly said, like, they can get these hands because that's disrespectful. And I'm like, Utami needs to be world champion again. And maybe even Mayu, too. I would not mind if Mayu got one more run with the world title. These were all the thoughts I was having after that fucking classic. I'm like, you are not going to get better wrestling, period. Men, women, whatever. Aliens from outer space, I don't give a fuck. They ain't topping this shit. And the idea that I got to share it with people that I care about, that really, this is more of a sentimental match of the year pick. It's not just like, oh my God, the work rate in the holds, like it had that too. But just the idea we were all fucking losing our minds. And Utami Voorhees was born that day. And I want to see more of her monster booking because, God, it's so good seeing her fucking big league people. I loved it. Easily my favorite match by far this year.
And I think you said we have the same one, so I'm going to pass the baton to you. What did you love about this match?
By the way, before I give my honorable mentions, you had 25 honorable mentions for match of the year, bro.
Dude, that had to be more in that category than I've had honorable mentions on any awards like ever. Like all the times I lacked honorable mentions, I made up for it in this category because I told like I really paid attention this year. And anytime I really felt like I really enjoyed that, I wanted to give recognition. So there you go.
Jesus. I have 2 honorable mentions.
Yeah.
Which means that on average, we have supplied 14 and a half honorable mentions each.
I love it. There you go.
Or 13 and a half. But we do have, both of my honorable mentions were on your honorable mention list, which I think just means that we get to give extra praise to these 2 matches in specific. Number 1, Katsuhiko Nakajima versus Go Shiozaki from Noah, January 1st. Obviously, we agree that was an excellent match. And really, that was the match that made me think that I was going to be able to get into Noah, and then the N1 happened, and I was like, yeah, no, I'm good.
Yeah.
And the other one was Death Triangle versus House of Black from AEW Double or Nothing.
Yeah, that was a fantastic trios match. Maybe one of the best ever. Yes. Honestly, that was fantastic.
You know what else is really fucking funny, too? Is that we have those 2 matches in common, but we literally just listed them in the opposite order. Like, I listed Nakajima first, you listed Shiozaki first. I listed Death Triangle first, you listed House of Black first. I don't know how that happens.
Yeah, dude. That's the thing. I should mention, too, to everybody, only because you made this point, when I list honorable mentions, I'm not even really necessarily, like, conscious of pecking order. Maybe that's something I could even be better about in my 2023 list.
Well, that's what I'm
just like,
saying,
okay,
dude, is, like, I wish you would make, like, at least, like, some kind of tiered system so we know, like, which of these quote-unquote match of the year contenders are actual contenders, like made you really sweat it out, like, can I make this my match of the year or not, and which of them are like just like, oh, I'd like to give a shout out to this match kind of thing.
Yeah, and that's definitely fair. There was like a lot of good wrestling this year, though, and then that's why, like, for as much as I've soured on things, there's still amazing things happening. And yeah, we obviously share the same match. So what did you love about Utami versus Mayu?
I mean, bro, there's nothing that I can add to what you said. The match was amazing. It was fucking awesome. It really reinvigorated my love for Utami. I think it reinvigorated both. I think it reinvigorated everyone's love for Utami in our community that watched it along with us. Because it reinvigorated mine, yours, and Javaris's love for Utami. If not reinvigorated, full-blown, like, increased even. It's wild.
Yeah.
It's like it reminded us all who the fuck she was.
Yes. Amazing. All right. Finish of the year. What do you got, brother? What are your honorable mentions and what's your award winner?
I don't have any honorable mentions, and frankly, I don't think I really need any. My finish of the year is the men's War Games match.
We have the same winner.
Yeah.
We have the same winner. I do have honorable mentions, but I'll let you talk about this first, and then I'll give my honorable mentions and add whatever I want to the...
Really, I don't even have that much to say. Honestly, just go listen to our live reactions to it, because I feel like our reactions and our emotions that we were able to express via audio say more than I could just say trying to analyze it. And I feel like it's one of those moments that is better experienced through emotions than analysis anyway. So... yeah, go back and listen to our reactions.
Beautifully said. I do have a handful of honorable mentions. Not as much as the match of the year list, I promise. But again, when you're ready to record.
Oh, shit. Fuck. Yeah, no, fuck. Yeah, wow. I'm drinking tea over here, like, chilling.
Yeah, okay. No, because I know I've been going too fast, and I'm really trying to be more mindful of you. So are you ready?
I'm ready for you.
All right. Unagi eats a Kairi elbow and a Mayu moonsault. So that, I think, would be Stardom World Climax. I forgot to actually record the events on these, so I do apologize for that. Jay White hits a Blade Runner while in the claw of Great Khan. I thought that was really cool. That would have been the G1 match they had.
Ready for the next one.
Javaris, you'll like this one. Suzu refuses to tap against Mirai. Mirai Mare causes referee stoppage. I'm gonna guess that was a 5-star match.
The match. 5-star GP. Okay.
Yeah, no, this is right. Moxley out wrestles Danielson, AEW Revolution. That's where he kind of counters the triangle into the pin.
Good call.
That I think was my award winner for a long time. If you want to talk about
Yeah.
pecking order, I actually
Dude,
had this for a long time.
I actually really thought about making AEW. Oh, never mind.
Oh, okay. Are you ready for my next honorable mention? Because I got like 3 more. All right. So, Mayu triple jump Poison Rana into pin on Momo. That was the Poison Rana. Poison Rana.
We don't have a date for that? Okay.
No. I can tell you that this was at Full Gear, I want to say, this next one. Phoenix uses a hammer to pin Kenny Omega and have Death Triangle retain Trios titles. I thought they actually did this really well to AEW's credit.
That was at Full Gear.
Yes.
All right, next.
And then the last one, Mayu needs a running 3 and 2 moonsaults to beat Utami, and I think that was their IWGP semifinal match, and that was October 23rd, 2022.
Yep, ready.
Yeah, and then of course we share the same winner. Really, I think you said it better than I ever could. Just go back and listen to our live reactions. It was art. This whole finish was art. So, given that, I will now do Feud of the Year. And congratulations, everybody. We got to get a little break from me because I only have 2 honorable mentions for this. Honorable mentions for Feud of the Year. If this can focus. Okay, there we go. Gunther versus Sheamus.
Yeah, you know what? I thought about that too, but I didn't want to make it a full-blown feud a year because I don't remember if it lasted that long. I feel like that feud, quote unquote, only lasted like a month or 2, didn't it?
Well, they had their thing at Clash at the Castle. I know they did a match at Extreme Rules together, and I think that was after they had a rematch on SmackDown. So I think it might have actually culminated at Extreme Rules for the time being, if I remember correctly.
So it was like a month, basically. Maybe a month and a half.
Maybe a month and a half, but I still thought it was a compelling month and a half for what they did, and the matches were very hard-hitting. So that's why it was an honorable mention, though.
Right.
Kairi versus Kamitani. I enjoyed the stuff they did, too.
That's an honorable mention for me as well. I almost made that my award winner, actually.
But if you're looking for a feud to go the distance, to actually count, this one will do the bill. Tam Nakano versus Julia was my feud of the year this year.
Wait, what?
I love that these two hate each other.
But did they really feud this year, though?
I would argue they did. I mean, dude, look at the salvos they fired on each other. Julia did the masked people, which were Tekla and Mirai.
Yeah, well, that was all last year, though.
No, it was this year. It was last year, but then they unveiled the masks like early this year. Like really early this year.
They unmasked on the first show of this year.
Yeah. And then you figure after that, it was Sakurai going, which was this year, to DDM. But then Tam gets Poi, and then they do the 5-star finals all in this year. I'm counting it. I feel like there were enough emotional shots this year on both sides. Yeah. And honestly, I think one of the biggest defenses Julia will have for that red belt is against Tam.
Yeah.
I really, again, and this is a credit to Stardom, because the idea that you can space these events out and not like exhaust it or not tire it out and really be like, oh man, Julia and Tam in the ring again, or oh man, Mayu and Kid in the ring again, or like, whatever they're doing. I think that's really fucking powerful. And, also they interacted in the tag league too, because it was Mafia Bella their first match was against Tampoi, and they beat them, or Meltiers, they're calling themselves. And they beat them. So Tam and Julia interacted enough and had enough significant moments together, big and small.
Did you see what Tavares just said in chat?
Oh, wow. No, I didn't see that. That's amazing. Tam and Poi were doing post matches of what Julia had won the red belt, and Tam burst into tears and laughed. See, no, I'm counting it. Javaris actually gave me that final push to feel okay counting this.
Feud that never ends. Holy shit.
Yeah, and dude, get ready, people, for it to win 2023 too if they interact enough. Because that's why I gave it for this year, was I felt like they interacted enough, spaced out across the year, that I'm like, okay. And yeah, it's a fantastic feud. And Javaris, I thank you so much for sharing that with the chat, because now I want to find footage of it, because I guarantee you that was probably heart-wrenching, and Poi probably had this look on her face. And that's the thing too. Julia treated Poi like shit because of it. Like, oh yeah, you know, you were a great mascot. So Julia was masking her pain. And so yeah, don't be surprised, folks, if they do it again in 2023, because these two are lightning in a bottle, and Stardom fucking knows it. Easy pick for feud of the year for me. I'm curious though who you picked for your feud of the year.
Dude, do you know what's so fucking funny is that DBK just said in chat that Tim Julia was his feud of the year last year. Dude, Tim Julia was your feud of the year in 2022.
Wow. Well, they did it again. They did it again. What a magical
feud
fucking
has been your feud of the year 2 of the last 3 years, and the one year that it wasn't for you, it was for DBK.
Amazing. Amazing.
Yeah. All right. For me, my honorable mention is Kairi Kamitani. And really, that feud, quote unquote, has been carried entirely by promos, because they only had one match, and it was a great match. I'm not trying to say that, oh, only one match, not enough. But the one match was incredible. It was excellent. But still, it was only one match, and normally a feud constitutes multiple matches over a short period of time. But that said, my actual feud of the year, and I feel like this was the only really good, long-lasting feud that we got that got like multiple matches and stuff. Becky Lynch versus Bianca Belair.
Oh, I love that pick. That's a great, honestly, shame on me.
They had a match at SummerSlam. It led to Becky turning face. Like, it was the culmination of a story that started at SummerSlam last year. Like, it was a whole thing, man. Yeah.
That's a great fucking pick, dude. In fact, shame on me for not even having that in honorable mentions. You really did your due diligence on this one. And now you can continue carrying the baton, because you've got storyline of the year.
This was one of the easiest awards for me to give out. Storyline of the year for me is Sami Uso.
Yeah, you and I have the same one. I titled it the honorary Uso Sami Zayn. You and I have the same one. Yep. I only had, you didn't have any honorable mentions?
I didn't know.
I only had one. I don't even know if I would redact this now, but I'll still keep it, just because I am still intrigued enough. Bray Wyatt fighting with his inner demons. That was the best way that I could articulate it. So, you know, Bray Wyatt, Uncle Howdy, that whole thing.
Yeah, I literally just, the beginning was like right around May, I think, like right after Mania-ish. Sammy, you know, goes to Roman because he feels like he's getting an unfair shake. Just tells Roman, you know, I acknowledge you and I want your help and I'd be willing to help you in return. And it's just escalated since then, and to the point that it really did arguably culminate at War Games, with Sammy finally earning the trust of Jey Uso specifically. And now it just kind of feels like we're in this weird holding pattern until, I guess, maybe even next week's SmackDown. I don't know. We're going to be getting Sheamus and Drew McIntyre versus the Usos for the tag titles, so I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's been an incredible story. The idea that this was the same dude that at Mania this year did a match with Johnny fucking Knoxville, and now we got to main event Survivor Series and be on the winning team and all that stuff, and now they're doing a story where Roman can see how over Sammy is getting and he doesn't like it, just based on what Paul Heyman told Sammy last night on SmackDown. Amazing. Sammy's got to be one of the most versatile wrestlers in the game today, and has probably had that distinction for quite a while. But good for him, man. He's fucking killing it right now. And yeah, just really, really fucking happy for the dude. So I guess then it goes to me now, because we're doing pay-per-view of the year. I have no honorable mentions for this. My pay-per-view of the year was Stardom World Climax Day 1. As Ashton kind of alluded to when he saw how many matches of the year that I had, contenders come from that show.
It was mine as well, by the way.
Oh, wow. So we share this one again. Wow. We had a lot of consensus so far. Yeah, dude. Stardom World Climax was fucking excellent Day 1. That's where the better Julia Shuri match happened.
Yep.
And then Kamitani versus Utami was great. And then, yeah, I think, again, like I said, Kairi and Unagi versus, or Kairi and Mayu, excuse me, versus Tam and Unagi happened.
Yep.
Yeah, this show was fucking loaded. I fucking love this. So
I
is there
mean,
anything you
you
want to add?
literally got, I think, like 3 or 4 match of the year candidates from this one show.
Yeah, dude, it was insane. Is there anything you want to add? Because I know you'll be starting us on non-pay-per-view show of the year.
Did you have any honorable mentions for pay-per-view of the year?
No, I did not. I didn't have that any for this.
I did.
Yeah.
I actually had one, and that was AEW Revolution.
Cool. Good for AEW. Yeah.
It was actually a really good show. You and I reacted to it. It was one of the I think it might literally be the only AEW show that we reacted to this year that we had mostly positive thoughts about.
Yeah, I would agree.
It was we had Eddie Kingston made Jericho tap out. It was Jurassic Express were the tag team champions, and they retained against Red Dragon and the Young Bucks. Wardlow won the Face of the Revolution ladder match. Jade Cargill retained against Ty Conti in a surprisingly good match. I remember us talking about, wow, that match was better than we thought it would be. It was the show where CM Punk beat MJF in the dog collar match. Britt Baker beat Thunder Rosa. But then, like, a few days later, Thunder Rosa won the women's championship anyway, and we were frustrated about that. It was the match where Moxley beat Danielson, and Regal showed up afterwards.
Yeah.
So it was like the formation of the BCC, basically. It was the crazy match with Darby, Sammy, and Sting versus Andrade, Matt Hardy, and Isaiah Cassidy. And then the main event was Hangman Page defending against Adam Cole. So, like, it was just a really solid show. It was arguably the last good AEW pay-per-view. I think you and I would both agree on that compared to their more recent pay-per-views, especially fucking Full Gear, which was just a disaster.
Yes, for sure.
So, yeah. But yeah, that was my only honorable mention there. Next up, though, we had non-pay-per-view show of the year.
Yeah, what do you got for this one, bud?
Here we go. I wanted to pull up the card so that I could go over this insanely stacked card. So my non-pay-per-view show of the year was the 5-star Grand Prix, Day 18.
Ooh, I like that. Very clever choice. Very creative choice.
So the early matches are a little less exciting, but it gets insane as you get towards the end of the card. Are you ready for this? I'm going to go over the whole card.
Yeah, all right.
Suzu Suzuki versus Hanan. Natsupoi
Nice.
versus Saya Ida. All
Nice.
Saki versus Momo Kogo.
Excellent.
Koguma versus Azumi.
Excellent.
Saki Kashima versus Risa Serra.
Cool.
Starlight Kid versus Mirai.
Yes.
Mina Shirakawa versus Saya Kamitani.
Love it.
Momo Watanabe versus Julia.
Excellent.
Mayu Iwatani versus Hazuki.
Nice.
And Shuri versus Tam Nakano.
Beautiful.
On this show alone, we had Kashima beating Risa Serra in a huge upset. We had Kid upsetting Mirai. We had Mina beating the white belt champ Kamitani. We had Momo upsetting Julia. Mayu beat Hazuki, and then in the main event, Shuri beat Tam 7 seconds before the time limit ran out.
Damn.
Yeah, it was a great fucking show. Especially if you just take like those last like 6 or 7 matches into account, like excellent show. And yeah, so that was my non-pay-per-view show of the year. How about you?
Man, you bested me on this big time. No honorable mentions on this. My last recency bias kind of award, but I had a great time with the show. It was Stardom Year-End Climax. I had a great time with it.
Pay-per-view though.
Stardom Year-End Climax. No, it wasn't. It was a Stardom thing because they didn't
do the climax. You're in climax. You're right.
Yeah. Don't make me nervous, dude. What the fuck?
Dude,
no,
there are too many fucking year-end shows and too many fucking climax shows. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. But yeah, dude, Stardom Year-End Climax.
Literally, straight up, one category before this, your award went to Stardom World Climax.
Yeah, that's true.
And
That's
what's
true.
the name of New Japan's big fucking tournament every year? It's the G1 Climax. There are too many goddamn climaxes in New Japan in Japanese wrestling in general.
Oh my God, if anything needed to be told to simmer down, maybe it is Japanese wrestling. But we got a $5 super chat from Javaris before I go on about my award pick. Is it safe to say that Tam Julia is the Steen Generico of Stardom, or they are destined to do this forever?
Yes.
Probably, Javaris. Absolutely. But yeah, guys, definite recency bias out the ass. I would say that Ashton had the far more creative pick and definitely substantive. But I mean, I got to see Utami dress as a reindeer come out on a wooden horse. And I had a personal little story going on the TWitWoW podcast where it's like, oh, Himeka deserves her own Christmas special, and she wins the fucking elimination tag match and gets to close the show.
True.
Like, you know what? It might be recency bias, but at least it's got more substance than other recency bias picks that I've had. So year-end climax, just going to be the easy winner for me.
I love it.
Now we get to Superstar of the Year, which I'm going to start with. I've got 3 honorable mentions here, so tell me when you're ready.
Okay, you have 3 honorable mentions for the Superstar of the Year?
Yes.
All right, ready.
Bianca Belair.
Are you waiting for me to tell you to continue?
Yes, just because I don't want to go too fast for you.
Go ahead.
Roman Reigns.
All right.
Becky Lynch.
Okay.
And my winner, Sami Zayn.
Okay.
Just fantastic. I mean, to have a year where now after this, at least as far as WWE goes, we're looking all eyes on the Royal Rumble, and there are people that genuinely think he should win it, us among them, just because of the story that he's been able to have. His crowd reactions have been insane. And again, this is a guy that just this year, at this past WrestleMania, had a match with Johnny fucking Knoxville, and he ends the year rubbing shoulders with Roman Reigns.
Yep.
Or I should say rubbing elbows, as the phrase goes. But like, what a fucking turnaround. And he did it organically because he's just that damn good at what he does without missing a fucking beat. So yeah, Sami Zayn, Superstar of the Year for me. Easy choice. I'm curious who you picked and who your honorable mentions are.
We had one honorable mention in common.
Okay.
And that's Bianca Belair.
Yes.
I unfortunately overlooked Roman and Becky. My other honorable mention was Seth Rollins.
Great pick, though.
And my Superstar of the Year is a little bit of a sleeper pick. Just kidding. It's also Sammy.
Oh, wow. Shared it again. A lot of consensus.
Yeah, no, literally, he's the best part of any show he's on. He's fucking amazing. There was a long, 6-ish month streak there where he was literally just the reincarnation of Mick Foley on Raw and SmackDown especially. It was just unbelievable. He was just cutting these promos. And now that he's trimmed up, he looks a lot less like Mick. But he still has a lot of Mick's mannerisms, and it's kind of wild, but still, it's just crazy how much he reminded me of him at one point. But yeah, he's just fucking wonderful, man. He's incredible at his job. He's an amazing talker. He's incredibly charismatic. He's still great in the ring, even though he doesn't wrestle all that much anymore. But, man, the story's right there. If they would just pull the trigger on it, I'd be so happy.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
All right, time to move on.
Yeah, non-WWE Wrestler of the Year. Who you got, brother?
My honorable mention is Jay White.
Ooh, we share an honorable mention there. I also had Jay White in my honorable mentions.
And my non-WWE superstar, or my non-WWE wrestler, I should say, of the year is Jon Moxley.
We share it. Yeah. He had a great fucking year this year. Total ace energy.
Exactly.
Yeah, my only other non-WWE wrestlers of the year, just overall, I did have Kamitani and Kid also as honorable mentions.
Nice.
And I also had Okada.
Oh, cool.
He did win the G1 this year, and he's Okada, so fuck. Okay, yeah, we had consensus on both superstar and non-WWE wrestler. That's amazing.
I bet you I won't bet on this one, but I wouldn't be surprised if we had the same female wrestler of the year as well.
I don't think we do, but I wouldn't be surprised either.
If you don't think we do, then we definitely don't, because mine is a very me pick. So if you didn't make a very me pick, then we don't have the same pick.
Yeah, I do have a few honorable mentions here. So again, as we've started doing, just tell me when you're ready.
Ready.
Bianca Belair,
Okay.
Shuri,
Okay.
Becky Lynch.
Okay.
I did have Jade Cargill in here, which is a bit of a head scratcher, but I think she started the year strong, probably for me to include her. Tam Nakano,
Okay.
Utami Hayashishita. God, I love her.
Okay.
Saya Kamitani.
Okay.
Killed it this year. And Mayu Iwatani.
Okay. Who
But
the fuck is your female wrestler of the year? Bex? No.
Julia.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Julia, again, accomplished a lot. I mean, she fucking brought 2 new women into the company, you know, because again, she unmasked them and stuff this year, very early this year.
You are correct.
Poach Sakurai, even though she lost non-spoil, so I'd say she was definitely on the losing end of that. But then she won the fucking 5-star and won the fucking title off of Shuri, who had seemingly beaten everybody, including Julia at one point. So, yeah, Julia had a great fucking year this year, I would say. And she was the center of attention a couple times and continues to be, not just as world champion, but, you know, Suzu was back in her life. Again, the Shuri feud for the world title. And now Maya Yukihi is going to be a headache for her in the Triangle Derby. So, like, you know that you're a hot commodity when it's not just about the championship and the big league matches, but even relationships are gravitating towards you because you're in a certain area. That's fucking wild to me. I was like, oh yeah, the person she beat in the fucking 5-star was her nemesis, Tam Nakano, we've been talking about for like 10 minutes. So yeah, Julia, easy female wrestler of the year for me for the year she's had, both as a character and just in terms of accolades. It was wild. So who's your female wrestler of the year and what are your honorable mentions?
I have something that I need to point out to you after I say this.
Okay.
My honorable mentions for my female wrestler of the year are Rhea Ripley. Who I don't. Did you even mention Rhea? You didn't even mention Rhea.
I didn't even mention Rhea, and yeah, she had a great
Wow.
year, especially the latter half of this year. I feel like was really strong. You're right.
So Rhea Ripley, Tam Nakano, Utami Hayashishita, and Julia I did have in my honorable mentions, but I feel like I don't understand how you didn't go along with this. I went through your match of the year list, John.
Yeah.
You have 16 women's matches in your match of the year list.
Yeah. Yeah. Women's wrestling is awesome right now.
8 of them involved Saya Kamitani.
And that's your winner, right? That's why I said I knew we didn't have the same one. Yeah.
How did you not? She's in 8 of your matches of the year.
Yeah. I just feel like Julia just, you know, just really had a productive year. I don't know.
Holy shit. She's an
But I knew you were going to give Saya a lot of love this year. I fully anticipated
dude,
that.
Julia's only in 1 of your matches of the year this year.
Yeah, true.
Kamitani's in 8.
Yeah. Kamitani, man. She's fucking got it. She's
shit,
dialed in.
Yeah. Kamitani is far and away the female wrestler of the year, in my opinion. And my God, what a fucking year she's had. You know, I was going to pull up her cage match to look up all of the incredible bouts that she's had, but thanks to your absolute encyclopedia of a match of the year honorable mentions list, I don't need to because you basically mentioned all of them already.
So I can genuinely say you're welcome.
Yeah, you can, because thanks to you, I can now list out all of these incredible Saya Kamitani matches that happened this year. So let's see here. We have Natsupoi versus Saya Kamitani from February 23rd. We have Saya Kamitani versus Utami Hayashishita from Stardom World Climax Day 1. We have Saya Kamitani versus Tam Nakano from Stardom World Climax Day 2. We have Micah versus Saya Kamitani from Golden Week Day 3. We have, let's see here, Himeka versus Saya Kamitani from Stardom X Stardom. We have Oedo Tai versus Queen's Quest for the Artists of Stardom Championships from October 9th. We have Saya Kamitani versus Mina Shirakawa from November 3rd. And most recently, we have Saya Kamitani versus Kairi from Stardom Gold Rush. Holy fuck, what a goddamn workhorse this woman has become.
Next world champion. Next, maybe not immediately, but it's coming. She might even, again, she very well might win the 5-star next year. Unbelievable. Unfucking believable.
good Lord. I feel like people who are going to be discovering Stardom in 2023 because of Mercedes are going to be like, oh my God, how have I never heard of this Saya Kamitani before? And we watched her debut.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. We've been there from the fucking beginning. And to your credit, why this is so appropriate for you specifically, you were the one that's like, she's got something.
Yeah.
Like that. You were like, yeah, she's gonna be something for sure. So this I'm smiling ear to ear because that's beautiful. What a full circle fucking journey. And it's not even over because we still have to see her win the world title, which is 1,000% happening.
Oh, dude, I'm not even 100% convinced that she's the next red belt champion. I could believe Tam being the next red belt champion. There are a few people I could believe, you know, if Suzu signs on the dotted line, I would definitely understand it if they gave it to her. Like, there's a long list that I could potentially see being that. But yeah, no, I think if Julia is still, this is what I will say. If Julia is still the red belt, dude, I'm telling you right now, the G1 or the 5-star finals this year is going to end up being Kamitani versus Tam, without a doubt.
Yeah.
Unless one of them wins the title from Julia before the 5-star. But if Julia is still the red belt champion going into the 5-star, that's it. That's the fucking final right there.
And if that's the case, I know we've been saying Saya, but given what Javaris said in the chat earlier, I do have to wonder if Tam's going to win it next year. It really, we'll have to wait and see. When we're in the thick of it and we know a lot more, we'll obviously be able to make more of an informed choice, but it's got to be between Kamitani and Tam for 2023.
Yeah.
That's insane. That's fucking insane. All right, man. Cool down a little bit to me because now we're talking about tag team of the year.
DBK is pissy because Azumi wasn't in our honorable mention. Listen, man, female wrestler of the year is about main eventers. Talk to us when Azumi gets there. She's not there yet. Relax.
Yeah, she's gonna get there, but not there yet. So
Besides,
who you got for tag team of the year?
Based on that, we aren't the ones that broke his heart. Rossi is. Go complain to Rossi for not putting Azumi in the main event. Fuck.
Yeah, really. Do you even have any honorable mentions for tag team of the year?
No,
I don't even think I did.
I don't have any honorable mentions. My tag team of the year, though, is FWC.
Nice. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I actually did have two. Actually, you can even take away one. We'll just say that I had one. Because I originally did have FTR, but man, they kind of lost that as the year progressed. That must have been very early in the year that I recorded that. Because again, I was like a hawk on this year. Anytime I felt something, I'm like, let me record it and revisit it later. The one honorable mention, though, that I will keep, Black Desire. I love them together. They've got total beer money vibes to me in just the sense of like, I didn't expect these two to be so great, but they are, and I love it. I'm a basic bitch, though. Tag team of the year, the Usos.
I knew that. I knew they were going to be our tag team of the year. Yeah. Once you said you're a basic bitch, I was like, oh, obviously the Usos.
Yeah. I mean, and hey, they did earn it, though. They've had a great tag title reign. They've had some fucking amazing matches with Street Profits. Even their matches with the Brawling Brutes, I feel like haven't been bad. And I only say that because Ridge, it's like, eh. But, they've just had a great fucking reign, and they're a part of, the biggest storyline in WWE as well. So narratively, it's also significant there. Yeah, they're holding it down, man. They're absolutely holding it down. So then best on-air non-wrestling talent, honorable mention for me, Paul Heyman. I do love him as the wise man. He even kind of reminded me why I love him last night with his little interaction with Sammy. He also did great press, like in the Survivor Series media scrum after War Games. So Paul he continues to be great. But non-wrestling talent of the year, Stokely Hathaway. I fucking love this dude. Even if I'm totally checked out of AEW, I'll still go on this dude's Twitter and see. I think he's got the savviest and funniest social media game. I think when he's given a mic, he's a great fucking promo. I love the dude. And again, I've just always loved him as a person and where he's gotten his influences. One of his biggest influences being Bernie Mac, RIP Bernie Mac, fucking hilarious. And you could see it. You could see it. I want Stokely to get more mic time. And honestly, I'd like to see him not with a couple of scrubs, because I'm going to be honest, he's above Ethan Page. I don't even know why he's managing a guy like Ethan Page. He's sure as shit his talents are wasted on the fucking Gun Club. I really when I originally thought it was just going to be Lee Moriarty and Stokely, I was so excited because I'm like, Lee is so great in the ring. And then you've got the shit talking of Stokely. Amazing. You've got one of the most entertaining prospective TNT champions ever, or ROH pure champions if you want to go that route. So I don't even really know if they know fully what they have in Stokely, but the dude's fucking wonderful. I love him. I laugh every time I hear him have a soundbite. And so, yeah, this is an easy pick for me. Who's your best on-air non-wrestling talent of the year?
I just have to point out what Javaris said in chat. Bro, Stokely called Danielson a raggedy bitch.
Yeah, see, that's what I mean. That's what I find. He's fucking great, man. This is an easy pick for me. I fucking love Stokely.
So you said that your only honorable mention was Heyman, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I actually didn't even have Heyman mentioned. My honorable mentions were William Regal and Michael Cole.
Great choices. Great choices.
And my actual award went to someone that we actually gave a little bit of credit to on our SmackDown Live reactions last night that I really wanted to give more credit to tonight, Samantha Irvin.
Ooh, I like that.
The
Very
ring
out of the
announcer
box
on
pick.
SmackDown. She is fucking incredible at her job. In my opinion, she is probably the best ring announcer in wrestling since Greg Hamilton.
Dude, you want to know why I love this fucking pick from you is because you have such a hate boner for Justin Roberts in AEW that
God.
like now you can point to Samantha and be like, this is somebody that does it well and does it right. Like, I love that.
Well, and that's
Love
the thing
that
too,
pick.
right? Is like Samantha has found that line where she can make entrances, announcements sound epic without making it about herself.
Yeah, exactly.
She doesn't draw the attention to herself. She keeps the attention on the actual entering wrestlers, but she still makes it feel fucking epic. Like her Imperium announcements are awesome. Her Bloodline announcements are awesome. I love her, man. She's so fucking good. It's cool to see women getting opportunities at spots that have historically gone to men and just excelling the way that she does. It gives fucking Melissa Santos in Lucha Underground vibes, except I think I would even argue Samantha's better than her.
Yeah. Yeah. No, she's great, dude. I love this pick from you. Honestly, I'm going to be truthful. Non-wrestling talent is always a category I kind of sleep on a little bit, and I don't really think too much about. I'm like, okay, well, who is most in my face? I love how creative you were with this. It's actually going to force me to up my game for 2023. If anybody, like an announcer or, whatever, kind of steps up their game to me in the next year. But yeah, this is a great pick by you. So then we get, and I love that you get to broach the discussion on this one. Who is your underutilized talent of the year?
You know how you had 25 honorable mentions for your match of the year?
Yes, I do.
I've got a baker's dozen for this category.
So 14 is a baker's dozen,
13,
right? 13. All right. Let's go through it.
Malachi Black.
Nice.
Just to be clear, this is underutilized talent of the year, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. Malachi Black, Bandito, Miro, Cameron Grimes, Mustafa Ali, Lee Moriarty, Keith Lee, Swerve Strickland, Jamie Hayter Still, Mercedes Martinez, Athena, and the only non-American pick that I still have to acknowledge, God damn it, Rossi, Himeka.
Oh, I love that you're showing up for a girl like this. But who is your winner?
I feel like this was an award that could have gone to anyone that I just listed, but the one that makes me the saltiest, I think, is the one that I ended up giving the actual award to, and that's Andrade El Idolo.
We share it. We fucking share it.
Oh, that's amazing. Wow.
But hey, you're leading this one, so talk about how fucking amazing this king is.
I mean, first of all, can I just say, I love that he put Sammy Guevara in his fucking place.
Yes.
Like,
Yes.
I feel like Eddie Kingston probably pulled him aside and slipped him a 20 or something like that. Like, Sammy Guevara, you know the whole meme, how many times do we need to teach you this lesson, old man? Except he's not old. He's just a piece of shit.
Yeah, exactly.
But Andrade, I think the thing that gets overlooked a lot with Andrade is that he is not just like your typical luchador spot monkey type where he just like Phoenix I think is a great example of this, and I fucking love Phoenix, but Phoenix I think is a great example of a guy who would get over really well just as a spot monkey, just as a guy that does crazy shit that no one else can do. The lucha rope shit that he does is super impressive, and it's literally like watching a fucking acrobat at the circus. It's unbelievable. Andrade, though, my fucking god, this man could not be more of an antithesis to that, if you can imagine it. Andrade is a wrestler's wrestler, man. Andrade calls it in the ring. He takes care of his opponents. This dude is the fucking man. I fucking love this guy. I really wish that some wrestling company that was like a mainstream wrestling company, because obviously, you know, he could go back to CMLL and be a king of the world anytime he wants, but I really just wish that a mainstream wrestling company would see even 80% of what I see in this dude, because he's so fucking good, and every goddamn time he steps between those, he made me enjoy a Darby Allin match, John. That's how fucking good he is.
Dude, I know. He's insane, dude. He's so fucking good. I will say, if I could just get my one honorable mention that I had for this real quick, so that you could record it.
Yep.
I actually pulled a U. So this just shows how you've inspired me in our past year-end awards. And originally this was going to be my award winner until I saw the injustice that was being done to Andrade. I just put AEW's women's division just wholesale for underutilized.
Nice. I love that.
Because, yeah, it's still, I think, a major problem. Although Jamie Hayter is champion and her main eventing with Sheeta recently is a step in the right direction. But I don't want you to just take steps. I want you to run the whole fucking mile. And we'll see if they can do it. I doubt it, but, you know, it is what it is. But, dude, you're 1,000% right about Andrade. I couldn't have said it any better than you said it, so I'm not going to try to. I'm just going to move on to underrated talent of the year. Now, I don't have any honorable mentions for this, but I actually was proud of myself for my award winner. Now, I will admit to everybody, this is one of the award categories that I had left as we were getting closer to year-end awards. So maybe I could have thought of a better pick, but the more I was thinking about it, I thought about somebody. I checked in on what they're doing. They're still in NXT. They're in a face turn, oddly enough. And even odder than that, they're with Chase University. My underrated talent of the year is Duke Hudson.
I love it. I love it. That's amazing.
Dude, I am, and see, like, here's where I feel bad for Duke, and honestly, where he might have even fit better and underutilized, to be fair. But why I put underrated is I don't see anybody, and this is why I kind of love TWitWoW low-key. I don't see anybody going to bat for this dude. I don't see anybody praising this dude. I don't even remember Foster, and that's why I wish Foster was here, because I don't even really remember Foster being, like, positive about Duke Hudson even after like the Chase U stuff, because I didn't even know that he was with Chase U when I dropped in on him, and I'm like, what's Duke been doing? But like even when he was doing the poker stuff and he seemed like he was going to be bigger, and he did the hair feud with Cameron, which I don't even think was this year, to be fair, but even so, like I've never seen this guy just generally. That would have been insane, but like, you know, I've never seen this guy be talked about by people. And I'm like, why? Not only does he have an amazing look.
It was at the end of 2021. The hair versus hair match actually happened in December of 2021.
Oh, that is so close. God damn. Yeah, I've never seen anybody talk about this dude when I feel like he has an amazing look. Dude, he had a match with Cedric Alexander this year on Main Event. And like, it was a highlight thing that I watched. I unfortunately couldn't find like the full match, but somebody did a highlight video. He does amazing stuff in the ring. He's got the size, he's got the presence, and he's got like the ability to do cool stuff and do it safely. Cedric won the match, but Duke looked fucking great. And I'm looking at this dude and I'm like, how is he not at the very least a United States champion? Or since he's in NXT, how has he not been North American champion already? You know, I think Wes Lee is actually, no, somebody beat Wes Lee, and I know somebody was really angry about it. Who's a North American champion right now? Because I feel like Wes Lee's reign just
I thought
ended.
it was Wesley, honestly.
I feel like Wes Lee just lost it recently. He was up until recently. Didn't he lose it?
Oh, God. Please tell me it's not Gacy.
Is Wes Lee still the champion? I thought he lost the title. I guess Wes is still the champion.
Yeah,
you know what?
He is still the champion.
I thought I'm thinking about something. Somebody lost something to somebody, and it like I saw fans were a bit pissed. Maybe I'm thinking of Grayson Waller getting contendership. I don't fucking know. But like, Duke's not doing bad with the Chase U stuff because I checked in on it, but it's weird. And I'm like, I'm not saying this dude can't be a great babyface. And like even the stuff which I think was this year,
I think
right?
I might know what you're thinking of.
What am I thinking of?
Fucking Devlin beat Wesley in September.
Okay.
JD McDonough.
Yeah. Oh God.
He beat Wesley in under 10 minutes on a September show of NXT.
Yeah, that might have been one of the. I thought
He also
it was really
lost to
recent,
Grayson Waller back in July, but that's less recent.
Yeah, but wasn't the Persia Parada and fucking Indy stuff, wasn't that this year with Duke?
It might have been.
And he was trying to put the moves on her, and she's like, we can't do that. You know, it's not like that anymore, Duke. And he's like, it doesn't have to be. And I'm like, oh my God. Oh my God. He's out here trying to get everybody. No, I fucking love Duke Hudson, man. I don't think enough people talk about this dude. And I wish he was still a heel because I'd love for him to be the one to beat Wesley for that North American Championship. I even started underrating because I've just been checked out of NXT. And the idea that he's trying to make the Chase U stuff work and he's not exactly failing at it tells me that, you know what, there's probably even a better babyface in there than what he's even being right now. I just think he's got all the tools, man. Just somebody needs to give him the time of day and really take a chance on him. So, yeah, there we go.
Wow. I love that. That's a really unique take, man.
Absolutely. So who is your underrated? I always love getting in your headspace with these categories.
Brother.
Underutilized, underrated.
This is less you getting in my head and more me taking a chunk of your head and just using it for my own means.
Interesting. I like that phrasing.
Well, because here's the thing. It's underrated talent, which means that we're looking at people who are underrated by the wrestling fan base, right? And
yes.
You know, we live in a little bit of a bubble here. It's, you know, we've got our own little bubble, the TWitWoW bubble, right? Like we have opinions that are generally more accepted or less accepted here than they would be out there in, you know, wrestling Twitter or wrestling TikTok or wrestling Reddit or whatever the fuck. But at the end of the day, there is one particular person that you and I specifically praise the absolute hell out of. And there are maybe, you know, one or two other people, maybe three other people in our Discord that'll show up to our shows that agree with us about how great this person is. But you go out there and not only do most people not even know who this person is, but the people who do know who this person is still think of them as like, oh, they've gotten better, as opposed to, oh my God, they're so fucking good.
Oh my God, is this going where I think it's going?
It's Mina Shirakawa.
Yes! Oh God, I'm like that dude again. I just can't get over that fucking tweet. Watching that Mario Brothers trailer, fucking rubbing his hands. Yes! Just crying, and then I'm gonna leave the theater. Like, I'm good. Yes, dude, yes. She's fucking awesome.
Dude, I can't tell you how many times I've seen fucking Reddit threads where Mina is either brought up or the subject of the thread itself, and people in there are just like, oh, I love Mina, she's gotten so much better. And I'm just like, go fuck yourself with these empty ass, garbage ass, fake ass, half-assed compliments. She got better. Sure, but she got better last year too, and the year before that. She's been getting better for years now, and it's gotten to the point that you stop acknowledging the getting better part and start acknowledging how fucking great she is.
Yeah. Dude, abso-fucking-lutely.
Let's be real, man. Let's be real. Mina Shirakawa, at now 35, at the time 34 years old, out-enduranced Saya Kamitani.
Yes. Yes.
She not only took her to the limit, she pushed her past her limit, and it caused Saya to be unable to cleanly execute her finisher, which is what led to Mina's injury in the first place. Mina's endurance is shocking. I can't believe it. And now, like I said, she's 35. She's leading her own little sub-faction. She's in the Triangle Derby. I guess there's a chance she could win the thing. I don't fucking know, because that's the problem with Gaijin, is you don't know how long they're going to be around, so you don't know if you can get invested in the possibility of them winning a big tournament like this or not. But, like, Mina is... I think I'm at the point that I'd be willing to rank Mina in the top half talents in the Stardom roster.
Dude, it's so funny because, like, I don't want to give the game away to our fans, but you know damn well that Mina took an award for me at the last minute. I made like one of the last minute adjustments on my own, and we were talking about Mina, and I told you that there was a time, even when she was getting better, that like I still couldn't buy her as world champion, but Wonder definitely. And while I still ultimately do come down on that side, dude, if she were to come out after Julia had a defense with Club Venus in tow and be like, I'm challenging you, not only would I believe it, I'd get hyped as fuck for it, dude. Oh my God. Oh my, yeah, favorite award you've given hands down, just because I fucking adore this woman. Like,
yeah, dude, that's the thing, right? Is like, she is... They're adding layers to her character, which is something that I don't think you and I ever expected.
I didn't. I absolutely did not. You're 100% right.
Yeah. So yeah, I feel like this is one of those situations where it's less about me saying everyone needs to stop dunking on this person. They're good, actually. And it's more just about me saying, like, people need to learn who she is and learn to appreciate her, because she's fucking amazing, and she's going to take over the goddamn world if she gets bigger opportunities.
Dude, depending on the year that she has, I might even have a conversation with myself and be like, could she actually be a world fucking champion? And like, just the idea that she makes me ask the question, even if the answer isn't yes at the end of the day, just the idea that it's asked into the universe tells you how fucking amazing this woman is.
Dude, imagine, if you will, the darkest Tam timeline. Are you ready for this?
Oh, give it to me.
Julia is the World of Stardom champion already.
Yes.
Saya Kamitani versus Tam Nakano is the 5-star Grand Prix finals, and Kamitani fucking beats her.
I see it. I can see it, dude.
Kamitani goes on to win the World of Stardom Championship off of Julia. Let's imagine we're in a world where she dropped the title, the white belt, to like Starlight Kid in May, right?
Okay.
Kamitani goes on to beat Julia for the World of Stardom title. At what point does Tam just fucking break from her rival beating her to her fucking trainee beating her? At what point is it just too much? At what point do we get Dark Tam?
Yeah. Yeah.
And I say all of that to say this. Tam beats Kamitani for the Red Belt 2024. Then Mina beats Tam for the Red Belt 2025.
Oh, dude, Samantha be jumping out. Oh, God. Oh, dude. Oh, God. I don't know if it's because I'm just such an irredeemable fucking asshole, but I love that. I love that so much. Oh, My red belt dream. I guess some dreams just stay dreams. Jesus Christ. That's amazing. That's amazing. Oh my god. So we go from that to, I like that we have some lighthearted categories here. I'm gonna say, actually no, I'm not gonna say anything. I'm gonna let you go first because you're leading this. So do you have any honorable mentions for Jobber of the Year?
Honorable mentions for Jobber of the Year. I do, actually. I do. Waka Tsukiyama is my lowest ranked one because she literally doesn't win ever.
Yes.
Lady C is a notch above that. Chad Gable and Sami Zayn.
Okay.
Which leaves us with my true blue Jobber of the Year. Are you ready for this, John? I feel like this is another one of those awards where I just always go spicy. Always. I'm just immediately like, Jobber of the Year, Ashton wakes up and chooses violence.
Yeah, I love it. Choose that violence, King. What do we got?
Bailey.
Oh, I know I wanted you to choose the violence, but I should have prepped myself first. Oh, you're right, but it hurts. You're right, but it hurts.
Yeah. It sucks, man. It really, 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 really sucks. It's fucking, it's brutal, bro. I hate it so much. But she really has been reduced to like glorified kind of Jobber to the stars at this point, and it sucks.
Oh, so I was gonna say, and it just shows again when Ashton said we've been doing this for like, it's our 10th one, 10 years. I took inspiration from him this year.
Oh.
Specifically where I took inspiration from you from was your method. Now, obviously, some of this prize has been taken because it actually was one of your honorable mentions, my winner. But before that, I just want to name some of my honorable mentions here.
Nice.
Honorable mentions, Waka Tsukiyama.
Okay.
Austin Theory. I did have Seth Rollins in here.
Okay.
And Sheamus.
Okay.
But my winner was Sami Zayn.
Nice.
And why Sami Zayn won, and again, where I say I took inspiration from Ashton, because the year that you gave it to Seth Rollins, I believe that you used Cage Match to do it because you broke down match statistics. I did that method this year. So when you look at 2022, Sami Zayn has had 78 matches. He's won only 13 of them, and he lost 64 of them. So easiest Jobber of the Year, but he's Jobber of the Year that was also Superstar of the Year, which might be a fucking first, honestly.
Well, that's
this
the thing,
dude's
right?
insane.
Is like I always like to give my Jobber of the Year to basically the best, most entertaining performer who classifies as a jobber, which is basically someone that loses a lot, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's perfect. I love that. That's amazing.
And all right, now we got Promo of the Year. And I actually have a good bit of honorable mentions for this too, and I think I dated everything. Yeah.
I'm ready for you, bud. I'm ready for you.
I'm telling you, people, I showed up this year. All right. Honorable mentions. John Moxley promo on Danielson, February 16th, 2022. I want to say that's the, I don't fight alongside anybody unless I bleed with them first.
Wait, what was the date on this?
February 16th, 2022.
Oh my God. Okay.
William Regal bears his soul. I think this is his first AEW promo where he went over time. This was March 9th, 2022.
Okay.
I know this is a divisive.
Just want to interject here real quick. You don't have to say 2022. This is all awards for this year.
Oh, yeah, obviously. Yeah, that's my bad. But I know this one's a divisive one, but I liked it enough, and it did go viral, so I feel like even just on actual impact, it deserved to be here, at least as an honorable mention. MJF Work Shoot from June 1st.
Okay.
Christian heel turn promo, June 23rd.
All right.
CM Punk return promo, August 17th.
Oh, God, 2 weeks before your worst promo of the year.
Dude, it's a mind fuck, dude. Wrestling's a mind fuck. John Moxley, Time to Be a Legend promo, September 7th.
September 7th, right?
Yep.
Okay, got it.
Kevin Owens, Prove Me Wrong promo to Austin Theory, September 13th.
September 17th.
Oh, September 13th. September 13th.
13th, okay.
Hangman Adam Page, I Am a Man promo, August 12th.
A man promo, Aug 12th. Okay.
And William Regal responds to MJF, October 19th.
To MJF, October 19th. All right. And the award goes to
Bray Wyatt, The Real Me promo, October 14th. It was his return promo.
all right. It made you cry multiple times. What else needs to be said?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Made me cry multiple times. It was sincere. It was over as fuck. The crowd chanted, "Thank you, Brian." We're behind him every step. Powerful shit. I think the most powerful shit he's ever done on the mic, and he drew on a lot of pain and vulnerability from it. So good shit there. What is your promo of the year, and do you have any honorable mentions?
I'm so proud of myself for this category. I have 3 honorable mentions, and
excellent.
2 of them, I believe, we have in common.
Oh, excellent. Okay, so what do we share?
So the 2 that we share are Jon Moxley, Time to Be a Legend promo from September 7th, and the Hangman, I Am a Man promo from August 12th.
Very cool. I'm very curious who your award winner was.
Actually, I take that back. I actually have the Hangman promo. You know what? I'm willing to bet this is a mistake on my part. I have it listed as the Hangman promo on 10/12. I'm guessing it was 8/12 though, but I'm not 100% sure. But I have it listed as 10/12.
Okay.
Let me see. Was there even a Dynamite? AEW Dynamite 10/12. Oh, there was. Was there a Hangman promo? Oh yeah, there was. Oh my god. I think you actually had the wrong date because this was the I Am a Man promo.
Okay, so what date was that?
It was October 12th, not August 12th.
Oh, interesting. You know what? That makes a lot of sense, actually. Okay, so October 12th.
You got me all insecure and feeling like I'm wrong when it was not me that was wrong. Anyway, so those were the 2 that we had in common. Moxley, the Time to Become a Legend or whatever it was on September 7th, and the Hangman, I Am a Man promo on October 12th. My 3rd honorable mention is the unique one, and the one that I'm probably the most proud of. Lady C's promo on Nanae Takahashi at the New Blood 6 press conference.
Love it. Love it. Great pick, dude.
And then my actual award goes to one of your honorable mentions, Jon Moxley's promo from Dynamite, February 16th.
Oh, wow. Nice. Good shit, man.
And this was his promo where he talks about how a little over a decade ago, he was young, he was angry, he was poor, he had nothing to lose, and he took a shot at taking down the great American Dragon, Bryan Danielson. He said they were at a little indie show. He stood eye to eye with the man they called the best wrestler in the world. He fought tooth and nail, but he came up short. But getting a taste just made him want it more. Over the years, he had more shots at Danielson, and he came up short. In fact, he's never beaten Danielson. So when you showed up, and you know this is referring to Danielson, when you showed up in AEW, everyone else was scared. I was excited because I would get to the chance to slay the dragon. But Bryan Danielson wants to join forces with me. I'm not going to lie. I got to thinking how awesome it could be. We could create a dream, a team of unmitigated pure wrestling violence and the young guys we could take with us. Giving back to AEW and the legacy we could leave. I couldn't think of one good reason to say no. But then I got to wondering, is the only reason Bryan Danielson wanting to stand by my side with me because he doesn't want to stand across from me in a ring? And if that's the case, well, I've already beaten Bryan Danielson. So which is it? I'm not saying yes. I'm not saying no. I'll leave it up to you, Brian. I don't stand side by side with nobody till I bleed with them first. And that's the line that you brought up when you mentioned the promo. So, and I think that what makes that promo even more poetic is that Moxley would go on to then actually beat Danielson at Revolution and bleed with Danielson at Revolution. And then they formed BCC, and it was beautiful, and it was awesome.
Yes, yes. All right. Well, now we go on to heel of the year, and you
Oh,
start this off. So, honorable
sweet
mentions.
wampum. I love this category. I had a little bit of a hard time with this one because of the fact that so fucking many heels this year get cheered. Jericho, MJF, like so many heels this year just get cheered. It's like, what's the point of having heels if they're just gonna get fucking cheered anyway?
Yeah, exactly. That's a great point.
But I came up with three, John. I came up with 2 honorable mentions and an award recipient who are all actual good fucking heels who do their jobs well. And that was my thing too. I didn't want to just pick like the fucking Tiffany Strattons of the world who don't get cheered because they suck. I wanted to pick heels that were actual good heels that got actual heat and didn't get heat for sucking, but got heat for being good at what they do and being good at being heels, right?
Yeah, there you go.
My
There you
honorable
go.
mentions. My honorable mentions were Bailey and the Usos.
Interesting honorable mentions. I mean, you and I share Bailey. I'll tell you that right now, just to save you
Well,
time
dude,
when I
have
go.
you ever noticed though that Roman Reigns gets cheered a lot, but the Usos get booed a lot?
Yeah.
Like the
Yeah, it's a great
Usos,
pick.
I would argue that the Usos are the part of Roman Reigns that get booed the most consistently.
Yeah, for sure.
And in Usos matches, they're always the heels and they always get booed. And, you know, if it's against the fucking New Day, if it's against Street Profits, it doesn't matter who it's against, as long as obviously it's a babyface team. But the Usos are really consistently booed. They aren't like Roman. They don't get that Roman Reigns, you know, you're such a big deal, we love you response. They actually get booed. So then my actual heel of the year, and I really hope we share this, man. There's a chance we won't, but I really hope we do. My heel of the year is Christian Cage.
No, unfortunately, Christian was an honorable mention for me.
That's okay.
Um,
It's okay.
yeah.
It's all right. I just loved Christian Cage, man. His heel run this year to me was some of the best heel work that we've seen in a really fucking long time. I know that my heel of the year last year was Santos Escobar, but even he got cheered last year. Yours was Seth Rollins. He got cheered 2 years ago. It was Bailey and Roman Reigns. Like, same thing. I think Roman, it was like just the last few months of the year in 2020, and he was great, but it was very little. Like, it's tough. This is a tough category in current day because people just don't want to be good fucking heels anymore. They want to be these shitty little like fucking Charlotte Flair, Cody Rhodes, have their cake and eat it too. I'm going to be a badass, but put me against bad guys so I could be a badass to the bad guy and still get cheered and sell merch bullshit kind of heels. Christian Cage was a piece of shit and he embraced it. And I fucking love him for it. And he's a goddamn consummate pro for it. And thank you, Christian, for doing your goddamn job, even though you doing your job wasn't enough to make me like Jungle Boy because he sucks at his job.
God, kings talking about kings. You love to see it. So I had Bailey. I did have Christian. Christian was my top honorable mention, and I do think that was unconscious on my part because I wasn't really thinking about pecking order, but Christian being at the top, it's like, no. Because I think he was my award holder for a long time. Now, here's where, okay, and Gunther was my third one. Gunther, because I feel like Imperium actually does get legit heat.
Yes.
I don't think it's just like the foreign heel kind of thing.
That's a good selection, I think.
Here's where it gets interesting.
Did you know the $5 super chat from Cliff, by the way?
No, I did not. Thank you, Cliff. I did not notice that. Here's 2023 being the best wrestling podcast. PSA, Charlotte Flair is not Eddie Guerrero, you simpletons. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Cliff, for that. Always very appreciated. Here's where it gets interesting. Because I'm going to say something, and I don't want you to get even playfully defensive about it, because I really do mean it as a compliment. I have you to thank for my heel of the year. Because you gave me perspective that I didn't have. And when I even think about our preview predictions that we did recently, and something you said, and then it happened, I'm like, that's really fascinating. I wonder how Stardom's going to treat this, even though I don't think they see it the same way. My heel of the year is Julia.
Oh,
because
I love. Okay. Please elaborate.
Because here's the thing. I have been so on Tamantha. Like, oh, you bully not supposed to join you or whatever. And I wish I could remember the context. But there was a conversation you and I had, I think, on a recording. and I was ragging on Tamantha, and I know you love Tam. And to be fair, I think you know I love Tam too on some real shit. It's just I'm obviously very teasing and stuff like that. But you said, well, when you think about it, John, like you said something about it really being Julia's fault, either because she antagonizes Tam or what. And she did kind of start things with Tam late last year into, early this year. And I'm like, Ashton, you're right. You're right. Like, in a way, this all comes back to Julia. And then on our Dream Queendom preview and predictions, when you had picked up the gauntlet, I laid down of like, well, what story is there? And like, it has to be Julia. And you're like, well, when you think about it, John, if Julia does win the title here, that's kind of a heel move because she got poached, pretty much groomed for the top spot. And then it's like, she just wins it. In a way, you could almost say that Julia was everything WWE wanted Drew McIntyre to be in his first run without like the poaching part, which I think honestly makes Julia even worse. I betray a company because I'm promised that I'm going to be the top woman in this company, and I did it. And I did it even when my ghost came back to haunt me. And it's like, yeah. And the thing is, I think what makes it so genius is that we cheer for her, but when we deconstruct it, is she even a good person? And I would argue, and again, this is all thanks to Ashton. Really, guys, you could thank him for this, because originally I think I would have had Christian, and if not, I would have been a dick, and I would have been like, it's Tam. Which I think I would have had a case just for the Announce Boy stuff alone. But then when you think about the fact that, again, Javaris even adds in chat, that Tam breaks down and she cries hearing Julia's music, this is a woman that has mentally and emotionally destroyed people, that when Natsupoi left, she couldn't even say, I'm angry and I'm hurt, but I love you. No, she actually doubled down and was like, oh, yeah, you were a good mascot, but we don't need you. Like, just treated her like dirt. I don't think Julia's a good person.
That's fucking amazing, because when she stole Sakurai too, it was less about actually wanting Sakurai on her team and more about just getting at Tam.
Yeah. Like, I honestly, dude, when I said Julia,
shit.
I didn't know if you were going to have any pushback or be like, what, why?
This is perfect. I love it.
But yeah, like, I really, again, have to thank you for this, because when you push back on my Tam Natsupoi rhetoric, because I was playing around with it a lot, and you're like, well, when you think about it, and then that, and then in our Dream Queendom preview, when you're like, it is kind of heelish for Julia to just win, even though we both wanted to win, we're both tired of Julia. When you actually look at it, this is a woman that from day one, Stardom was like, we're going to steal you, and this is our vision for you. And it happens. And when you take a step back and you look at it, is it beautiful? Yes. Is it earned? Yes. Julia worked her ass off in that fucking match. But is Julia as a character a good person? No, she really isn't. Even going back to what she did, not this year, but either 2021 or maybe even 2020. COVID is fucking devastated everything for me. When she took the fucking titles from Mahime with fucking Shuri, because it's like, oh, me and Shuri, we're tight now, and we want to be Goddesses champs. And so, fuck you guys for working hard. That was 2020. Yeah, so like, that almost in a way bolsters my case, even though this is 2022, because I don't know if Julia has ever been a good person. And that's fascinating. Because, like, here's the thing. If I wanted to be lazy with Stardom, right, I could have just picked Natsuko. Because whether we like it or not, like, Natsuko actually does play it straight, I think, in getting the heel heat.
Oh, dude, I actually just looked up Julia. Her Goddess's reign actually did start in April of 2021, and it ended in January of 22.
Yeah. Yeah, and like, that's the thing. Like, if I wanted to go straight and still with it being somebody that's earned, I would have gone with your prototypical heel like Natsuko. Because I think they do just get heat and they throw matches out and this and that. And like, I hate it, so I didn't want to do it. But like, Julia is far more fascinating because I love nuanced heels and faces. And you guys will see that too with my face of the year. I love nuanced heels and faces that aren't cookie cutter, that don't just do enough to get the right heat, but really have complexity to it. That's Julia to me. And again, Ashton really alerted me to it when he started saying stuff, and I started like really giving it a think. And I'm like, well, when he says it like that, yeah, this woman isn't a good person and she's our world champion. So don't tell me that like, injustice doesn't prevail or whatever, because Julia fucked over a company, fucked with one of the top women in the company she went to. Now, granted, that was more kayfabe. And like, she's the world champion now. So Julia, she did something that I feel like in the industry would have gotten other people like blackballed. Like, how could you do a company like that? And not only did she not get blackballed, she's the fucking centerpiece of the company she went to, and she's the world champion. Heels win, people. Heels fucking win. I love it.
This is
Heel
my
of the
I
year.
think this might be my favorite award you've ever given, honestly.
Yeah, dude, and well, I would hope so because again, this is all you, dude. It just had to take me with the courage to
But
really go together
I mean,
and put
yeah,
together
like
the.
you're holding a mirror up to me though, but like you're also like making me like double and triple think about all the shit that's gone down at the same time. Like, Jesus Christ, Julia, what
She's
the fuck?
she's never been a good person, and it's amazing. It's amazing. Like, yeah,
Dude, and dude, here's the thing too. This is the funniest thing about it to me. When she and Shuri beat Maihime for the tag titles, was like therapy for Julia because that was a month after she got her hair cut and she lost the Wonder title, and she was like, "I'm sick and tired of not having any titles. Shuri, let's beat our own teammates for the tag titles."
and dude, you want me to make a weird fucking parallel that I just thought of about Julia and Shuri's relationship?
What?
It makes me think of fucking Rick and Bird Person because in that one fucking episode where Rick's like, I always wondered who would win if we fought, and then Bird Person's like, well, then you were never a good friend.
Yeah.
Julia tells Shuri, I'm tired of standing in your shadow. If that's how you looked at the friendship, you were never a real friend to me.
Oh my
Like,
god. And dude, they held the titles until Shuri won the red belt.
Yeah.
Literally, they dropped the titles like 12 or 13 days after Shuri won the red belt. And then, like, Julia immediately set her sights on the red belt while Shuri held it, while they were in the same faction together. She couldn't just fucking leave well enough alone. She couldn't just let her faction mate hold the red belt and be happy for her. She had to make it about herself.
dude, I am so happy that you're okay with me making this pick and you didn't fight me on it because I'm like, this was my leap this year. This was my leap this year, far and away, was Julia
Holy
being heel of the year.
shit.
Like, I feel like this is the best award I've ever given, period. Like,
Yeah.
10 years. 10 years, and I feel like this is my standout right here.
I would agree. I would agree.
Yeah. So, continuing the momentum for Face of the Year, not nearly as strong as Heel of the Year, I'll admit, but still, I have quite a few honorable mentions for Face of the Year.
Oh,
so, again,
okay.
tell me when you're ready to record.
Let me pull up a note. Yep. Ready.
Liv Morgan,
Nice.
Bianca Belair,
Okay.
Drew McIntyre,
Okay.
Mirai, who I think for a while was actually my winner just because the pop she was getting in Stardom Arenas was nuts.
Yeah, that's fair.
Kevin Owens.
Are you working away from bottom up or top down, or does it not matter?
I'm just listing. I'm just listing. Kevin Owens, Eddie Kingston,
Eddie Kingston,
Hangman Adam Page,
Hangman Page. Okay.
Mina Shirakawa.
That's it.
Yep, and then my winner is Bray Wyatt.
Oh. Really?
Yeah. Again, I love complex heels and faces, and this is a dude that isn't a cookie cutter baby face, and this is a dude that like is still reckoning with a lot of his past, and even its active cameraman very recently, but apologized, and then the heel shit on him for apologizing about it. This is kind of in a way what I wanted Kevin Owens to be, obviously in a very different tone. But I wanted Kevin to like have a story where maybe he does regress and then he's like, fuck, I shouldn't have done that. But then like, it's not that easy, right? Like that's what I loved about shows like BoJack.
Right.
It's like, even when you know you did wrong, sometimes sorry doesn't fix it.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's either the relationship's going to end or you got to go a hell of a lot further. And I'm not just even talking about one grand sitcom gesture, but doing the work day after day to earn the trust or the love or whatever again. That's the story I feel like Bray is having. But with LA Knight still be kind of an instigator and antagonizing, and then Uncle Howdy attacking Bray and trying to bring the worst side out of him, I think he is still internally seen in the company as a babyface. And I'm enjoying the journey. Like, I'm trying to put Alexa and all that other bullshit out of my mind and just focusing on Bray. And what they're doing with him, I still think is very interesting because what's even more compelling about him, and I think even something that I can relate to on a personal level as somebody that has coping mechanisms that aren't healthy, that's known like his own trauma and stuff like that, his own like impulse control issues. You can tell Bray wants to be that guy. You could tell he wants to like hurt people and give into the darkness and stuff like that, but he knows where that leads to. But the idea that he's honest and at times just straight up ominous about that struggle, It reminds me a lot, again, in a very different tone, not trying to say they're exactly the same, but it reminds me a lot of like why people liked Hangman Adam Page for a long time in AEW. Because this was a guy, even in that promo recently with the I'm a
The
Man
whole
promo,
drunken
he
millennial
says, you know,
cowboy thing, yeah.
yeah, drunken millennial cowboy thing, the pills aren't working kind of thing. That kind of vulnerability, we don't do cookie cutter baby faces anymore. This isn't the Hulk Hogan red and yellow era and hasn't been for decades. But I feel like this particular decade, there are certain baby faces that have really tapped into just the psychic struggles of living in a world like we have to live in day after day after day. And I think, yeah, Hangman, Kevin Owens, Bray, their difference to me is more of degree, not of kind. And yeah, I'm loving what Bray's doing right now. And I hope he makes an even stronger case in 2023 because they'll have the blank slate year to year. But yeah, I think because Bray was so resonant with me. If it wasn't him, it probably would have been Kevin Owens or Mina. But Bray has just been so resonant with me personally
Kind of
that I had
ironic
to
because
give it to
Mina
him on this.
kind of, sort of just turned heel in the last show of the year.
Yeah. For all intents and purposes, yeah, she did. And so now I'm wondering how that's all going to go down. But yeah, Bray got the nod for me. Who is your babyface of the year?
I don't think. Do I have honorable mention? I don't think I have honorable. No, I don't. I don't have honorable mentions, so it's really easy for me. It's Bianca Belair. Since it's kind of funny because you mentioned like, oh, you know, we don't have to do like your Hulk Hogan red and yellow baby faces anymore, and yet like Bianca kind of is that type of baby face. Like she is.
That is true.
A very just straight up, like she's a good person. She's very likable. She wins most, if not all, of her matches. And yet she doesn't lose her likability. Like that's why I made her my face of the year, right? Is because it takes a special kind of baby face to be consistently compelling as a champion who consistently, successfully defends that title. Like normally the best baby faces are the ones that are chasing most of the time. They win the title, you get that payoff and that catharsis, and then they drop it relatively soon afterwards and they're back on the chase. Bianca has held the Raw Women's Championship since WrestleMania in April. And while a lot of us are getting kind of sick of not necessarily her reign, but specifically of just her beating Bayley, because I think we're just aching for Bayley to hold a title again, I'm not even that mad at the fact that she's still champion. Like, it's one of those things where, like, I wish Bayley could hold a title, but I would rather they put her on SmackDown and have her beat Ronda or now Charlotte, because I love Bianca and I love her run that she's on right now. She's having a great run. I wouldn't want to end that. I just wish Bayley could also have a run of her own separately. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
So, yeah, I think that Bianca being the type of successful babyface that she is and staying likable is a unique trait that not many babyfaces have that makes her special as a babyface, which is why I made her my face of the year. And actually, this is the second year running that Bianca Belair is my face of the year. She was my face of the year last year as well, uncontested.
Damn, way to go, Bianca. I have a feeling that's going to change in 2023, but it's nice that she got a two-peat. All right, man, main roster rookie of the year.
This was a highly contested category. I actually have 5 honorable mentions, and believe it or not, LA Knight was actually one of them.
Oh, nice, dude. I'm really happy for you that you had that kind of effort, because I'll tell you right now, I did not have any honorable mentions for this.
That's fine. That's the wonderful thing about these you're not forced to have honorable mentions anywhere.
Yeah.
So my honorable mentions, I had LA Knight as my last ranked honorable mention, then Dakota Kai, then Dexter Lumis, then Io Sky, and the guy that I damn near gave the thing to until I realized that someone else existed was Logan Paul.
Wow, that's awesome, dude. So who's your main roster rookie of the year?
My main roster rookie of the year. Oh, baby. Get ready for the tinglies, John, because it's Santos Escobar.
Oh, I'm sorry. Please continue. I'm just going to clean up.
Oh, God. What a wonderful start to his main roster career this man's had. He made it to the finals of the World Cup tournament, man. That's so fucking cool. I'm so happy for him. I love that he got Zelina as his manager now, even though he doesn't even need a manager. He's a good talker. But like Zelina is just so fucking good. And the last Latino dude that she was paired with was Andrade. And I have such fond memories of that pairing. Like, God, I just love the presentation. I want more for Santos, obviously, than what he's gotten so far. But for the first few months of his main roster run, man, I can't even complain. It's been good so far. I've enjoyed it.
Yeah, dude. What a fucking sex pot daddy he is.
He
God
is.
damn.
He
And he's
really
amazing in the ring.
is. Yeah.
God
Yeah.
damn.
Yep.
God, you got me thirsting over here. Very straightforward for my main roster rookie of the year. It's
I'm
Gunther.
sorry. Before I apologize for cutting you off, but he beat Shinsuke Nakamura, bro.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
that alone is like worthy of this award. I feel like, because this award is like kind of tough. But yeah, Santos beat Nakamura. Anyway, continue with your award.
Yes. Just to reiterate, it's Gunther.
Oh,
He
God.
debuted on
I forgot
SmackDown.
that he was even a rookie this year. Holy shit.
Yeah, he debuted on SmackDown in April of this year.
Wow.
He won the Intercontinental title like a little over 2 months. He won the Intercontinental title June 10th against Ricochet, and he's been champion ever since. Like, I felt like this was a great pick for me. So Gunther, easily.
Wow. That was so easy. Holy shit. Yeah. Great call, man.
Yeah. I'll admit Rookie of the Year is really weak for me. We don't really get back to me flexing a little bit until Revelation of the Year. I didn't have any honorable mentions, and my Rookie of the Year was just Owie from the New Blood show, March 11th
that's
of this
cute.
year.
Okay.
I like Owie. I'd like to see more of her in 2023. Stardom, please get her back on these New Blood shows because I think she has an amazing look and I like her energy. I just didn't get nearly enough time with her this year. Honestly, I was thinking about doing Inaba, but Inaba hasn't been a rookie for a while. And so, yeah, like Owie, I think is cool. You guys should check her out if you haven't. I want to check out more of her, obviously. But who is your Rookie of the Year? Because I'm always curious where you kind of go with this.
What do you mean Inaba hasn't been a rookie for a while?
Well, like, because I think she's been in the business, right? Like 3 years. Last I checked on Cage Match, if I remember correctly.
She
like
debuted
her debut
in July of 2019, but Owie debuted in 2021.
Yeah, well, that's fair. I just had a really difficult time with this. I don't know why I recorded it. I guess because with New Blood, it's like, they do show a lot of like newer talent. That's kind of the point.
Yeah, I was gonna say you realize that the Rookie of the Year isn't about literal like brand new to wrestling rookies, right?
Yeah, it's new to mainstream wrestling is what we have in the note here.
Right.
So Owie doing a Stardom show. That's why I think she got my nod.
But I'm just saying, like,
but yeah,
Inaba
who do you got?
would totally be qualified for this category.
Well, if she's qualified for the category, I'm tempted to give it to Inaba because I've loved Inaba this year. I think Inaba's a stronger pick. Just
100%.
Personally.
Feel free. I'll edit your pick right now.
Yeah, I would go Inaba, but please do put Owie as an honorable mention because I must have been impressed by her at New Blood to even like put this in there for the longest time.
Yeah.
So
she's really good.
Who do you got for Rookie of the Year, though?
Well, this is another one of those sort of interesting conversations we need to have because there were 6 New Blood shows this year.
Yeah.
So there are a lot of women that showed up in Stardom this year that had never been there before that took me by surprise. Unfortunately, Maria does not qualify because she was in Stardom shows in 2021. Otherwise,
damn,
I might have actually given it to her, honestly. But, I mean, Haruka Umasaki is an honorable mention. I definitely agree with you on both Owie and on Tomoka Inaba. They're both great. They're both honorable mentions. God, there are so fucking many, dude. It's crazy. Let's see if I can find more. I'm looking on New Blood cards now at this point because there's so many. I don't want to forget anyone. Let's see. New Blood 2. I mean, Ram Kaicho, I feel like, is a great another option. Yuna Mizumori is a great one.
Yeah.
So Tomoka Inaba, Aoi, Ram Kaicho, Yuna Mizumori. Momoka Hanazono is a really good one.
Yeah.
I mean, do we count Suzu Suzuki?
I actually would be tempted to, and she'd be another strong contender. I would still stick by Inaba if we're counting Suzu, just because I really fell in love with Inaba this year. But Suzu, if she does count,
Yeah.
that's a strong one, dude.
I think I have to count Suzu because she was in. I mean, if we're counting New Blood, if we're counting Stardom basically as mainstream, we have to.
Which I
include
would
Suzu.
since the Bushiroad acquisition. Yeah.
We would have to include Risa
Yeah.
then too.
Yeah.
Which is just crazy.
That is, yeah.
Let's see. New Blood 3. Yuri is a good one. Yuri with the capital RI at the end. I don't want to even. Hey, dude, fuck. Was Hikari Shimizu in Stardom at all in 2021?
Oh god, dude. I feel like she might have been, but I couldn't tell you when or what match or any of that.
Let's see. Career. No, she was not. So Shimizu's got to go on the list.
That's another worthwhile honorable mention at the very least, at least on my end. Man, there was a lot of good stuff this year.
Yeah. It was a great year.
I kind of slept on this category. You're making me realize shit.
Well, that's the thing, dude. Like, it was just there was a lot of new women that were exposed in Stardom specifically because of New Blood.
Yeah.
And not even just because of New Blood, like the Prominence invasion, the colors thing, like there was a lot this year, man. Fuck.
Yeah.
I mean, shit. God damn. Maya Yukihi hasn't wrestled yet. Otherwise, I'd include her, but god damn.
Oh, yeah, that's a great point.
New Blood. Let me look at 5, actually. Rhythm? I'm going to add Rhythm. I enjoyed her work against Kogo in that one match on New Blood 5.
Yeah.
I liked Ann Cham. Do you remember Ann Cham?
No. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm totally blanking on that one.
She was the one that teamed up with Suzu in the tag match against Tina and Lady C on New Blood 5.
Wow.
That was the horny New Blood. That was the one where Rossi decided to bring in the porn star and the Gravity model.
Okay. God damn it, Rossi.
And then yeah, most recently we had New Blood 6. We had Miran, Sanae Takabayashi. I'm not listing any of these women. I'm just naming them because they're new names. Maika Ozaki. I'm gonna have to put her on the list too. Maika Ozaki was a good one. Yeah, that'll be it.
What a goddamn year.
Yeah,
Jesus.
Maika Ozaki. And yet, at the same time, my Rookie of the Year ends up being an AEW signing, which I'm also going to add to my honorable mentions. Bandito.
Excellent.
Athena. Who all did AEW sign in 2022? Good Lord.
I feel like they had a lot of signings this year.
Keith Lee, Buddy Matthews, Swerve.
Yeah.
Although none of those guys are new to mainstream wrestling, to be fair. Because they're all WWE, like former WWE guys.
Yes.
Let's see. Stokely, Athena. I shouldn't have Athena on the list either because she's also a former WWE person.
Yeah.
Let's see. Roosh, Claudio. Fuck that guy. Soraya, whatever. Renee. Yeah, no, I think. Oh, Takeshita! But Takeshita was in AEW in 2021. He shouldn't count either.
Okay.
And if we're counting Stardom as mainstream, New Japan's definitely mainstream. So,
Oh, absolutely.
so Juice Robinson definitely can't count as a rookie.
No, no.
Okay. All right. So yeah, that's okay. Honorable mentions. I'm just gonna list them one more time. I'm gonna go from. Oh God, I have to choose between two people that I fucking love.
Ooh.
Yeah. You know what? I'm making a last minute switch here.
Ooh.
Just because one of them I wanted to give kudos, but now I can still give kudos, and the one that I just realized was technically a rookie blows my fucking mind, and I can't believe this is his first time in mainstream spotlight. Although actually no, he's been in fucking New Japan before, so he doesn't even qualify as a rookie. So never mind. I had Bandito on the list. Bandito's been in New Japan before.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So Bandito can't count. So here we go. Honorable mentions. Maika Ozaki, Ancham, Rhythm, Hikari Shimizu, Risa Serra, Suzu Suzuki, Yuna Mizumori, Ram Kaicho, Aoi, and Tomoki Inaba. That's 10. Am I a Rookie of the Year? I can't fucking believe that this is this motherfucker's first time ever in mainstream wrestling. It is the goddamn shame of the year, shame of the decade, shame of the century. A.R. Fox.
Oh my God, that's beautiful. Holy shit. Yeah, you got me on that one. You got me on that one big.
I actually
Yeah.
just looked in chat for the first time this whole time, and I saw Boris said AR Fox 3 times, and Chiefin said Lucha Underground counts. Lucha Underground does not count as mainstream. Lucha Underground got like 50,000 viewers a week. That is not mainstream, my dude. If that's mainstream, Ring of Honor's mainstream, and Ring of Honor sure as hell is not mainstream.
Yeah. So yeah, AR fucking Fox. What a fucking pick.
Yeah.
That's wow. It took him so fucking long through no fault of his own. Imagine being an unproblematic king that like is so fucking good at his job. And he had to wait this fucking long. Meanwhile, domestic abusers are still employed and have been for a long time.
Yep.
What the fuck is wrong with this business? Jesus Christ.
But John, he was a male prostitute one time.
Oh my God, don't even get me started on like the crossover between wrestling fandom and anti-sex work. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's a great fucking peg, dude. Jesus fucking Christ. So you start Revelation of the Year, right?
I guess I do.
Yeah, all right. Honorable mentions?
Oh boy, this is fun. This is actually a bit of a longer list as well because I get to include a bunch of the people that were in the Rookie of the Year list, the honorable mentions, because of fucking, New Blood and shit like that, right?
Yeah, dude, please don't talk to me about long honorable
No,
mentions when I had a match of the
listen,
year list
to
that
be
like,
fair,
so
this is a much shorter list than Rookie of the Year because Rookie of the Year to me is like everyone that should be in the conversation. Revelation of the Year is a much more personal, much more subjective list of just my favorites. You know what I mean?
yeah, exactly. That's how I treated it too. Yeah.
So at the bottom of my Revelation of the Year list is Tekla.
Cool.
I like Tekla. I loved Tekla at first, and it took me about a month to get sick of her shit. And now she's kind of come back around to just being like, yeah, she's cool, I guess, for me.
Yeah, definitely.
Hikari Shimizu.
Love it.
Loved her match with Azumi. I would love to see her more in Stardom. She's adorable. She's excellent in the ring. And I mean, what more do you need, right? If someone's adorable and excellent in the ring, that's a winning combination, right?
Exactly.
Kaito Kiyomiya.
Love that. That's a creative pick. That's putting your time or our time with Noah to good use. I like that.
He was my revelation of the N1, really, and he won the damn thing, and I was rooting for him to win the damn thing, and then he did it. So thank you, Noah, and thank you, Kiyomiya, for paying that off for me. Tomoka Inaba.
Love it.
And my final honorable mention, unfortunately also the oldest member of this honorable mentions, Go Shiozaki.
Ah, nice, nice. So then who is your winner for Revelation of the Year?
Dude, this is the easiest choice. I swear. Suzu Suzuki, baby. Holy shit.
Oh, love that.
Dude,
Love
it's
that.
crazy how little I cared for her ring work in the ice ribbon request that we got from DBK in November of 2021, because her stardom work this year has been fucking impeccable. She is so fucking good and so fucking believable. I don't know what it is. I'm telling you, man, I think it's because like all of the DBK matches we reacted to were pre-COVID, and then she like went through some kind of COVID transformation or something like the way Julia did. She's just unbelievable now. She's so fucking good. I look forward to every Suzu match. Her match with Mirai on the one New Blood show that went to a TLD was an underrated banger of the year, honestly. Like, I'm actually going to add that to my honorable mentions for underrated match of the year.
Yeah, you should, man. You should. That's great.
Suzu Suzuki versus Mirai from New Blood. I'm going to say 4, maybe? Do you remember which New Blood that was from?
No, unfortunately, I don't.
It was 3, 4, or 5, I think. Wait, was it not a New Blood show? Was it a showcase?
If it was a New Blood, yeah, it had to be a showcase then.
Oh, it was 3. It was New Blood 3. Mirai versus Suzu Suzuki ended in a time limit draw. It was 3.
Okay, cool.
All right, so there we go. Yeah, added that. Anyway, yeah, there we go. So yeah, Suzu Suzuki, Revelation of the Year. Now let's hear yours. Honorable mentions.
I'm back, baby, because it's quite a few honorable mentions for this one for me. This is where I'm back on my flex work, apparently, for this category.
Oh, boy.
So tell me when you're ready.
I am.
Tekla.
Okay.
Freddie Yay High. Or is it Yay High? I get that wrong every time.
Yeah.
But I remember Yay High. Okay, I was right the first time. Terminus, that's probably where he was a revelation. I really liked him. Lee Moriarty.
Wait, was Terminus an honorable mention?
No, I'm talking about the promotion.
Oh,
I know you probably know that, but no, it wasn't an honorable. I'm just saying where I saw Freddie.
right.
So no, Terminus wasn't. Yeah, fuck Jonathan Gresham. Lee Moriarty.
Right.
Josh Woods.
Gotcha.
Momo Kogo.
Oh, yes. I love that.
Thank God I have this at least mentioned, because with all the love she's been getting, I'm about to have my house burned down tonight. Fuck that. Suzu Suzuki.
Goddamn right.
Oh, damn. You were willing to carry it out. Fuck. Go Shiozaki.
You can't prove that.
You're right. Wheeler Yuta.
Yep.
Risa Sera.
Uh-huh.
And Masakatsu Funaki.
Ah, nice.
But my revelation of the year, I feel like I've kind of telegraphed this in some commentaries, especially later in the year. Konosuke Takeshita. Takeshita has really been a revelation to me. I see a lot of value in this dude, to the point where I'm starting to wonder if I see more value in him than some AEW diehards. But I'm not willing to take up that fight just yet. We'll have to see how 2023 goes. But yeah, Takeshita, Takeshita's fucking awesome. I'm really, really rooting for this dude hard. And so yeah, great for him. We go from that to face turn of the year, and it starts with me. No honorable mentions. Kevin Owens, just going back to being a babyface and a babyface prize fighter. I don't even know exactly when this turn took place, because it started as him being a heel. Maybe the crowd was cheering for him beating the shit out of Ezekiel. I don't know, but I sure as shit know that he was babyface and all the interactions he had with Austin Theory.
So I literally think it was like Vince resigned, Triple H took over, and then the next time we saw Kevin Owens, he was the prize fighter again, and that was it.
Yeah. But it started out heelish, I feel like, but then I think the crowd just like embraced it and loved it, and then it was whatever. So I couldn't pinpoint exactly when, but he's clearly a face, which means he had a face turn. So yeah, Kevin Owens is babyface. You know I'm always gonna fuck with that guy. So yeah, Kevin Owens. What about you, man? Who had the best face turn? I feel like these categories are always hard for me. I don't know if they're hard for you too. So I'm curious what you came
was
up with.
far and away the most difficult category for me because I just feel like there weren't any genuinely good face turns this year.
Yeah.
Like Becky Lynch was kind of one at SummerSlam. Kevin, you mentioned that one. There were probably other ones, but I wasn't enthused by any face turns this year. It was really unfortunate.
Yeah.
So I went with the one that gave me the most goosebumps.
Cool. All right. So what was it?
The Elite returning and entering to Carry On Wayward Son by Kansas.
Ah, nice. Nice.
Have you ever seen a face turn via theme song change before?
No.
That's
But-
kind of wild, right? Because that's basically
Yeah,
what it
absolutely.
was.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Good shit. Heel turn of the year. What do you got?
Oh my god, this was such an easy category. Knott's Point betrays DDMs to join Cosmic Angels.
Oh, I love that. Anything you want to say about that?
I mean, it was like, I feel like Stardom gives us one incredible heel turn every year that we just do not see coming.
Yes. Yes.
Like this year it was
God.
Monsploy, last year it was Momo. Oh god.
That one still fucking hurts. You know a heel turn's effective when it still hurts me to this day. Not as much as it used to, obviously, but it's still like, ooh, I'll be okay, but ooh.
2020 it was Kashima.
Yeah. Oh god, that one. Oh god, that one. Oh god. Yeah, you picked a great one, man. You picked a great one. For me, because I'm a sick son of a bitch and I desperately need therapy that, spoiler alert, isn't coming. I decided to go with the heel turn that made me happiest. So my heel turn, to finally give this man some love as an actual award, Christian Concerto to Jungle Boy, AEW Dynamite Road Rager, June 15th. That was when they lost the AEW tag titles, him and Luchasaurus, Jungle Express, in the ladder match, I want to say to Young Bucks. And then, yeah, we'll talk more about that night later. Trust me. But
Oh boy.
yeah, that
This was
Concerto.
your official award. You didn't have any honorable mentions for this one?
No honorable mentions for heel turn. Again, these categories are always very hard for me, man. But that heel turn, the moment that happened, dude, and again, I was like always thinking about our awards this year. I'm like, I'm going to do my best. I'm going to try and remember when I can. I raced to this spreadsheet, dude, to record it because, oh my God, it was magnificent. So great job by Christian. Beautiful Concerto. 10 out of 10. Would laugh at it again.
All right.
So next category, most improved. I do have one honorable mention, and that's Hina. I feel like Hina's really stepped up her game this year. Really proud of her. And it's kind of a personal one too, because I know I used to rag on Hina of the three sisters, but Hina, she's put in the work, man. She kicked my ass. Fuck. I feel a bit weird giving it to this one because you had such an impassioned speech earlier, but you knew that this one was coming because we had a sidebar before we went live. My most improved is Mina Shirakawa again. Because she just keeps getting better all the time.
I agree with you though. It's one of those things. Like when she showed up in Stardom, she was like a 5, maybe a 6 out of 10 wrestler. Like I think 5.5 out of 10 would be the most accurate way to describe how good she was. And like by the end of 2021, she was like a 7.5. She was good. She was pretty damn good. She's a 9 now, man. She's so fucking good.
Dude, the fact that we could say that about Mina Shirakawa, I know the world is dying, but I'm so happy to be in this timeline. Like, everything is fucked, but I can at least go to my grave to be like, Mina Shirakawa was a hell of a wrestler. Son just takes me away. Like, dude, I went on a passionate speech, I think on a Fave 5 commentary, and I'm going to run back some of those talking points here. I never want to hear it from anybody ever again. Oh, but, they're learning, or, oh, you got to give them, no. This woman's fucking 35, which means she was in her 30s while still in TJPW, and she came off super mid. And she showed that even at that stage of her career, where you honestly should be getting worse, not only did she get better, she got so much better that, again, I reiterate within this commentary, she could come out and stare Julia down and stare at that red belt, and I don't laugh, I'm glued.
Mm-hmm.
I never want to hear excuses for any wrestler ever again because I'm going to say, what about Mina Shirakawa? In fact, to the point where I don't think Cliff is here now, and I want to thank him again for just popping in for the super chat. Like, and I want to be careful about this because wars are so fucking ridiculous on this website, and we'll do the IWC in general, really. Like, she's more impressive to me than Bianca because Cliff and I had this conversation in DMs. He's like, oh, well, you know, Bianca's, and I'm like, yeah. Bianca's amazing. I am never going to say that Bianca isn't amazing, but like, I think everybody had that expectation of her given her background. Mina, to me, didn't have the background that Bianca did. If anything, Mina had to overcome more because, like, she was the model, right? Which I think always comes with a stigma when you go into pro wrestling.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're just eye candy, right? Oh, so when you say wrestler, you're just going to do mud matches, right? Or whatever. She's amazing. Doesn't have the physical gifts that Bianca does. And, like, goes out and dude, honestly, with the role she's on, I am curious if 2023, if she'll either make or how many honorable mentions she'll have for us for match of the year. Because the way she tells stories in that fucking ring.
Dude.
What the fuck?
You can tell that she learned from Tam because the thing that they have in common is that they are like 3 out of 10 athletes, but like absolutely incredible wrestlers.
Yes. Yeah, that's just it, dude. When you don't come in with the athletic prowess and acumen that a Bianca does. And again, yes, she started out green and she picked it up super quick. But again, I feel like there was always that expectation. I don't think anybody had this expectation of me. And I'm not saying that to be mean. I'm just saying that very generally. I don't think anybody had the expectation that Mina would be one of the top tier people when started.
Mina.
You know, on any other day, I'd probably send you to your room, but I am just so giddy. You can stay. That was great. Keep workshopping stuff. That was good. But no, dude, like, again, and that's nothing against Cliff either. I was happy that we had the conversation, but it's like, you can't even compare the two to me. I'm very proud of what Bianca's done, and she should be very proud every day of not only what she's done, but who she is. But god damn it, this tells me, I don't care where you come from. You could have been a model. You could have graced fucking 20 Playboy covers before you decided to step in a ring. Work for it, because you could do it maybe. You know?
You know who that makes me think of?
Who does that make you think of?
Paige Van Zandt.
Yeah, like, put in the fucking work. And now, granted, I want to be clear here. We're realists. Just because you put in the work doesn't mean you're good at something. Sometimes it's just not going to happen. And again, that's not being cruel. That's just, I could work forever on football, but I'm never going to be a quarterback. I'm never going to, fucking do that. But Mina had the aptitude. She developed it. And I honestly think of all the Cosmic Angels, she might be one of the most passionate about wrestling. Hell, in all of Stardom, you can tell this woman is fucking passionate about this business. And I love it. Her passion's infectious to me. So yeah, I just had to get on my pulpit for Mina because you had a great speech about her earlier. And I'm like, oh my God, I love all the love we're showing her. Yeah. Because low key, if she had done more, she would have been a contender for me for Female Wrestler of the Year. I fucking love the year that she had. It was such a privilege to be on this journey with her.
Dude, I
and
think
with
she's
you.
Gonna be in that conversation for 2023 for sure. With as good as like, if the calendar year started in like August,
yeah,
she would have been in that conversation already.
100%. Because
I really just looking at the last like 4 or 5 months of the year. To me, it's between her and Saya.
Yeah, definitely.
And I might even feel obligated to pick her because Saya was the one that botched.
Yeah, dude, incredible. I just love all the love we've given to her today. But who is your most improved?
Dude, this is such an interesting category. You're not going to believe this. So my honorable mention for most improved is actually Jade Cargill.
Love it. That's a great pick.
Yeah, I do feel like at the beginning of the year, Jade, she started the year very green, and she is still pretty green, but I feel like she has really learned over the course of the year. And she was starting to really get good at this at the end of last year, but you can tell she's especially picked it up this year. Just how to put on an entertaining, memorable match where, she stands out and she knows how to pick her spots and she knows how to, frame things well and stuff like that. But dude, most improved to me is Solo Sikoa.
Nice. I like that a lot.
And it's a combination of the dude's presentation improving, so like his situation has improved, but also I do think that he has improved as a performer as well. I think it's both. I think it's a combination.
That's excellent, dude. I'm happy for him, and I'm happy that you recognized him. That's
Yeah.
really cool.
We were just talking about him last night on SmackDown, and yeah, like this dude went from complete boring, just replica of the Usos. We called him the third Uso on NXT, to being called up and being closer to the actual Usos than ever, but all of a sudden now he has his own identity. He is the heavy of the bloodline. He's starting to channel more of Umaga's mannerisms, and he has the Samoan spike as the finisher, and he does a really cool Uranage that looks really good, and he has this intimidating look now, and he's got like the fight shorts looking going on, and yeah, like it works really, really well for him. And honestly, if he would have had this packaging in NXT, I don't think either one of us would have bitched about him being in North American Championship contendership.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Plus,
I
I do
love that
genuinely
pick.
just think that he has improved as a performer as well. So
Yeah, love that. No, I really love that pick, dude. Good for him and good for you for recognizing that.
all right.
So, who do you have now for best talker?
I mean, this feels like the biggest slam dunk. It's John Moxley.
You didn't have any honorable mentions, just
Not
to
a
make sure?
one. Nope.
Okay, well, for one thing, we do share the category, but I do have 4 honorable mentions that I just wanted to, list to you really
Okay.
quick. Eddie Kingston, Bryan Danielson,
Okay.
Seth Rollins, because I did enjoy the promos I heard from him this year,
Yep.
and Kevin fucking Owens, as per usual.
And I will tell you exactly why I didn't have any of those guys as my honorable mentions. Eddie Kingston is a great talker, but I don't know. He gives like, I'm a tough guy, let me tell you about it vibes to me. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like
That's
all of his
fair.
promos are about that. And like, I like more variance in my promos. Danielson, I just feel like didn't get to talk as much this year as I would have wanted. So I feel like, volume has to matter at least to some degree. Rollins,
Totally fair.
I have a hard time acknowledging Rollins' promos because they're so samey all the time.
Yeah.
It's always just kind of, he comes out, says some wacky shit and cackles, and that's just it kind of thing. I would
He
say
does
if
cackle.
I
He
had
does
to
do
give an
it.
honorable mention, it would be Kevin. I really do think it would be Kevin if I had to give one, but I don't know. He just doesn't do it for me as much as he does it for you.
And that's totally fair. Totally fair. Again, we had quite a few unanimous picks, and we may not even be done, but I love that you and I really came together to acknowledge the year that John Moxley had, especially in a company that I know you and I are like kind of emotionally checked out of.
Yeah.
Again, like I said earlier, total ace energy from him this year.
Yes.
So wait, who? Okay, so I do pop of the year, right? I open with this one, or is it you?
It's you.
It's okay. I'm just keeping everything straight because yeah. All right, so pop of the year. I have 4 honorable mentions for this.
Okay. Ready for you.
Kenny Omega returns AEW Dynamite August 17th.
Okay.
MJF returns AEW All Out.
God. I have things to say about that, but continue, please.
I'm sorry. Saraya returns AEW Grand Slam.
Saraya debuts, wouldn't it be?
Yeah, I guess you're right. Debuts.
Okay.
Liv Morgan wins SmackDown Women's Championship Money in the Bank. Very happy for her that she got that this year.
All right. And your pop of the year?
And pop of the year, because it was so fucking loud and I watched it multiple times, Bray Wyatt returns Extreme Rules. That was October 8th of this year.
Okay.
So, what do you got, brother? First of all, if you want to make a comment about the MJF one, feel free. But then what do you got on your end?
The closest I've ever been to being excited for MJF was at the end of that fucking ladder match when the music was playing the "Please allow me to introduce myself," the fucking "Sympathy for the Devil," and the fucking they went up and they got the briefcase and they took it down and it was the fucking devil mask and shit. That right there is the closest, that moment is the closest I've ever been to being excited for MJF. And they ruined it by the end of the fucking night.
Yeah. Damn.
I swear to God,
Ugh.
dude, that was so goddamn cool. That moment, like that to me, that might just be my personal favorite moment of AEW's entire year. Was just that end of that ladder match. And it was weird as hell, but I haven't felt that level of excited for anything AEW related other than Jamie Hayter's title reign.
Yeah.
So, all right, Pop of the Year, honorable mentions. This is, by the way, this is an exclusively WWE category for me, oddly enough.
Interesting. I like that, though.
Johnny Gargano's surprising return.
Great.
I don't think anybody expected that, but when that music hit, that arena lit the fuck up.
Yeah, definitely.
Glass shattering during the KO show at WrestleMania.
Yes. Austin's always going to get a huge pop. Great choice.
And speak of the devil, glass shattering as Vince and Theory were celebrating beating McAfee at WrestleMania.
Yes.
And my actual award goes to one of your honorable mentions, Liv Morgan winning the SmackDown Women's Championship at Money in the Bank.
Dude, I watched that moment multiple times. That's a great pick by you, honestly. The crowd was ravenous for her that night.
Yeah, like they popped when her music hit, but they popped when that 3 count happened, man. Goddamn.
They wanted it for her for so long, and if anything, it's kind of a tragic award too. Like honorable mention for me, an award for you, because they just fumbled it so bad afterwards. She should have been. To me, honestly, I don't know if anybody could approach Bianca levels with the role that she's been on. Again, she got back-to-back Face of the Year for you, but she should have been SmackDown's equivalent to Bianca, even if only it was an approximation, and it just never got there. I feel like she had the fanfare too. So many people wanted that so long for her, but that's a great pick by you.
Yeah.
That moment was magical from WWE for me. I always love this category, and I actually think I put my back into this one with like a few honorable mentions this year. Did I? Yeah, I have like 4 honorable mentions, but you're going first on this. Upset of the year. I'm willing to bet we share this one, but I'm curious where you went with upset of the year.
There are a lot of different ways that this could go. I do have honorable mentions, though.
Yes.
David Finlay beat Juice and Robinson.
Oh, God, did I even have this one? No, I didn't, but you're absolutely... Actually, wait. No, I didn't have this one, but yeah, you're absolutely right. I kept it on the more positive side. Maybe that's why. Maybe I repressed it, but you're valid. That's valid. Fuck.
Dude, that's not even the worst one. Yoshihashi beat Juice Robinson.
Oh, God, I actually forgot about that one. Oh, Juice. Look how they massacred my boy. Oh, God.
I have one more honorable mention, and you might not even know about this one.
I don't think I do, if you're teasing it like that. What was it?
Jack Morris in in Noah beat Katsuhiko Nakajima.
Dude, I actually do know about that one because I saw it on Twitter. But you know what, dude? See, that's the thing about awards. You know, I was so comfortable with my awards list, I didn't even register like that it was like clearly, obviously, it is an upset, but I didn't register it at the time. I'm just like, oh, that's weird, and I didn't think any deeper about it. I'm so glad that you included that. That's clever. That's really thoughtful of you, dude. That's awesome. So, what was your actual winner? We share this one. I know we share this one. Say it. Come on, I'm confident.
Dude, you know we share this one because it's the only thing that could possibly upset me more than David Finlay and Yoshihashi beating Juice. Saya Ida beat Momo Watanabe.
Yes,
No,
we share it.
No,
yeah.
Don't celebrate this, man. It's sad, not happy.
Dude, they really had the balls. They really had the balls. Oh my God, I knew we were going to share this one.
I'm waiting for fucking Javaris in chat to be like, wait, you reminded me that happened.
Yeah. Oh my God. Dude, when they did this, man, I'm like, It's one thing to not put the red belt on Momo. I mean, I might curse you under my breath, but it's whatever. But this, shame on you. Shame on you. I will just say my honorable mentions before I forget and all the excitement of us sharing this. I had Mina Shirakawa pinning Momo in the 5-star. Miyu Watanabe beating Miyu Yamashita in the Tokyo Princess Cup. Love that happened. Tokyo Princess Cup was low-key some of the best stuff I've seen from TJPW. Ami Sourei beating Momo. Man, Momo took so many unexpected L's in the 5-star this year. Fuck.
Who was the Momo pin here?
Ami Sourei.
Ami beats Momo.
And then my last one was Mirai pinning Mayu in the 5-star.
All right.
All right. Gimmick of the year. I'm opening this one.
I had fun with this one, honestly. I had a hard time thinking of this one, so I just said fuck it and had fun with it.
I'm proud of you, man, because again, I was kind of a basic bitch for this one, but before we get to that, I did have 3 honorable mentions.
Perfect.
Miro the Redeemer. I wish we saw more of this gimmick this year, because honestly, when I first saw it, guys, just a little quick story, it was my winner. Because I loved his promos. I love the intensity. I love like the theological undertones, but that weren't gross about it. Because I feel like he was the stand-in for God, and it just kind of worked. Because I mean, look at the fucking dude. So yeah, I really wish we could have seen more of that this year. Bray Wyatt's current character, I just titled it as Bray Wyatt wanting to be good, or maybe just wanting to be Rotunda and not like give in to any alter ego or whatever. That's been a very interesting journey.
Bray Wyatt wants to be a good boy.
There, Kevin Owens, prize fighter.
Oh my God, you're such a simp.
Dude, I know. We all know. We know what I'm about. Sami Zayn honorary Uso was my winner. Just straight up. Like, it's been fucking amazing. I mean, totally different from the conspiracy theorist. And we got the word Usi in a way that wasn't cringe. They actually rehabilitated the word Usi, because let's not forget about Usi Hot. And Sami Zayn took Usi, and he made it kind of like an adjective or whatever. So I like it.
Are you feeling Usi tonight, John?
Oh yeah, dude, Drew McIntyre in fucking War Games. Oh, I'm feeling Usi tonight. Like, oh my God, Sammy, you are the best. We need a Sami Zayn level. Like, I don't know what the equivalent of a pandemic would be for just Sami Zayn being worldwide and just everybody quoting his shit, but that should be what happens. This man is a fucking treasure. So, who was your gimmick of the year if you just had fun with this one?
Dami Mommy, Rhea Ripley.
Oh my God, yes! Amazing. I love it. I love
literally her gimmick, though. I'm not leaning into anything that isn't there to be leaned into. It's right there. That's what it is.
Yes. Yeah, you're 100% right. Oh God! See, now we're gonna start turning up extra hard because that happened, and now the next category is funniest moment of the year, and you open this. So, what are your honorable mentions, and what was your winner? You know, whatever.
I only have one honorable mention on this, and it's Dominic turning on Edge and Ray at Clash at the Castle.
Oh, that's amazing! I can't laugh yet. I gotta hold it in. But what's your actual winner?
This is hardcore clouded by recency bias, but I'm sticking to my guns. It's Rick Ross on a live mic on Dynamite just this past week, or like 2 weeks ago. It was literally saying to Keith Lee, "You know, you a big motherfucker."
Yeah. And then Keith Lee being like, "Well, yeah."
Dude, Rick stole the show in that segment. It was so fucking funny. And then even like as they were leaving the venue and the one interviewer lady caught up with them, Rick Ross was still fucking hilarious while Swerve was talking shit. It was so good. Oh man. Keep Rick Ross on the live mic 2023. Continue the trend.
Bro, I don't know if you're going to be proud of me or frustrated with me for how much effort I put into funniest moment of the year, because I actually have a few honorable mentions for this.
See, now, when you say a few, that could range anywhere from 3 to 25, so maybe narrow it down a little.
You know how little that narrows it down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, we might even have 10 here. Cause like, yeah,
Holy shit. Okay, all right, let's go. Let's go. I'm looking forward to reliving these.
this I'm actually doubling down on because it's funniest moment of the year, and it made me laugh. Damn it, all
Yes,
these.
yes.
So, Tekla and Shirakawa interaction from January. I think it was when they were arguing about Sexy Piter versus Sexy Spider. I loved it.
Like yeah, the toxic spider versus the sexy piter.
Yes.
You know why that works, right?
Why is that?
Opai is Japanese for boobs, and pi is short for that.
Oh my god. So yeah, that Austin stuns McMahon WrestleMania 38 night 2. Dude, that gif was everywhere. And like Austin does the kick, and McMahon just goes back like, "Oh no, Steve, this was a bad idea." And Austin's like, "No, you're in it now. You're taking the move." Okay, keep it together, John. We have more to do. You're probably not aware of this one because of how we treated the G1 this year. ZSJ outsmarts Evil G1 Climax 32. I didn't have a day listed here, but it's where he actually got a young boy to like do his entrance, and he comes out with the hat and like, you know, the jacket and stuff. Evil and Togo bum rush him. Then Zach comes in the ring, and then like it's just a few seconds. He does the rolling prawn hold, gets the pin, and Evil's all frustrated, and they chase him up the ramp. It's honestly pretty good wrestling comedy. So I wanted to give that a shout out here. Austin Theory gets the shit beat out of him by Brock and Roman at SummerSlam. That was great. Oh God. This one I know you know because we did see this one. ZSJ outburst after Naito beats him in G1 Climax 32 quarterfinal match.
I'm gonna call it a tantrum.
Perfect.
G1 block final, I'm gonna say.
Yeah. MJF impersonates John Moxley. This is from Dynamite of October 26th.
Okay.
Tyson Fury knocks out Austin Theory. Clash at the Castle.
Can you elaborate the MJF thing? What was that?
Oh, he actually like mocked Moxley. He did the walk like Moxley, and he actually impersonated the walk pretty well. And he's like, "I'm John Moxley, and I'm gonna make you bleed, and I'm gonna gargle your piss," and like stuff like that. It got a laugh out of me. I'm like, okay, that was pretty funny.
Okay. Tyson Fury knocks out Theory.
Clash at the Castle.
All right.
I actually looked at chat for a second there, so let me get back to this point in my awards. Azumi can't get her shit in with Lady C's swing. This is a Stardom show, October 22nd. I think there was a spot in a match where like Azumi wanted to go for a drop kick or something, but like Lady C's swing was so powerful, she just could not do her shit. And it was just funny to watch Azumi like awkwardly try and navigate this. Like,
what was the date on this? October 22nd?
October 22nd, yeah.
I gotta check that out then, because I don't remember that.
I've got 2 more honorable mentions before the winner.
Cool.
Momo Kogo almost breaks Kamitani February 1st. This is when Kairi, we didn't know that she was coming back, but Kamitani obviously knew it. And it was a tag match where Kogo almost broke Kamitani, and all of Queen's Quest, that I thought was great. Like, Stardom is underrated comedy, guys. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I remember.
And then this one honestly would have won if I had a better sense of humor and I was more cultured. Io and Asuka Baka Bitch segment, Raw November 7th. I thought these two killed it. This was great.
What was the date on that?
November 7th.
Thank you. Okay, and your actual, well, that means that you don't have at least one of my 2 things on here in your set, so that's interesting.
Yeah. Again, I have problems. Dominic Mysterio beats his father's ass in his own home on Thanksgiving. I watched this repeatedly. I fucking loved it. There is something about, and again, I need help. I don't know how many ways and how many different times I can say it. There's something about a grown-ass man being dragged on his own floor while your son's Dom puts her foot, Dom's Dom puts her foot, Rhea that is, on Ray's neck while fucking Dominic
Oh
takes a
my
crunch to
God.
Ray's leg.
You just made me realize I called her gimmick Dommy Mommy, but she's also Dommy's mommy.
Yeah, exactly.
Holy shit,
Exactly.
it works on 2 levels.
God, yeah, and just like, dude, your criticisms of it when we talked about this a while back, totally valid, right? You know what it is? I have this pathological need to see Rey Mysterio suffer. And I don't know what it is. I don't know if he fucked with me in a past life. And I'm like, no, Oscar, it's my turn. But like it's like the same thing with Xavier Woods. The dude is the best cry face in the business. Shatter the fucking leg. I want to see it. I'm a sick person. I make no excuses, but seeing a man get big leagued in his own fucking home, I loved it. 10 out of 10 would laugh again. The Christmas one wasn't nearly as funny because, cops aren't funny. Cops are just gross. But this, and then, like, the mom freaking out, oh, Dominic, and, yeah, a bit of a crit, like, oh, it's the holidays, chill out. But honestly, I low-key liked his delivery. I think Dominic Mysterio is a guilty pleasure for me because I know he's bad. He'll never probably be good at this business. Total nepotistic energy. But it's the first time where I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. It's wrestling. That's never going to change. Either get with it or just change the channel. And in this case, I could get with it a little bit. And so, yeah, this was the funniest moment to me. I watched this shit repeatedly, like I said. And yeah, we should do more home invasions because between the Randy Orton Triple H one and this one, breaking into homes as wrestling is just cool. And Seth Rollins with Edge, let's not forget. That also was a funny one. It just works. Home invasions work, people. Don't take that out of context. But yeah, what was your funniest moment of the year?
I already gave mine, man.
Oh, you already gave? Yeah, I got. Just remind me again what you gave. Oh, the Rick Ross, the big motherfucker thing. That's right. You didn't have any honorable mentions?
My honorable mention was Dominic's heel turn at Clash of the Castle.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Just keeping everything together. Okay. Yeah, that was great too. Oh, look at that. I love that. Like, Dom gets mine and he was an honorable mention on yours, but just in completely different wavelengths. That's great. So because I went second, I'll go first on this.
Quote of the year.
Oh, I like this one because, again, I have quite a few honorable mentions here. God, I wish I would have dated these because I don't have dates for I think a lot of these, if not all of these. So MJF quote, and I think it was after, oh God, what was this? I'm trying to remember. You know what? I'm not going to waste time trying to remember. This is about Wardlow. But he actually mentioned CM Punk a little bit. This is MJF, and he says about CM Punk and their feud, it won't be over until I attend your funeral and piss on your grave. I really enjoyed that segment because it cuts to Shawn Spears right after laughing, and I don't know, it was just kind of a mood. Christian quote here, eat my crumbs and enjoy it. We know I was a big fan of that one when he first said it. Kenta honestly could have a category by himself. Kenta had an underrated year.
He really did.
Kenta, Zach, thank you and fuck you.
Nice.
Love Kenta. Christian again. Oh God, how did this not win? Well, I know why it didn't win, but still, knowing I'm me. Your son is going to be eating birthday cake through a straw. You raised a piece of shit. I love you, Christian. Drew McIntyre, quote, we're wrestlers in a wrestling ring. Let's just freaking wrestle. All in the delivery. He had a lot of fire in that round. He said that to Kevin Owens. CM Punk, this is one of the few really good lines that Punk had that really stuck with me. Mm-hmm. You can be the heart and soul. I'll be the dollars and cents. Didn't age well, but a great line at the time. Kevin Owens to Austin Theory.
That really didn't age well. That's literally the problem, Punk. Good Lord. Fuck you.
Yeah. You know what? Your tag onto that made it even better, honestly. That made it age a little bit better. I actually did. It's so funny that I dated this one and didn't date any of the other ones. Kevin Owens to Austin Theory. I'm your daddy, bitch. Raw, September 19th.
Raw September what teenth?
September 19th.
Okay.
Okay, let's see. Sami Zayn to Jey Uso. Your performance as of late, it hasn't been very Usy.
Amazing.
Hangman Adam Page, John Moxley. The medicine isn't working, and I am still here. Thought that was a powerful line.
That is powerful. That's some Bojack shit right there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then my final honorable mention, Mina Shirakawa to Kamitani. This is actually relatively recent, so it won't be like hard to put a date on this because this is their white belt matchup. My white belt hope and my teeth have been taken, but I will crawl out of this hell. That was a great quote too.
All right.
But
And your
thankfully,
quote of the year is?
Yep. Let me just enlarge this here. I don't stand side by side with nobody until I bleed with them first. Moxley to Danielson, September 16th on Dynamite. So that was just a really powerful line, and I think it just really gave a lot of insight into Moxley as a character. But now, what was your quote of the year, and do you have any honorable mentions?
I do not have any honorable mentions because CM Punk literally earned this shit on day 5 of the entire goddamn year.
Oh, wow. All right.
He said this to MJF on January 5th. He said, and I quote, "Listen, pal, if you think the grass is so much greener on the other side, be my guest. Go ahead, leave. Main event night 4 of a buy one, get one free extravaganza and then get released faster than you last in the sack. When you come back, I'll be here and that ass kicking will still be waiting for you."
Yeah, that was a great quote from Punk for sure. Yeah.
I mean, I have very little respect left for Punk, but when you're on point, you're on fucking point. Good lord.
All right. And now you open catchphrase of the year. I had a difficult time with this, so
Dude,
I don't.
this
Yeah.
was literally, I literally was just like, I either give this to just acknowledge me again, which I gave it to last year and I chose not to, or there's really only one other choice in my opinion, and that's what I ended up giving it to.
Which was?
Scissor me, daddy ass.
Oh, that's yeah. You know what? You have a better one than mine, only because of how over yours is.
Yep. I'd like to, like, with some of these, like with the catchphrase of the year and with gimmick of the year and stuff, I like to think if there were any of these that like carried a performer or like took them from not super relevant to a big deal. And yeah, the whole scissoring thing, man, my God, just completely took off. The Acclaimed were like kind of liked before the whole daddy ass thing, but that took them to an entirely different level.
Yeah. Yeah. I really like that one, man. It shows that because, like, again, I really strive to be attentive this year, but it shows how you were more attentive than I was in certain key moments, and that was definitely one because I didn't even have that as honorable mentions, and you're 100% right. I just had as my winner the Bloodline, We the Ones. I really like that catchphrase and the whole finger up in the air. I think it's good shit. So not much there. Then we have commentator of the year. Again, no honorable mentions for me. I actually gave it to Michael Cole this year.
Same.
I feel like Michael Cole with McAfee and now with Triple H in charge has been able to actually be more of a play-by-play guy. And man, the improvement has fucking shown. Really happy for Michael that he had the kind of year that he had this year. And you said you shared it. Is there anything you want to add?
I have nothing to add. Let's move on. Theme music of the year. I will say I have an honorable mention, and that is Wendy Chu's theme Snack Time.
Very cool. And we already know who your winner is, but of course, for the uninitiated.
I've been telegraphing my theme music of the year for months at this point. It's FWC's theme song. If you don't know who FWC is, they were my tag team of the year, and they are the team of Hazuki and Koguma. They held the Stardom Goddesses tag titles twice this year, which that alone you might not realize is a big deal because they are the first ever two-time Goddesses of Stardom champions. There have been individual women that have held the titles more than once, but no full tag team before FWC. They held the titles for, I believe, about half the year combined. I think they had like a 70-something day reign and a 100-something day reign. But their tag team theme song didn't debut until May 28th of this year, almost halfway through the year. And it is an absolute banger. It's like fucking techno style music. And my God, the only downside to hearing it is that you don't get to hear Hazuki's theme, but I prefer it to Hazuki's theme, which is unbelievable because Hazuki has one of my favorite themes in all of wrestling right now.
Absolutely. All right, time for me to go. I do have some honorable mentions here.
Sweet.
Tekla, just for that alone. I had fun with that this year. Katsuhiko Nakajima Kickstart by K-Force.
Wow.
I like Nakajima's theme.
Okay.
Liv Morgan, Watch Me.
Yes, that's a great theme.
Mirai's theme.
I think that's called
Hanan.
Burning Soul.
You're right. It is called Burning Soul. You'll know because I know you've listened to that album a lot more than I have. But yeah,
Strong Soul. It's called Strong Soul.
Strong Soul. Hanan's theme.
Oh, the best. I love that theme so much.
Hook's theme, The Chairman's Intent.
That's a great theme too.
Roman Reigns theme. And I want you to add one for me that I don't have here, but if I'm honest, I did listen to it a lot when I was like reading or just like puttering. Fucking Waka Tsukiyama's theme. It's partially your fault. You be like, come on, baby, I am one. And I'm like, damn it, I'm infected. Fuck you. Fuck all of you. But it's okay because I get to say fuck you twice because it's time for me to get that heel heat. This is hilarious with how this has aged, especially given some things that have happened. My theme of the year, MJF's theme, Dig Deep. I work out to this shit. Oh my God. And the only reason I say it's hilarious is because Moxley literally had a promo when he started the feud with MJF and he's like, your theme music sucks, by the way. And I'm like, no, it doesn't. I personally love it. I love it. I know when I was rooting for MJF to win the title, we even posted it in the music Discord. I think it was a poop of the day from like April or something. And obviously we were matching fucking scarves and shit. And I wasn't kidding when I said I've worked out to this theme before. I love it. I even listened to it a few times when you were in the AFK before we went live. Just to be like, am I really standing by this pick? And yeah, I am. It's great. He may not be anymore, and apparently this theme is royalty free. So if WWE wanted to use it, if he does go there, it's not going anywhere. And honestly, I hope it doesn't. I love it. So there you go. My theme of the year there. And now finisher of the year, which I open on this. I do have 4 honorable mentions for this.
Sweet.
All right. Jay White, Blade Runner.
I'm not going to list who it's by unless I don't know who it's by, so I'm just going to put Blade Runner for this one.
Oh, okay, yeah. I did say Jay White, to be fair, because that's what he calls it, so...
No, but like I said, I'm not going to list who it's by unless I don't know who it's by, because, like,
yeah, no, I see what you're saying. Phoenix Splash.
Yes.
KOD.
Yep.
Haluva Kick.
Nice.
And honestly, finisher of the year. Very late contender, but I'm looking at it contextually and what it accomplished. I called it, because it doesn't have a name yet, the Glorious Northern Lights Bomb, a.k.a. the move that Julia used to beat Shuri at Dream Queen and win the title.
Yes, I love it. I fucking love it. Yes.
I think, again, contextually, when it's a move that beats somebody that kicks out of literally everything, the first person to kick out of Utami's hijack bomb, which I'm still fucking salty
to be fair,
about.
I believe also the first person to kick out of the Northern Lights bomb.
Exactly. So for Julia to merge like her whole moveset together and almost be like an alchemist on the fly, yeah, definite easy thing for finisher of the year because it finally nabbed her the world fucking title. So easy pick there. What is your finisher of the year?
I have 2 honorable mentions, one of which is Julia's Glorious Northern Lights bomb, like you already mentioned as your finisher of the year. My other honorable mention is Solruka's Flipping Cutter.
Oh, I love that you gave that attention here. Yeah, great pick.
You saw that before, right? You know what that is?
I have. Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Literally, like, the most innovative thing to ever come out of NXT, I think. But my finisher of the year is the Fire Thunder Fuck Sauce Driver like a Thunderbolt. Come on, baby.
Beautiful pick. Beautiful and more than understandable pick because, like me with Julia, it did nab her a championship this year. Won the
Yes,
Future
it
Stardom
did.
title with that shit.
And speaking of nabbing championships, our next actual category is title reign of the year.
Dude, this was so fucking easy. This
It,
was so
it
fucking easy.
really was, but I want to give a shout out before DBK throws a hissy fit. Honorable mention is Azumi, who was the high speed champion for a vast majority of the year. I believe she won it in February even, and she still holds it even to this day. She's going to end the year with the title. She might end up having the whole, calendar year thing, the 365 days if she holds it into February of 2023. We'll see. But my God, it's Saya Kamitani, Wonder of Stardom Championship.
We share that just straight up. I just want to give my 2 honorable mentions, if I may, since we do share this.
Yeah.
I wanted to give credit. First of all, my first honorable mention is just Roman Reigns' Universal Championship reign because it's still fucking going. Like, just from dominance alone, I'm like, yeah. But I did want to give credit
Didn't he
too
also
because I think
unify the titles this year at WrestleMania?
he did, yeah, dude. He's been fucking unstoppable. Jesus Christ. I did want to give credit, and honestly, I think any other year I would have been more playful if like the obvious pick of Kamitani wasn't so goddamn forceful. I would have been more playful. I was really tempted to give it to Hanan this year. I think Hanan had a great future title reign, and for no other reason, she made me give a shit about the future Stardom title, and that's huge compliment to her. I'm really proud of Hanan, so I just wanted to go out of my way and say that.
Mention?
She is my honorable mention. She would have won any other year if Kamitani wasn't so goddamn undeniable. But hey, Kamitani's your girl. You've been advocating for her since day fucking one. Talk about the brilliance of this title reign, my guy.
I mean, dude, I feel like you have already said more about how great this title reign has been than I possibly could by having 8 of her matches in your match of the year contendership list.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
And the thing is, of those 8 matches, I wonder how many of those are her Wonder of Stardom title defenses. Let me see if I can find a number here. The Natsupoi one was a title defense. The Utami one was a title defense. The Tam one, so 3. The Michael one was 1, so that's 4. Let's see. Where's another Kamitani match? The Himeka one, that's 5. And then Mina and Kairi, 7 of the 8 Kamitani matches were Wonder of Stardom Championship defenses. That's how insane her reign has been. She's had 7 title defenses that were legit Match of the Year candidates on your list of 26 Match of the Year candidates.
Yeah. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I'm telling you guys, if you don't like Kamitani, get used to it because it's only getting started for her. It's fucking nuts. So I guess I do Faction of the Year. I only have 2 honorable mentions for this.
Oh, wow. I have more honorable mentions than you. That's surprising.
Yeah, Cosmic Angels. I thought they've been very interesting this year as a faction, both highs and lows. And Death Triangle, because I love the concept.
Cool.
Faction of the Year, though, is just the Bloodline. They're making such compelling fucking content right now.
Plus, they're kind of sort of dominant as hell.
Yeah, sorta, just a little bit. So who's your Faction of the Year, my guy?
Well, honorable mentions. I actually don't have any factions in common with you for honorable mentions, which is weird because Cosmic Angels, I feel like, isn't the only title that they've held all year. The Meltier title reign, which was short.
True, but I was a bit more liberal with this one this year, and I'm like, well, what kind of content did they create as a faction, and did I enjoy it, and like, what was the narrative and stuff? And I feel like they still had a productive year, even outside of championships. Just like, right. With recruits and breakup, like, just they were very visible this year. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, that's fair. So my honorable mentions: God's Eye. We had, Shuri as the world champion, Ami Sourei debuting and winning the Future of Stardom Championship. Joining or adding Tomoka Inaba to the group. This was also the year that God's Eye formed, is probably worth noting. Tomoka Inaba joining the group, and then eventually Nanami also joining the group. It was a good year for them for sure. Donna Del Mundo, my God, holy shit. Julia is all you need to really talk about there. But the entire group has been great. Mahime may not have held titles this year, but they've still been great as a tag team. Sakurai, I don't like her, but obviously she has worked her way up the ranks of Stardom quite a bit because she's considered kind of lower mid card now rather than where she should be, which is bottom of the barrel jobber. Um,
Yes.
Stars, I think, need to be an honorable mention because, I mean, FWC was my tag team of the year, Mayu, SWA Championship, Hanan, Future of Stardom Championship. They've had quite a lot of success. Plus, they had the whole TLC Moneyball match or whatever it was. It was goofy as hell.
Yeah.
Queen's Quest. I mean, good lord, Kamitani. We already mentioned how great her Wonder of Stardom Championship reign was, and the honorable mention there for me was Azumi, also Queen's Quest with her high speed title run, and Utami has just had a great year, even though she hasn't had any titles to show for it. Lady C's been compelling this year as well, so yeah, QQ. And my top listed honorable mention before, of course, also the Bloodline for me as well, being my faction of the year, was the Blackpool Combat Club. I'm surprised you didn't mention BCC, honestly.
Dude, honestly, I think just the feud of JAS and stuff, like, you're right, I should have, but I just feel like there was enough negative, and then the Regal shit, it's like,
Yeah.
fuck, they lost
So
all
it's
their
like
steam to
recency
me.
bias that prevented you from having
Yeah.
them on the list.
It's funny how recency bias works, because I know I didn't have a lot of it as far as, like, my winners go, but even people that probably should have been included, like, that worked against them, for sure.
All right.
On-screen relationship of the year, who do you got, bud? Because I love the pick I had for this.
I struggled with this one big time. I ended up landing on Sami Zayn and Jimmy Uso.
Don't you mean Jay? Or do you mean
I
Jimmy?
mean
Because they get
Jimmy,
along better.
because Sammy and Jimmy are tight as hell. They seem like such bros. I love whenever like everyone's doing their own thing and Sammy and Jimmy are just in the background chatting, talking shit.
Makes me wonder that when Sammy does get excommunicated, like, how Jimmy's gonna feel about that. He'll probably be the most reluctant to join in on the
He'll be
beatdown.
the
He
most
probably will.
heartbroken. You mean when Sammy betrays the bloodline, Jimmy will be the most heartbroken, right?
Yeah, of course. I guess took relationship a bit more broadly, and it's like, who are we seeing together? A lot of associations. I'll tell you what, it's a credit to fucking Sammy, because obviously a Sami Zayn relationship, I'm just gonna say Sami Zayn and Jey Uso won it for me. Their relationship has been fascinating to unfold, and that hug in the
No, that actually does work though, because they had a very contentious relationship for a long time, and now Jay has got his back, and that's awesome.
and that hug at War Games, man, when it gets a pop from the crowd,
Yeah.
you know that it's a good relationship. But I will say, kudos to Sammy, one of the few people that I know can stop the power of fucking Tam Nakano, because the other two relationships, quote unquote, that I had, one more legitimate than the other. I had Tam Nakano and Julia, just because, again,
you
I
do have
mean,
honorable mentions here, okay?
I do, yeah. Tam and Julia, and then Tam and Natsupoi. Like, yeah, Tam's fucking amazing. I'm telling you, if Sammy wasn't who he is, she probably would have won another award.
Yeah.
Tam is really fucking good. But yeah, Sammy was just undeniable this year with Jay. And I still miss main event Jey Uso, but I so love that he gets to do stuff like this, because I'll tell you something. Whatever happens to Sammy, regardless of who betrays who, this might be how we get back on a singles track with Jay. Because I could see Jay, if Sammy does betray them, right, kind of side-eyeing Roman and being like, I was the one that knew longer than anybody. I held out longer than anybody about trusting this fool. And like Roman taking umbrage with that, because he's going to be like, well, are you saying you know better than me? And then Jay could be like, well, yeah, like there's so much possibility still left here. But yeah, their relationship has been amazing. So Sami Zayn and Jay win it for me. Oh God, I get to open WTF moment of the year. This is perfect. Again, I have a few honorable mentions here.
Okay, cool. I'm ready for you.
Some of these I don't have dates for, unfortunately, but I know the events. I could probably YouTube it real quick if I needed to. So first honorable mention, I do have a date for this. CM Punk fails buckshot lariat twice, and this was AEW Double or Nothing. So this also would have been fitting for botch of the year, but I'm just like, what the like? Why are you even attempting this?
Yeah.
Next honorable mention is Ezekiel's debut. I don't have a date for this, but I was really perplexed when this happened.
Yeah.
I love how I phrased this one, because you could tell it was a WTF moment for me. Brock lifts the ring with a fucking tractor. This was at SummerSlam in his last man standing match with Roman.
Yep.
Javaris, here it is. And again, only as an honorable mention, though. Mox Big Leagues Punk AEW Dynamite, August 24th. So it did get there, Javaris. I didn't forget.
Match, basically, right?
Yeah.
And then a week later in Chicago, Punk cut the worst promo of the year, according to you.
Yes. And then
God,
this
what a
one.
fucking month CM Punk had. Holy shit. August 17th cuts a candidate for best promo of the year. August 24th gets bitched the fuck out by Moxley in Moxley's hometown. August 31st cuts the worst promo of the year in his own hometown.
Yeah, and then my top honorable mention here, and I would put it at the top because I still can't believe this fucking happened. It was like a fucking fever dream. Tyson Fury serenades Drew McIntyre Clash at the Castle.
Yeah.
But now let me paint a picture for you here for our winner. So we're doing AEW. We're giving it a shot here. We're like, okay, we're gonna do it. We're doing Double or Nothing. I think, Ashton, you mercifully had to go to the bathroom. I'm alone. You know you can count on me. These shoulders are broad and sexy. So I'm like, okay, guys, we're doing it. Ashton's going to the bathroom. He's a fucking king. He deserves a break. I've even said you could sleep during shows. I know how hard you work. So I'm going to do it. I'm going to get it for us. Javaris is in the chat. The chat's got my back. We got all this energy. DBK's in there. Anarchy in the Arena starts. Okay, it's Blackpool Combat Club. It's Jericho Appreciation Society. It's gonna be brutal. It's gonna be intense because we're not doing that shit, in the words of Moxley, with that empty arena fucking shit. No, this is gonna be brutal. This is gonna be hardcore. And then JAS comes out. And I'm like, what the fuck is this goddamn shit? My WTF moment of the year altogether is the Anarchy in the Arena match. Because let's not forget, too, that Moxley's theme was playing for seemingly the first 10 minutes of that fucking match until Jericho unplugged it. My emphasis, now, Javaris, I'm sure, yes, Javaris, you remember, Javaris, he unlocked a repressed memory. They come out in these hats and these suits, and I am like, what
Looking
in
like
the
a
boy band
fucking
reject
boy band.
fuck? Yes. I was like, what? No. For the last one of 2022, because we've got 15
Rollins.
minutes left of the year. What? I was insane. I am like, not only is this hideous, absolute double S tier ass, which also has two S's, so it's perfect, unlike their collective existence, it was abominable, my guy. I have never shirked away from a challenge that you've given me, like, John, cover me 2 minutes, cover me. I didn't know if I was gonna make it because I was literally in my brain was making anime noises and just thinking like, it's happening. Anarchy in the Arena is happening. The biggest WTF moment in my mind that at the very least in this run we had with AEW by far, because between the suits and then Moxley's theme playing while the brawling's happening, I think we even used the term fever dream in our live reactions to this match.
Yes.
Just far and away, biggest WTF moment. And I'm so glad that I made Javaris remember those suits, because if I'm suffering, so do the rest of you. I hope they burn them afterwards, but knowing them, they were probably proud of it and they have them framed somewhere and being like, yeah, remember when we slayed that look? No, literally nobody remembers that. Nobody remembers that because you didn't. So what is your WTF moment of the year?
So would you like to hear my honorable mentions first?
I would love to hear your honorable mentions first.
Okay. So I don't think I ever told you about this, and I'm really proud of myself for keeping this a secret. I went out of my way, and I didn't even realize it was happening until the third one, and the third one didn't even require any work because it was just so easy. I ended up with a WTF moment of the year for every single showcase show that happened this year.
That's amazing, dude.
That said, to get this out of the way right away, the first WTF moment of the year that I had was the Women's Royal Rumble participant announcements that happened on SmackDown, because Mickie James and Summer Rae were part of them.
Oh, wow.
So we got Mickie James, and they officially announced her as the Impact Knockouts champion, I believe. And she actually ended up being in the Rumble, coming out to Hardcore Country.
Nice, nice.
And yeah, Summer Rae was in the Royal Rumble that year. Like, it was fucking weird, man. And the WTF moment was the announcements where they officially announced that those women were going to be in it, because it's just, what the fuck, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So God, I'm actually kind of blown away that actually happened. But so then we get to Showcase, right?
Yeah.
Stardom in Showcase Volume 1. I want to make sure that I got this right, because I'm starting to feel like I'm misremembering something here. No, that was right. And then this one was this. Okay. Wow. A lot happened there. Okay. Okay, so the first volume of Showcase, my WTF moment of the year was Tam and Koguma exchanged attires.
Oh, that's a great pick.
Mid-match.
Yeah, great pick.
If I remember correctly, they went inside of a giant... Was it a pumpkin? I don't remember what it was. It was some kind of giant, like, fruit or something. It was inflatable.
Yeah, I know it. Trying to remember, because I know what you're referring to. It's just a little hazy for me.
Anyway, but yeah, they went in there, and when they came out, their attires had switched. That was like a what the fuck's going on here. Showcase Volume 2, if I remember correctly, was it Showcase Volume 2 that had the bouncy house full of ectoplasm?
I believe it was.
So that's only one of 2 WTF moments of the year from that show. Bouncy house full of ectoplasm. Showcase Volume 2. And then the other one was Mayu getting tossed down the stairs.
Yeah, oh, just the way you said that so casually. Oh God, poor Mayu. Yeah.
But ultimately, my actual WTF moment of the year comes from Showcase Volume 3. And to this day, I still have to say, what the fuck, Rossi?
Oh God.
Because Stardom just straight up refused to unmask the third mysterious Shinigami on that show. That's my WTF moment of the year.
Best pick. Like, I loved mine and I stand by mine, but yeah, that's a great fucking pick.
All right. So then we can move on, right?
Yes, we can.
Botch of the year. And I got to say, I'm not a big fan of the sort of segments of Botchamania that show actual botches where people are getting hurt and injured and shit. My favorite types of botches are the more lighthearted ones where someone just fucks up and it looks goofy. Like the Titus slide. That's a fun, cute, ha-ha, funny botch, right? That's the lighthearted kind of botch that I can get behind. So because of that, my botch of the year was Hazuki exploding the ball of money with her drop kick to the ladder.
Yeah, that's a great pick, dude. Definitely keeping it light. I didn't go that route, unfortunately. But
well, you're Mr. Schadenfreude himself, though. I'm not surprised.
Oh God, is that really my level? I guess I earned it. Oh God, I need help.
Really, I feel like Dominique is more Mr. Schadenfreude, but you're up there.
I appreciate that. So I have 3 honorable mentions. This feels also like dishonorable mention though. Himeka Frankenstein Powerbomb counter Stardom X Stardom. I believe this is in her match with Kamitani, and it looked really bad. Like, I was actually afraid that, one of them might have broken their neck, and thankfully both ended up fine.
Well, if anyone would have broken their neck on that, it would have been Kamitani, because she was the one that landed on her fucking neck.
Yeah. This one, I feel like, honestly, at some point in the year, probably was the winner, and then other stuff happened.
That was at Stardom X Stardom?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, second one?
Nakajima knocks Kinya Okada the fuck out, N1 August 28th. And then I didn't have a date for this one. It was very recent, but I was just too impressed with myself, and I was too masturbatory with myself on this one. Gravity says nada to Top Dollar. Fucking dive. But my botch of the year, which actually I stand by now only because it's being incorporated into the narrative. I called it. God, I'm too amused by myself. I swear. Phoenix Crash. Asaya Kamitani's Phoenix Splash onto Mina that like took her teeth. But they made a whole narrative out of it with Mina coming back, and now Kamitani won a challenger again. So I actually feel better about having this as my award because of the narrative significance it took on. Still within this year, by the way. So yeah, it was horrible. I was so scared for Mina, and I felt so bad for Kamitani because she got a lot of negative, unearned attention for this. But yeah, now they're making a storyline out of it, and Mina's very much looking likely like the next Wonder of Stardom champion, and I am fucking here for it. So good shit there. All right, bro. This is the other category outside of Match of the Year where I have the most honorable mentions. So you tell me when you're ready.
Okay, all right. I'm ready for you. Let's do this thing. Jeez.
Spot of the year.
Yeah.
Go Shiozaki, Germans Nakajima off the ramp. Noah the New Year. Sting dives off balcony through a stack of tables. AEW Revolution.
Balcony dive. AEW Revolution. Okay.
Kairi's first diving elbow in 2 years. That would have been at a Stardom World Climax.
Stardom World Climax. Day 1. Okay.
Kairi's back fist on Unagi. Again, Stardom World Climax.
Okay, so this is another one where you were very liberal about what you're giving Spot of the Year to, okay?
Yeah, just because I really enjoyed it. That's why there are quite a lot of these. Penta assisted flip pile driver to Matt. I don't know who Matthew. Oh, Buddy Matthews. It must have been AEW Double or Nothing.
AEW Double or Nothing. Okay.
I'm missing a date on this one. Mirai overpowers Kashima's Kishi Kaisei. I thought that was a really cool spot.
I feel like they've done that spot multiple times.
Yeah, so you can just say it generally. Just pick one. I think this was the first time we must have seen the Black Tiger Leg Destroyer, if I'm putting it like this, because I didn't give it that name. Starlight Kid modified stretch muffler against Waka. This was back in June 28th.
June 28th. That's Ashley's birthday, my cousin Ashley.
Oh, that's adorable. Stardom Showcase, cliff climb and slide, Koguma crossbody. So this must have been with the castle thing. It must have stood out to me, the stuff they were doing on there.
Off the inflatable castle. Stardom in Showcase Volume 1. Okay.
Brock Lesnar uses a tractor to lift the ring, WWE SummerSlam.
All right.
Paul Heyman F5'd through announce table, SummerSlam. Had to acknowledge this one. Heyman never takes bumps, so I thought this was a big deal.
All right.
You know what? I'm not going to count that one because I didn't put it as a spot. I said from knuckle locks to wrist locks, Danielson versus Garcia. Maybe I was just talking about the wrestling that opened the match, but we don't, if I'm not going to be specific, that shouldn't count. So we can delete that one.
Maybe you should add that to your match of the year list.
Yeah, I really did enjoy that match.
I think wasn't Danielson versus Garcia 2 out of 3 falls on your match of the year list?
I think it might have been. I had so many, so I'm going to assume that it was.
Yeah, it was. It was.
Okay, yeah. Dragon Lee dives on Omega over the barricade. This was on a Dynamite show, August 17th.
On Omega over the barricade. And you said this was a Dynamite on what?
August 17th.
All right.
Amisore, Fire Thunder driver to Momo Watanabe. This is the 5-star Grand Prix, August 20th.
Like a thunderbolt to Momo Watanabe. And what did you say the date was?
August 20th.
And this was a 5-star match?
Yes.
All right.
Pac Super Brainbuster to Osprey, AEW Dynamite, August 24th.
All right.
Didn't have a date on this one. Risa Sera swings Kashima out of the ring.
All right.
Magical Merry-Go-Round, Yuka Sakazaki versus Shoko Nakajima. Top Rope, Wrestle Princess 3 from TJPW.
Wrestle Princess 3. On to Shoko. Yuka's Magical Merry-Go-Round onto Shoko, Wrestle Princess 3. Did I cover everything?
Yes.
All the details there? Okay.
Yes. I have two more here.
All right, cool.
Riho Yoshitonic to Jamie Hayter on an AEW Dynamite, October 26th.
All right.
And this is actually my front runner for the longest time until it got unseated. Go Shiozaki and Nakajima, chops versus kicks. I believe this is where I said, stop! And might have even come up with the term ambidangerous, which is still my favorite little term that I've coined this year.
All right.
And now my spot of the year, which was really fucking obvious. And yeah, Javaris called it here. Triple jump Poison Rana from Mayu to Momo, October 22nd. That was fucking impeccable. I remember my mouth dropped when this first happened. I'm like, how in the hell? To me personally, that was more impressive than, oh God, what's that move called? That move we've all been seeing recently, like in the Discord, and that went viral on Twitter, where it's like the backwards, like go around Poison Rana.
Yeah, the imploding 450 into the Poison Rana.
Exactly. I thought this was more impressive than that.
Vikingo.
Yeah, especially because if you go back and you see Mayu do this, there's no hesitation. It's like all one fluid motion, seemingly. Whereas, like, you can see in the other one, while it visually looks great at the end, there is that hesitating and that preparation, which I understand. You wouldn't want to rush a spot like that. But just from technical and style points, Mayu and Momo, they were impeccable in this spot. This was incredible. I know Javaris already mentioned it, so I can't imagine his reaction when he first saw it. My mind was blown. So, my friend, now you finally get to talk. I don't think I have nearly as many honorable mentions going forward. That was my last big honorable mention category. What was your spot of the year?
My honorable mentions for spot of the year, I had Chris Jericho's counter to Claudio's giant swing at Final Battle, and Brody King's Fire Thunder Driver to Phoenix at Double or Nothing.
Love it.
And my actual spot of the year, I went basic bitch on this one. It was Brock using the bulldozer to lift the ring. That was insane.
Amazing.
I've never seen anything like that in wrestling before. We've seen plenty of rings collapse, but we've never seen one of them get that done to it.
Absolutely. And Happy New Year, everybody on the East Coast.
Happy New Year to the East Coast of the United States of America. Oh, my God.
This was definitely a year-end awards. I feel like last year we didn't ring in the new year with everybody.
Happy New Year. No, because last year we didn't go 5 hours, and last year we didn't start late like we did this year. Last year, this year we started at like 7:40-ish, and also we had a little bit of a shorter show compared to this year.
Yeah, definitely. So Happy New Year, everybody. Happy to ring in the new year with you. We've only got a few categories left here, so let's get to it. You open this one, brother. It's best move so of the year. So what do you got for us?
This was literally the last category that I filled in, my friend, and I am so proud of my decision here. I'm so happy that I remembered this because this happened all the way back on January 4th of this year. And I'm so excited because we're watching the 2023 equivalent of this Tuesday night at 9:30 p.m. It is from TJPW's January 4th show of 2022. Mizuki versus Miyu Yamashita for the Princess of Princess Championship. Mizuki's sell of Miyu Yamashita's skull kick and crash rabbit heat. And when I say sell in this case, I don't just mean the bump she took. I mean the way that she sold her own desperation, and then after she got hit by the second skull kick, her selling of sadness and like despair, knowing what was coming in the form of Crash Rabbit Heat, it is some of the best acting I have ever seen in pro wrestling. Period. If you don't know what I'm talking about, look it up. It's fucking amazing. Mizuki is also one of my candidates for underrated wrestler of the year.
Excellent. Excellent. I only had one honorable mention for this. It must have been during their IWGP women's semifinal matchup. Mayu selling Utami's forearm. I think Utami must have forearmed her at one point, and Mayu sold it like she was just gonna collapse and die.
Right.
I fucking love that match. Jesus Christ. But DBK and I actually have the same award. I saw DBK mentioned in the chat. Saki Kashima selling Risa Serra's swing. I thought she sold it beautifully. I thought it was one of the best sells to a swing I've ever seen because it was like out of the range. She really sold being discombobulated and everything after the fact. Like, yeah, she really put that fucking swing over. So now we go to mark out moment of the year. This is my personal favorite because this is just us being fans and what really made us pop. So I had a few honorable mentions for these. So again, not as many as Spot, but I actually had more for these than I thought. So it was, again, a good year for wrestling and in terms of even just us being fans. So my first honorable mention, Seth Rollins coming out in Shield gear. That was at Royal Rumble.
Yep, we have that honorable mention in common, actually.
Liv Morgan cash in.
Yep.
Bayley returning at SummerSlam alongside Io and Dakota. Stokely Hathaway AEW Double or Nothing debut. Starlight Kid pinning Kamitani in the 5-star.
Yep.
Utami pinning Shuri in the 5-star.
Yep.
That was big for me. I was so happy. Miyu Watanabe beating Miyu Yamashita. I really didn't expect it, so that got a big pop out of us. I'm really glad that we live reacted to that show. That was a great call on your part.
Buddy.
And Mina Shirakawa pinning Kamitani in the 5-star. But my absolute
imagine being a Kamitani hater in this day and age. Good lord! Not only is she the most entertaining white belt champion that we've had in maybe ever, but she puts people over in the 5-star like crazy. My lord! Literally, how was that? 2? Yeah, 2 of your honorable mentions for mark out moment of the year were people beating Kamitani in the 5-star. That's amazing.
Yeah, but my absolute mark out moment of the year, and it was so fucking easy, and it had a stranglehold on this, even with how things have changed. Kairi Hojo's press conference return for Stardom. Guys, I won't forget that I stayed up with Ashton to watch this because he alerted me to it. The moment I saw her face behind the hat, I cried. I think I cried 2 or 3 times during that press conference, but they were just tears of joy. I was so happy to see her again. It was incredible. And again, while I would say that I'm a bigger Utami fan right now than Kairi now, back then, just knowing that she was healthy, happy, she looked fucking great. She still does.
She
was
looks like
really
a fucking
everything.
angel, man.
Dude, I know. Like, I'm so happy for her. And to know that it really all kind of started here. Again, nothing was unseating that for me. And again, I had a handful of honorable mentions. I really was. It was a good year, but Kairi just had it locked down. I think the only thing, honestly, that could have unseated it is if Utami would have beaten Shuri when they had their match recently for the title. If Utami would have won the title back and completely upended Dream Queendom, that might have been the only thing that could have beaten this. Because I don't even know if like Starlight Kid beating Kamitani for the white belt or anything like that, or even Mina winning the white belt. I love Mina. Maybe that too, possibly, but I don't know. I really feel like Kairi even then would have had this lockdown. It was just a beautiful moment. I'm curious what your mark out moment of the year was and what your honorable mentions were.
Okay, well, my honorable mentions, first of all, anything Shibata did at all this year.
That's excellent, dude. Makes perfect sense given you. I love that.
Second of all was the Seth Rollins Shield entrance at the Royal Rumble. That was very easy.
Yes.
And my third honorable mention, which was my award winner until November, Neo Bishkigun's entrance at Grand Princess 22.
Ooh, I love that pick. That's great. Yeah.
And my actual award winner, which it was just so easy for me, Jey Uso enthusiastically hugs Sami Zayn post War Games.
Love it. Love it, dude. Yeah, again, my favorite category, I think, in these awards, just because, again, it's just us really being fans and saying, fuck what was logical or this and that. Did it make me pop? Yes. And just going with it. Love that pick by you, man. That's fantastic. So then you open brand of the... Oh, this should be just so fucking straightforward.
It's just Stardom.
Yeah, like, yeah. Yeah, I really don't know what else to fucking say
Here's
to
a fun
that.
question
Like,
for you, John. I'm assuming we both have Stardom as our brand of the year,
yes.
which makes it 3 years running now for both of us, 4 years running for you. You actually made Stardom your brand of the year in 2019 when we had only covered it for the last 5 months of the year. Yeah. Since it's got such a stranglehold on our brand of the year category, what would be your runner-up if you had to give anything to it?
SmackDown, probably.
Really?
I think SmackDown's been good enough, even just for the bloodline alone. I think SmackDown's been pretty strong this year from what I've checked in on, even in YouTube clips. What about you? What would be your runner-up?
I think my runner-up would honestly probably have to be... God, it's hard, man. It's hard. Shit. Yeah, I think I'd have to sign on with SmackDown, but I'm not enthusiastic about it at all.
Yeah. No, I get it, man. I'm wondering how that'll change this year.
Dude, I'll tell you right now. I'm telling you straight up. I think that my runner-up, at least, if not maybe even challenging Stardom for Brand of the Year in 2023, is going to end up being Actress Girls, because I want to get into it this year.
Good for you, man. Good for you. That's awesome. I don't know what'll happen with me, but Stardom's got a fucking monopoly right now on my heart. Jesus Christ. You know what I would like to see this year? If you're getting more into that, I want to see New Japan improve, man. I miss how much I used to love New Japan. New Japan had magic once upon a time, dude.
It's weird. There's something really, truly magical about non-toxic, hyper-masculine energy. You know what I mean?
Yes. Yes. No, I get it, man. No, I think you hit it. I'm like, man, I feel like such a man, but I don't feel like insecure about it or like toxic about it or like they're not toxic about it. It's beautiful.
It is.
It's beautiful.
It's crazy, right? Like, you see like a Shibata versus Ishii match, and it just makes you want to put your head through a wall and then help an old lady cross the street.
God, I feel like you've just seen me in a really weird way. Like that phrasing, I'm like, yeah, yeah. Oh, God damn it, y'all. God damn it. Okay, so I get to open for most anticipated signing. Again, a little story time with John, baby.
Dude, have you ever had a category where you were overthinking it and you were like, God, I just don't know who to put. I don't know who there is. I don't know.
Yes.
And then it hits you in the fucking face.
Yes, definitely.
That's what happened to me with this one. So you can go ahead.
I'm excited. I love when you tease it, man. You know what I like. But no, I have to say, I'm glad that popped you because I know I'm weird. But I have to thank AEW for this.
Yay.
Because originally it was going to be AR Fox, like obviously. Dude's fucking amazing. But 2022 was kind because A Fox is getting paid. So good on my man for getting
Fox
the bag.
got signed, Bandito got signed, Takeshita got signed, Dragon Lee got signed. It was a good year for the free agents that we were hoping would get signed last year.
So you have to put yourself in my shoes, people. I'm moderately handsome, not much going on, but enough. And I'm thinking, this year-end awards, I'm looking good finally. I put in effort. I'm trying out here. I'm not about to be big league by this big brain, beautiful motherfucker. And I'm like, but I can't mess it up now. we're at the final stretch. If I just shoo something in, they're gonna be like, oh, come on, really? I'm not gonna be called out. Fuck these people. So then I started doing the one thing I really didn't think I'd have to do for these because I was so diligent all year. I was going to have to work and do research. So what do? I Google top independent stars because I want to know what's going on in the scene. You know, I'm checked out. I'm old. I'm jaded. I'm probably dying soon. Who gives a shit? So then I come across this list. Check out Aaron Mercer. Not really too impressed. And he had a match on AEW Dark. Like the guy's size. Good look. Gonna pass. Then I see a guy, I think also named Aaron, but different last name, but he's more known for hardcore wrestling. And it's like, nah, you seem like you're overcompensating. Think, dude, think. Where do you go? What do you do? And then I found somebody. And I'm not gonna front. I've been very honest this whole time. I've watched maybe 3-4 matches because we were short on time and, you know, whatever. But I like the kid. And I say kid because he's 21 years old. Really young. My eyebrow raised when he was trained by Daniel Garcia. I'm like, that's interesting. And I'm like, if I'm going to pick somebody, I want to go with what I love. I don't want it to be forced because that's how I lose, right? If I'm going to keep the energy of my list, I want it to be something that I respond to. So I love technical wrestling. What technical wrestlers are happening? And I found a guy, the Poisoned Youth, Robert Martyr. I think he's got something. If you guys want to see the full range of this dude, I would only tell you one match because it's an extended match. It's from Garden State Pro Wrestling, and it was against Davey Richards of all people. And I think you really see the and by the way, kudos, oddly enough, to Garden State Pro Wrestling. They have an all-female commentary team, and they're not bad.
That's cool.
So just wanted to give that weird little shout out there. But now here's the thing: it's most anticipated signing. So John, where would you have him go? Now, with the Garcia link, you would think AEW is a shoo-in. I actually think, looking at this kid, I would like to see him go to Impact and be their X Division champion.
Oh,
because
I like that. That's unique.
Because here's my thing, right? And I'm only talking about this because I'm really proud of this pick because, again, I did genuine effort, I did research, and I found a virtual unknown, which I feel like kind of puts a new shine on this award a little bit.
Yeah.
He's 21. He has his own YouTube channel, which I've subscribed to, so his matches will probably go up there. He's done like a handful of matches on like lower indies, so he hasn't even worked an AEW Dark match, which shocked me. Because I thought at the very least he would have done that by now, being a Garcia trainee. His promos aren't bad. Here's the thing, though. He's so young yet. I want him to be seasoned a little bit. See, this is one thing, and I've said this because I'm low-key a boomer. I hate it, but I'm going to own what I am because I'm the guy that when I'm talking about wrestling to people, one of the things that I'll say if I'm really deep with somebody, and, you know, Ash and I have had conversations about wrestling like this, especially with our taste changing. I miss journeyman wrestlers. I miss wrestlers that would go to Germany, Mexico, Japan, and then they settle somewhere because it's like, I got a little bit of everything. This is why you should sign me. For one thing, I'd love this kid to be a journeyman wrestler. I would love to see him in a BOSJ because I think he meets the weight class. But why I say Impact, now this is going to sound almost like conservative of me. I don't want him to get the big money right away. And I don't want him to be the shiny new Tony Khan toy. That's too fucking easy. And it doesn't do a service to anybody, least of all him, least of all Robert Martyr. He needs to find himself here. Because the one thing I worry about, and this is another thing I was thinking about too, with my love of technical wrestlers, too many technical wrestlers today aren't learning from, like, Danielson is my prime example. Danielson's got a personality. Danielson isn't over because he's a really good wrestler. That's a part of it. I would even say a big part of it. But he's also incredibly over because he's an amazing promo and an amazing personality, whether as a villain or as a hero. He's just great. He needs to learn how to talk. He's not a bad talker. There's a voice there, but he needs more time. And again, the word I keep coming back to is he needs more seasoning. I think if you get him on a show like Impact, which doesn't have a lot of eyeballs, like oddly enough, it's a backhanded compliment to Impact, right? Because I don't really think anybody watches Impact. And what I've checked in on, I don't blame anybody that doesn't watch Impact. Because the last thing I saw was Tommy Dreamer and fucking Bully Ray in 2022 having a promo off. And I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ. So why would I send him there? Well, because there's no loss. You go there, you get on TV by all intents and purposes, but it's still such a small fucking petri dish, you're still finding yourself. So you're getting that higher level without really being at a higher level. go to Impact, take over the X Division, get a personality, find your voice, and then go. I honestly think he'd be a better fit for NXT than AEW, personally, after that. But again, I want him to do a BOSJ even before that.
Yeah, I
You're
did look him
21.
up, and I saw that he's only 5'8", so that's probably going to be,
That's a challenge.
ceiling lower.
Yeah, no, for sure, for sure. And that's why I want him to, to find his voice and get a personality, because if he has a big enough personality, it might, not saying it will, it might compensate for the size deficiency. Because I saw that too, and I had the same thought you did. I'm like, but I still really like the dude from what I've seen in the ring and stuff. I think he's got the goods there. He's clearly a student of the game. Again, I'm subscribed to his YouTube channel and I'm following him on Twitter. I want to keep up with this dude. And again, being so young, I mean, obviously he's not going to have a growth spurt, so that's not going to change in the next 5 years. But a lot can change in 4 to 5 years.
Second puberty, that shit happens around that age. You never know. You might get another inch or two.
Yeah. And and hey, there's a big difference in the wrestling world between 5'8" and 6 foot. So, we'll see.
I mean, I said
but
another inch or two, not another 4 inches. Goddamn.
Well, you said he's 5'8", right? That's why I said another inch or two, because only 2 inches, then he would be 6 foot.
He'd be
but that's right. That's because it's 12 inches. Oh, well, look at me. See, that's why Mark does the math. But yeah, 5'10". But I still think, again, if the personality is big enough, he could do it. But yeah, I actually went on a little journey with this one, and I found a guy that'll probably even make my other list in Fave 5 when we do the next cycle. So good shit. Now, who is your most anticipated signing? Because you had a great tease for yours to start, and I'm curious where your journey took you.
Yeah. So let me fill in yours. The Poisoned Youth, Robert Martyr. Mine is much less surprising, I think. Much less of like oh wow, I've never heard of that person before. If you're in our Discord, because I just recently went on a whole deep dive on this person, and that is Koki.
Was that the woman you showed me just to keep track of everything? Because a lot happens.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I love that. I love that one. That's great, dude.
So, I 100% expect her to, at the very minimum, appear on New Blood in 2023. Minimum appear on New Blood. I could fully expect, or I could fully, foresee a world where she straight up signs with Stardom in 2023 as well, which is why I have her here. She is, I believe, around 5'7". And
yes,
dude, literally, I don't know if you remember this, but when I was talking to you about her, I mentioned that she didn't even have a cage match profile.
That's right. You did mention that. I remember.
Since our conversation, she's gotten one. She has one now.
Oh, yay!
Yeah. So now I can see that she's 25 years old. She's listed at 5'7", 139 pounds, which, if I go into my Stardom Master sheet on Google Sheets, 5'7" and 63 kilos, or 170 and 63. Let's see. So she has the same height as Ami Sourei, but Ami Sourei weighs 70 kilos, so she's heavier by 7 kilos, which is around 15, 16 pounds. She's heavier than Koki.
Right.
63 kilos is what Mirai weighs. So imagine Sorei's height, Mirai's weight. If you take those both into account, her build, I would say, is somewhere in between Mina Shirakawa and actually, well, that's a bad example. Somewhere between Mina Shirakawa and where's someone else that's near there? Azumi.
Wow.
Hazuki, actually. Hazuki is even closer to her build than Azumi. So somewhere between Mina and Hazuki.
Yeah. Dude, I love that pick. Yeah. I'm excited to see more of her.
She is very fit. She actually does a rotating splash off the top rope. So for someone that size, like, I mean, the tallest person that comes off the top rope in Stardom is Kamitani, and she is significantly, I would say, smaller than Koki because she's shorter than her by 2 centimeters and lighter than her by 5 kilos, which is a lot.
Right.
So just overall, she's like a pretty significant amount smaller than her. And Koki is also more of a power wrestler. But yeah, Koki is got an literally like 11 out of 10. Looks like a fucking ace look. Like, let me actually, just in case people in here have never heard of her before, let me see if I can find a picture real quick while we're here.
All right.
Just gonna pull up Twitter and search for AWG Koki. Let's see. There we go. No, that's just face. I want full body if I can find something. I want people to get a really good idea of the look. Actually, this is perfect because she does a little dance to do her entrance. Koki, Kouki. There is a tweet. That is her entrance dance that she does. Kind of like Owie. We know Owie does a little dance for her entrance as well. And yeah, so this is a cool little introduction to her. And you get to see her little dance that she does too.
Yeah, I've seen this guy. She's awesome. Like I was really pleasantly surprised when Ashton kind of slid in my Facebook messages about her, and I'm like, yeah, it definitely has an ace look to me. I'm really hoping you're right about that New Blood prediction, man, because I think she deserves that kind of platform.
Yeah. So that would be my most anticipated signing of 2022. But that's not our last award to give out because we still have most anticipated debut. And I get to go first for this one.
Yes.
I'd like to look at our history for this one to see if we got anything right,
Yeah, of course.
So last year, this was my most tragic, I think, debut prediction. I said MSK. That went up in flames.
Yeah.
Mostly because Kimberly decided to hold on to an old picture where fucking Wentz posed in a Nazi uniform. Or not even. I think he just had the fucking mustache and doing the salute, right?
Yeah.
And posted that and got him fired. And thankfully, Wesley was not negatively affected by it, and he's the North American champion. He's thriving. That's wonderful, but I was really hoping that those guys would get a main event, or not main event, but a main roster debut in 2022, and that went up in flames. 2020, I literally said the Rascals. I stuck with the whole thing. So I said my most anticipated debut of 2021 was the Rascals. They debuted in NXT, so that worked out. The year before that, I said Jorge Bali. Do you know who that is?
Vaguely familiar, because I know I've heard that name before.
It's Santos Escobar.
Oh, yes. Yes. Oh, my God. Jesus Christ.
And yeah, he debuted in 2020, so nailed that one. Let's see. 2018, I said Casey Catanzaro. Boy, oh boy, does that not look good in hindsight. But let me see if I can find her. When did she debut? She debuted in 2018, apparently. Why did I put her as my 2018? That must be wrong. Oh, wait, what? Oh, it was a main roster thing, I guess. I must have been anticipating her debuting on the main roster.
Okay. Yeah, because I can tell you right now, that's what my award recipient's going to be doing. It's a main roster debut.
Right.
But continue with yours for now.
So yeah, she made her main roster debut at the Royal Rumble in 2019, but I'm not going to count that. Fuck that. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, 2017, my hope was Priscilla Kelly to Lucha Underground. Obviously, that didn't work out. 2016, Tommy End debuting in NXT. Yeah, that worked out pretty fucking well. But this year, it's just Cameron Grimes to Raw or SmackDown, please.
Dude, we actually have the same one.
Oh, nice. That's awesome.
Yeah, I got a bit more specific. I know you said Raw or SmackDown. I actually just put SmackDown, and it's funny because Chiefin said Raw. I feel like Grimes would be a much better fit on SmackDown personally.
I feel
So
like that's such a trend for you, though, dude. I feel like you have favored SmackDown over Raw for literally ever.
you know what? You're right. I mean, you don't have to call me out in front of the group like that, but you're right. But yeah, Cameron Grimes SmackDown. You know what? I am surprised that neither one of us, because I'm implicating myself in this too, didn't think about Carmelo Hayes as a main
It's
roster
not that
debut
I
and getting
didn't
like
think
that.
of him, it's that I'm scared for him.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because
That's
he's
fair.
tiny.
The way you said that made it even worse. Oh, sorry. You're just tiny. Can't do anything for you.
Well, I love the dude's talent, but sometimes, you know, in WWE specifically, talent just isn't enough.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, Al, we're literally just talking about that. Like, I have a similar fear with Robert Martyr. I think the guy's really good, like in the ring, but you're right to call out the size. 5'8". So yeah, it's rough. But we both agree on Cameron Grimes to either Raw or SmackDown. Again, I was adamant like SmackDown, but Raw, Raw's fine too. Hey, if Seth Rollins stays on Raw, those two could have bangers, especially if he does regain the U.S.
But
title,
I
which
don't
I
want
doubt
Seth
that he
Rollins
does.
to stay on Raw because I want him to go after Gunther's Intercontinental Championship, though.
Ooh, yeah, that's true. Hopefully they figure it out with Grimes. I'm
I
yeah.
love that you're just like, they'll figure it out. It'll be fine.
Yeah, it'll all work itself out. But guys, that's it at practically 12:30. We are done.
5 hours
What was that?
almost.
Yeah, yeah. 5 hours. We did it. I can even say I definitely held us up with my long ass honorable mentions. But again, I really wanted to give you guys my best effort this year. I already made a copy of this spreadsheet and deleted everything, so it's clear for 2023.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so we're all ready for that. Come on, Wrestle Kingdom, give us some good stuff. Give me my first match of the year contender. Let's see how it fucking goes.
Bro, we're watching a TJPW show before we watch Wrestle Kingdom.
That's true. All right, TJPW, show me what you got.
Yuka Sakazaki versus Miyu Yamashita is happening on that show.
That's gonna be the first one. And then Wrestle Kingdom. Can you do it? Can you? I mean, you got Tam versus Kairi, so Osprey. Oh God, maybe, maybe, because you know what though? To be fair, like I still cringed a little, but keep in mind, in my honorable mentions, I did have an Osprey match versus Okada, so I can get past the hatred and really acknowledge a great match.
You want to see some Will Ospreay love? Take a glance at Chiefin's awards. Good Lord.
Oh, I was seeing him throughout the chat. That's cool though. I know Chiefin very focused on that side, and I think he even said
tell you to your face that he hates Ospreay, and then give him 80% of his positive awards.
Yeah, you know what though? It's got to be a struggle. Like in a way, I almost understand it because it's like, God, I fucking hate you, but you're good at what you do, and that honestly makes me hate you even more. But I have to concede, and that hurts. It hurts me. But yeah, 2023, guys. It's gonna be fun. And especially with the energy that you guys have brought and continue to bring to the chat and everything. Thank you guys for participating. You guys were very vocal and very passionate about who your awards would have gone to. I love it. Keep that same energy for 2023 because we got a lot of wrestling to support. We got TJPW. We got New Japan. Obviously still supporting Stardom. All that good shit. A lot of stuff happening. Is there anything else you want to say, Ashton, before I take us home here?
Go ahead, man.
All right, guys. Well, with that said, this has been Year-End Awards, and what a year it's been. It has been TWitWoW, the best wrestling podcast made for wrestling fans, by wrestling fans, on the web today. I'm John. That's my Court and commentary, Ashton. Guys, be sure to like the video as you file out, click the subscribe button, and the bell icon so you don't miss any of that sweet TWitWoW goodness. Check out everything we're involved in the description box. Follow us on Twitter and Twitch because we are the best wrestling podcast in all of the IWC. And we actually have a pretty simple week. It's going to go hard, but it's pretty straightforward. Sunday, we're off. Monday, we're off. January 3rd, Tuesday, January 3rd, 9:30 p.m. We are doing TJPW 2023, Pro Wrestling 2023, live reactions. That's going to be cool. And like Ashton said, Miyu Yamashita, Yuka Sakizaki, TJPW, championship,
Bro,
hang in the balance. It's gonna
do
be a
me a
fucking banger.
favor and just refresh my Twitter profile because I had to pin the updated schedule.
Oh. Okay, hold on a second. I'm gonna refresh.
There should be nothing different about anything that you've read so far, but there should be. Wait, what the fuck? Oh.
I am seeing the schedule on the side.
Just make sure that the pinned tweet is the December 30th one, and we're good.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
It is.
Cool.
Yeah, okay. So we got that. That's at 9:30 on Tuesday. Wednesday, January 4th, obviously, Wrestle Kingdom. We're doing the whole show. Please don't let it suck. 3 p.m. And shame on you, New Japan, that I even had to ever worry about that with you. We need to rehabilitate our relationship in the new year, New Japan. And it's not going to be me doing the work. So Wrestle Kingdom 17, 3 p.m. Please, Jay White, retain. I'm actually with DBK on all of his religious bullshit with Jay White. He needs to. I want to perv on my knives. Let it happen. Thursday, nothing. Friday, January 6th, 4 p.m. It is Yokohama Budokan Triangle Derby opening round live reactions. The artist titles have never felt more important. Club Venus gonna fucking run roughshod, as is Maya Yukihi. Rebel X Enemy, their team is called, right? It's her, Ram, and Ozaki.
Yeah, I've seen Rebel X Enemy and Rebel and Enemy. I like Rebel X Enemy a lot more.
Well, I like your face. So if you like that, that's what we're going with. So that's at 4 p.m. That's January 6th. Triangle Derby's going to be lit. And then Saturday, January 7th, we go back to TWitWoW Weekend Review because years are recalculous, people. Let's make it a little bite-sized, a little bit more delicious with that week.
Years, they're a little excessive. Let's try and only do one every 52 weeks or so.
Right? I'm saying. So yeah, that'll round out the first week of the new year, guys. January 7th, 8 p.m. TWitWoW Weekend Review. And so yes, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday. So until then, guys, we have a lot of decompressing to do. I'm sure you guys do too. Enjoy your Sunday. Enjoy New Year's Day. And just take it all in. Thank you for a wonderful year of TWitWoW 2022. Hopefully 2023 will be even better. Although given the high points we talked about, I don't know how it can, but that's for us to find out, right? That's all part of the adventure. So until we see each other again, and again, that'll be on Tuesday, 9:30, TJPW show, live reactions.
Woo-hoo!
Be there, TJPW. I think they're on the come up, and that's me saying it. I've been very critical of them in the past, mainly because Stardom exists, but they're starting to do their own thing, and they're starting to feel like they have their own identity to me with some of the decisions they've made. I'm excited to support them on this one. So TJPW there, New Japan on the 4th. But if you're here for that Stardom goodness, because I know they got the bulk of our awards and we just were infatuated Stardom, and if you're like us in that infatuation, January 6th, 4 p.m. for the beginning of the Triangle Derby. A lot of good Japanese wrestling coming your way first week of 2023. So until then, folks, be good to yourselves, be good to each other, ring in the new year right. You can be the person you want to be. I believe in you. And until then, tune in. Peace out.